pa lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Today is the 6th day at the CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer, and boy oh boy, nagbabalik tayo ngayon dito, no? Parang kanina lang nag-crossfire tayo. Ngayon, crossfire na naman ulit. At kami nga pala yung kasama sa ating panel, no? Moji and Bipolar nga pala. At parang napakaganda ata ng ngiti ng kasama ko ngayon para sa araw na to.
Yes, so many sleeps today, Mochi, at
Yes!
ready tayo ngayong araw na to. Tingnan mo naman, napaka-sporty ng vibe natin ngayon because these are gonna be matches that are gonna be very high intensity at our nasa all-time high ang intensity na natin. Yun ang basically mangyayari for today. And you know what? Day 6, second week pa lang. Again, ang dami palagi natin na kung storylines or at least like plot twist na hindi natin i-expect, and this might just be a day of plot twist even more because 6 teams, again, battling it even more para sa ating stand.
Totoo, di na ako magtataka, no? Especially that there has been like a lot of surprises. Tapos parang in-upgrade natin yung rango ng ibang mga teams. Pero after yesterday, parang not quite pala, no? Nagoyo tayo. Pero let's see kung ano nga ba kasi yung mga nangyari from yesterday para naman meron tayong ideya. Kasi pinagtapat ang CBF and as well as Fervid. Lots of people thought na the decider tayo. Pero sabi ni Fervid, hindi. Papaiklin lang namin to.
Checking this, sana okay na rin yung mic ko na there was a lot of action pagdating dito sa ating highlights. CBF and Fervid was one of the time. It did not turn out pretty well for CBF. But Fervid, what a crystal, no? Unang parte ng sub-base natin first half, sobrang pantay ng laban na hindi natin alam kung kanino mapupunta yung sub-base. And ang grabe to kasi CBF openly gave sub-base towards Fervid, but in the second half, nung komportable yung Fervid, wait lang, di na natin kailangan makipagbakan kasi lalapit naman sa atin dito CBF, and we can instantly throw them down kapag nag-execute sila and come into new compound. Well, it's the same kind of story pero hindi na yan pantay. It's actually Fervid just dominating everything. Meanwhile, CBF, sila masyado magalaw dito because Fervid instantly throwing down the hammer at sabi nila, this is just gonna be easy from here.
That's true, no? At hindi na rin ako magtataka kung sa mata ng CBF, this is like the longest game of their life because of all of the things na pinagtuthrow sa kanila dito, no, ng Fervid, and every single one of them even secured quite of a highlight, no, para sa sarili nila, no. That just shows kung gaano sila kakomportable at ka-confident na tapatan etong si CBF. Pero ito naman yung susunod, no, we have Acceptance and as well as Virtus Pro, which honestly gave us lots of hope nung inopen itong sub-base, pero Virtus Pro immediately proved na, you know what, sasaglitan lang din namin yan.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, no, Virtus Pro knows Subway pretty well. I mean, they've been putting this into their map pool from the very beginning that STS, that Ubek Maniac became STS. And now, looking at it, talaga nakita mo KC actually frying the hell out even set, pagdating sa laban na to. Pero syempre, yung kailangan pansinin, it is one hell of a matchup though na parang, kailangan naman dito gumawa ng malalaking plays ni Heck, even dito ni Ting, but still, at the end of the day, hindi pa rin tatabla sa mga muka dito ng players for VP. One of the highlights that was so intense was coming here mula kay Cetra, but of course, VP coming into port, alam natin yan, Moch. When you go up against Heck and VP, sasabihin natin Heck has the hometown of Port. But VP knows it from BL and GR. So kung iisipin mo, it's VP's one of their best maps in my opinion. Kasi sinasabi natin Eagle Eye is one of them. Port is also one of those maps na pwede nilang gamitin to their full extent. At nakita natin yung domination from AKs to HKs to TRGs, lahat yan gumana dito sa Port.
Totoo, tsaka hindi mo din makakaila talaga, no, yung galing ni Silent, ni Heck, ni MATTJESS, unfortunately, yun nga
Yeah,
lang, hindi sila
kinulang
sumapat
lang
dahil lang din talaga sa ibang kalibre at eksperyensya na meron dito ang Virtus Pro. Pero ito naman yung susunod dyan, SCS and as well as Atras as our finisher, wherein a lot of us were shocked by the performance of Revenge specifically.
Revenge just has great awareness pagdating dito sa ating laro. I mean, he was hitting shots that were very much impactful, no? Triple kills, pinapalampas dito sa may RS, tapos bigla na lang iipitan ng place mula sa B kapag mag-exec dito yung Atras natin. They had a little bit of a grasp kasi una nga nating narrative is kailangan ng first half dito ng Atras to just feel the game and then explode sa second half. Pero we never got that because STS just keep firing every angle mula dito sa Ankara, and even on the second map. What else can we say? Atras just couldn't get the handle of the game. Talagang free reign lang dito ang buong Stallions. They were just hitting every shot, and it was just a good day for Stallions. Meanwhile, Atras, napatras lang sila dito sa round.
Yeah, totoo, no? At we can't help but notice then that G-Kim is doing a lot alongside with RTA dito sa lobby natin, no? And some occasions na si Kaya nakakapag-step up din naman. Pero again, no, hindi substantial at hindi stable na magde-depend lang tayo sa mga power and opportunistic plays na nakukuha dito ni Atras, which gave STS that 2-0 sweep nga naman, no, kontra sa kanila. Pero still, it is a nice try kasi biro mo, no, nakatapat sila ng ganon ng galing qualips, and then now natapatan nila ng ganito kahit papano meron silang nabibira, and my honest opinion, it's not that bad, no, para dito for Atras. Pero let us check out ang ating updated standings now that all of those just transpired from yesterday. Paano nga ba ito naka-epekto? Ang alam lang natin doon, ang 1, 4th, and 5th place natin umangat.
Yep, I mean, it's still almost just the same. Nagkaiba lang yung middle teams natin dito. Team Stallions and Virtus Pro are garnering a little bit of an upward movements. Pero yung number 1, number 2 natin, number 3, it's still kind of the same. It's still concerning na yung matches nasa pinakababa, pero syempre, they have more games up in their hands. So isipin mo yung 4 losses for matches. They need to at least win every match from here on out para maka-qualify dito sa ating players, or at least have a great run differential, no, para makakuha dito ng spot again in the playoffs. But let's see, kung kumakabawi nga dito ang Acceptance and Atras, we will see that kapag bumaba na dito yung Fervin, Comeback, and as well as Execration. Pero I feel like there's gonna be a point in time na hindi mo na yan gagalawa, maybe up until the 4th week.
Yes, and I won't also be surprised if that would what will happen and affect our standings, no, after the next yung mga mangyayari laban ngayon until tomorrow, no. Well, pero it's just right na i-honor natin yung mga magagaling nating mga players from yesterday, no. Let us check out ang ating mga top 5 plays and highlights na inilapag dito by some of our players from both winning and losing teams, no? Kaya ipakita na natin yan.
I mean, number 5, no, will be Cetra coming in from port. Kakita lang natin dito, isipin mo yun, di sila makalampas sa hold dito ni Cetra. It was just every shot going in, and ito nga, Mochi, it was Acceptance just really trying to play calculated. Pero ang ginagawa ng VP, ang ginagawa ni Cetra, they're just playing their game. And this is one of the spots kung saan Cetra was just feeling himself. Imagine 5 HP pero he still wins at least a quad kill para sa kanya. No? It's just insane to see.
Grabe yung mga swinging niya dun, no? Tsaka angle switching ni Cetra. Yeah. Just ensuring na he's on the hunt, no, for any members na mamamataan niya from Team Acceptance. But how about this one naman na susunod, which is from Silent himself?
Yeah, ito na nga, no, yung pagbawi ni Silent dito sa subbase was really something to look forward to, no? Kasi recently, from their recent matchup, Silent was not really playing that well compared to his other games. Pero dito nagpakita siya ng gilas kasi a big clutch up mula kay Silent. Talagang stakes are higher in a 5-3 scoreline. Tapos sabi ni Silent, wait lang, ito I can pick them one by one with the M14 of all guns. Tapos just great decision making to a point na there was a possibility mag-LR dito, mag-MR dito place natin, especially for Elvin, since Elvin is really, really crafty pagdating sa movement niya. Pero Silent made it easy. It was just easy kills here or not. Triple kill para kay Silent.
And he surely didn't leave any stones unchecked, no? Lahat ng yan binaliktad niya
Lahat
para
tinignan
makita, no? Every single na sulok dito, no? Sa area ng subbase, which just shows, no, na sigurista itong si Boss Silent. And we would love to see yung mga ganitong mga plays galing sa kanya. Unfortunately, no, despite garnering this highlight, hindi sayang, no? Kinapos tayo dito for subbase. But I really do hope that we can see more of him in the future. And maybe perhaps no, sa iba natin mga players. Pero let's see ang aring next one.
Number 3.
Yo.
Number 3, Revenge. I love this play so much, Mochi. Kasi number 3 means triple kill. Look at this game awareness and just
Grabe.
scope the battlefield mula kay Revenge, no? Isipin mo yung TRG sa harapan ng site tapos using the smoke as a coverage tapos just push on out kasi alam niya mananalo siya sa fight na yun. This was basically a 1v3 kasi namatay pa rin yung TB player natin mula sa STS and just look at this. Slowly crawling his way into the site. 1, 2, 3, bang! Tapos lahat na mamamatay sunod-sunod. Domino effect basically yung nangyari dito sa atras.
And with the intention din for atras na i-trade yung mga nawala nilang kasama, parang paunti-unti napapasama pa talaga sila. Kasi parang well aware si Revenge kung nasan din sila dito. No? Seems like there's some sound cues being leaked as well. Or maybe ganun lang din katindi ang game sense niya. So let's see our next one dito ngayon. No? May kanino naman kaya ito nanggaling. Estatwa. Ito kasi. Ayan, nandiyan na siya. And this one is from KSA, my bowler.
Kulit kasi na parang naging na-shock ako dun sa ginawa dito ni KSA kaya nanigil bigla yung camera ko. Pero kasi KSA, look at this. At dito nagtago yung isip ni El to a point na bakit hindi nagpupush yung VP. Pero sabi ni KSA, hindi ko na kailangan yan. Isa akong one-man army. Isipin mo yun, Mochi.
Wow.
Mula dito sa mid, dumiretso sa may B-side and he just cleaned everybody. Sakalang pumasok ang buong VP. KSA, again, one of the most impeccable players pagdating ng port. And what can you do? Binama niya dito yung buong acceptance.
Exactly, no? Parang lang dito sa round na to, no? Tila tayo ay nasa mundo ni KSA at naka-nonood lang tayo din, no? We're just living in it, no? And after all of the heroics din, no? Na parang kanina ni-review natin to, sabi ni El kanina, ay di man lang gumagala yung mga kasama niya dito, no? Siya lang yung umaabante, no? Si KSA
Nanigil din
lang.
yung camera nila siguro dito ng Rodman mo.
Ay, tindilan din talaga ng epekto, no? The KSA effect dito, no? Sa mapa ng port. And I do think na meron din pa tayong upcoming dito and we'll see kung kanina naman ito galing. Uy! Honorable mention natin pala to!
One more, I think. There's possibly
Ito
one
ba?
more. Yeah, bonus clip pa later on. Pero ito yung spot na kung saan JJ just easy mowed down atras. Atras no kasi wala eh. It was a good read from the beginning. Revenge did get killed immediately dito. Pero isipin mo yung JJ never left the spot dito sa may second mid. Yes, pumunta siya ng hotel. Pero he was just spraying all through atras. Ito pa yung pinaka-point in time na gusto sana nila makapuntos agad. Pero with JJ closing down the doors, wala makakapunto sa inyo. Parang dito pa lang nakita natin na atras na wala agad ng pag-asa in the entire map of our map.
Real, no? Siguro kung naging gwardiya si JJ, wala talaga siyang mapapapasok dito, no? From these members from atras. At yun lang din talaga yung pinakita niya din dito, no? And ito, papakita na natin ang ating bonus clip. Kasi mapapawaw kayo dito, guys. For sure yan.
Tignan nyo, spot the difference.
Asan dyan?
Nasaan yung kalaban? Nasaan yung kalaban? Nasaan yung kalaban? Ito na, slow mo mo. Tignan na ito na. J. Kim, pushing from doghouse. Nasan siya dyan? Tingnan niyo yung kanan. Boom, nakita yung paa. Pero yun lang kailangan ni Revenge. What was that?
Grabe, no? Di ko rin mamari. Ako nga, hindi ko malaman kung saan yung pixel yan. Kahit titigan ko yan magdamag, hindi ko mapapansin. Pero, ganun at matindi si Revenge, guys, no? Ang lala. At ang masaya dito, no, Bipolar, is meron tayong pag-giveaway, no?
Of course.
Na hatid nung mga plays na yon na inintroduce natin sa kanila. And you guys have the chance to win 100 e-coins. And all you have to do is to like, follow yung CrossFIRE Philippines official Facebook and YouTube pages natin. Or you can just simply scan ang ating QR link dyan, no? Down below sa lower right ninyo. Like and share. Make sure na public yan. And in your caption, sabihin nyo kung bakit dapat deserve yun na maging play of the week with the official hashtags na CFS Master Summer and as well as hashtag CFS Play of the Week. And ensure na yung shared post nyo ay public, okay? Para ma-check yan ng ating mga moderators.
Join the giveaways na for the player of the week so you can get 100 e-coins. Plus, again, just to reiterate, hindi lang naman yan yung place na pwede kayo manalong e-coin. You can also go to our individual pages para makanalo ng VIP, 500, 300. Dami natin pa premium products.
Totoo, no? Yung iba dyan, nakaabang lang yan sa rolete, no? Sana manalo ng e-coin para makapag-roleta na ako. So, I guess it's just right na be sure to check that out. At ngayon, ito nga ang ating schedule for today. Veteran versus Acceptance, TARINGBABI versus ComebackFriends, and as well as Execration versus MATTJESS Bipolar.
Yeah, these are one of the teams na nakapaglaban na up against the entire Rosea teams. No? Acceptance and CBF, so they'll be battling up against veteran TARINGBABI. Let's see. Ito na, second week. May nag-garner ba tayong any kind of knowledge for the Rosea teams na pwede nilang gamitin up against teams just like these two? I would like to say that these two are heavy hitters and galit tong dalawang to from their recent losses. So, parang makakatanggap na naman dito ng sakit ang buong veteran TARINGBABI, but I would like to see them at least win a map. But Execration and MATTJESS, another fiery matchup kung saan can MATTJESS finally score a point or will Execration put another death sa record dito ng MATTJESS?
Yeah, actually, no, that is quite of a question, no, to end off this day as well. Pero focus na tayo dito, no, for our first one. Again, this is Veteran versus Team Acceptance. Where in Team Acceptance, no, from yesterday, nahirapan sila and right now, kailangan nilang bumawi against Virtus Pro, pero ngayon veteran na ang kanilang makakatapat ngayon. And for veteran, there are some improvements that we are noticing, which is wonderful, no? Kaya i-discuss na rin natin, no, ano nga ba ang meron sa team na to as of the current time, contrasting it from before, Bipolar.
Yeah, looking at this lineup though is actually insane because they actually really much improved coming in from the off-season nung past Masters natin. A big shoutouts especially to EV9 and Drones, no? Fires is still capable of a player na alam natin gagana yan, pero he needs that AK in his hands. Siya lang yung kaya kong isipin outside from VP na can easily maneuver the AK to dominate the playing field, no? Pero EV9 is such a player na that he can go for clutches even in a 1v4 scenario, Moji. EV9 can give you those rounds. But Drones is such an underrated sniper outside from the Philippines that can also be something to look out for. Kasi Drones is also winnings from the past matches nung kalaban nila dito. I believe it was STS or any kind of team. Kaya niya ma-outfrag dito yung enemy sniper. So, big eyes on these two.
Yes, and it seems like Twin Tucson will be playing, no, right now.
So, two snipers.
Yes, which might be interesting, no? Baka naka-focus din sila dun sa reasoning na they have their day jobs. Pero kasi Sabado ngayon. So, baka this is a thoughtful swap dito sa kanilang roster, no? So, Acceptance right now ang kanilang makakatapat. Unfortunately, no? Wala talagang patawad. STS ka agad ang pinatapat sa kanila during our week 1. And kay ComebackFriends, and right now, Team Acceptance naman. And hopefully that they can at least secure a map or baka balik rin nila ang laban, no? Against Team Acceptance. Hindi mo masabi.
Yeah, with the current state of Acceptance, Mochi, I am very much hopeful. But para dito sa veteran, no, it might even be 2-1 if they can really play very, very well here, no. Play as a team kasi alam mo naman yan, Acceptance, they thrive of 4-1 pushes or at least a 5-man offense pagdating dito. But we do have some words coming in from Drones of veteran. Heck, from Acceptance, maybe because he is his teammates he and his teammates is playing so good at week 1. So we want to try to play against him and his teammates. You know what? Ito yung maganda kay Drones. Hindi siya
I like
takot
that.
sa kahit sino mang player natin dito. And that's a matchup in itself. No, Drones versus Heck is a head-to-head na pwede natin makita mamaya.
Totoo, no? I'm highly looking forward for that one as well. That is quite of a really good mindset na meron dito kay Drones kasi it just means that he's taking the opportunity of facing up against the greatest para talaga ma-improve nila dito, no, for veteran. And I hope that we can see that trend, no? So, minsan kailangan talaga consistency lang. And right now, no, introduce naman natin ang Team Acceptance because here for Team Acceptance, we already know what is great about them. Andyan si Heck, no? All-time high sa stats natin during last week. Tapos dagdag pa rin natin na Dre is now back. Bumalik ang ating chemistry within the team. Silent actually taking really great power plays and highlights tulad na na-feature kanina. Si Ajax nawawala minsan but for a really good reason. Si Ting, biro mo nakakasabayan kahit nasabihin mo na backup yan. Minsan ang tindi umasintan yan, di ba no, Bipolar?
Of course, Mochi. Pagdating dito sa Acceptance, you have Heck that is currently 100% rating for the Rosea team sa buong Masters. You have Ting and as well as Dre na talagang young in terms of age but the talent is so very high. At syempre may kita mo ngayon, no, tatagalan ko lang ng onti, Mochi, no? It's actually a different playing field now for Acceptance. Parang padaay-daay sila ngayon. But heck, it looks like hindi na naman tatago sa mga Rosea teams natin at baka veteran man ang susunod. But I would like to say, Ajax, parang nawawala ka ngayon pa lang Please, brother, magpakita ka kayo. Ngayon pa
Sabihin
lang.
ko pa lang sana. Gusto ko yung iba naka-aura, farm lang, mga nakangiti. Tapos siya, parang nakapoko siya maigi sa goal niya dito, no? Hindi, nakatitig siya maigi sa monitor yan. Kung ano man yung ginagawa mo dyan sa monitor mo ngayon ng Ajax, so hopefully it's going well. Pero also, doing quite decent naman, no? Kanilang history from them so far, no? 3 losses and 2 wins. Kayang-kaya pang mabawi ito, no, Bipolar?
Yeah, alam mo, ito yung team na mabilis yung journey, no? You already have 5 matches into their name, 2 to 3, but with this matchup up against veteran, we can easily say na baka maging equal playing field na to, maging 3 to 3 yung kanilang standing record pagdating sa buong Masters. So it's still pretty good, though. There's a high chance that Acceptance will be going into the playoffs as long as they win a lot of these matches or a lot of these rounds coming into the next. Kasi kung titignan mo, for Execration, STS, lahat yan ready makakuha ng spot para makapunta sa may pares. So they need to be ready for that mindset na hindi lang matches ang pinaglalaban nila. It should also be a start towards EWC.
Exactly. At ang unang step nun, Bipolar, is yung makapag-proceed dito sa ating playoffs, no? Yan ang kanilang task number 1. Pero let's see sino nga ba ang pagtatapatin natin for our head-to-head because it seems like it will be Fires and as well as Ajax. And honestly, I'm not mad about this as well.
Alam mo, dalawa tong nawawala, Mochi. Fires nawawala yan nung second half ng natin, ng Masters last time. Ajax nawawala in-game. So, titignan natin ngayon kung ano nga bang nangyayari dito sa dalawang players na to, no? But, I mean, going back to the stat line after those jokes, no? Fires is still one hell of a player. Yes, kakaiba na to sa stat line niya before. Kasi, you can even easily say, no, 0.65 yung headshot percentage dito ni Fires. Pero I like the improvement and the adjustments that he does mid-game. He goes for the HK, he goes for the M14, he goes for the AK. Depending on the scenario, veteran now, even with Fires, hindi na sila parang stone-headed kumbaga. They're actually flexible now. Just kailangan lang nila ng magandang map-pool. I would like to see new compound or as well as Eagle Eye para sa laban na to. But Ajax, man, kahit na yes, people are clowning on him right now, Ajax is still a formidable player. Again, nasa 3 ng OG yan ng Acceptance, and I would like to say he's one of the best pagdating dito sa roster na to.
Grabe yun actually, no? We can name 3 of them, honestly. Pero also, please keep in mind to take yung stats natin for Fires with a grain of salt kasi influence yon ng kanilang mga pagkatalo from our previous teams. No? So it doesn't entirely encapsulate kung ano nga ba yung kakayahan ng isang Fires. So let us proceed dito, no, sa ating map dito ngayon. Saan naman kaya sila dadalhin ng tadhana with the decisions that they made. Una pa lang, Port na kaagad, followed by Ankara, and finally Eagle Eye.
Actually, tama yung prediction ko na sinasabi ko sa sarili ko. It's gonna be Port Ankara and then something like New Compound or Eagle Eye 2.0, no? Pero,
Ayun.
na-realize ka ng Acceptance dito na New Compound will be a map that they will struggle on, especially na veteran yung kalaban nila. I like this. This is a respect ban nonetheless. Even veteran, sabi nila, uy, ayaw na namin mamatay ng first 20 seconds in the round kasi yun yung nangyayari sa Mexico.
Yeah.
But for Port, it's been a mainstay, Mochi, para sa ating mga Rosé teams. But it's Acceptance though. I feel like veteran now has a slap in the face papunta dito ng Acceptance kasi lalabanan nila sa mapa ng Acceptance kung saan they know it pretty well, nakalaban nila yung Virtus Pro and they got some of the lessons that would be an awakening para dito sa Acceptance. Ankara, alam na natin yan. Both teams play well, pero for Acceptance, they have a great BL side that I think veterans should be wary of. Pero Eagle Eye 2.0, I feel like with Twintism in board and as well as si Drones, kailangan nila maglaban sa Eagle Eye or as well as dito sa Ankara. This double sniper might be the bane of the existence dito ng ating Acceptance.
Pwede, no? Pwede. Parang meron tayong hopes and potential that they can move this into a close or even get a map dito, no, for this time around. Just to leave it out there, no, for our Rosie brothers supporting Veteran 2 that later on we will be proceeding to speak in English. But for now, Tagalog na tayo, no? Kaya naman ipakita na rin natin. Wala, sulitin natin to bipolar, no? So, tignan muna natin ang ating predictions dyan down below. It's just 2-0 straight across the board. Just given with the current veteran stature na until now, naghahabol pa din sila. Pero, may progreso na.
Yeah, you know what? It is still, I feel like hanggat hindi pa nananalo dito ang veteran ng isang mapa, we cannot really say that they can still win a full series, no? But, again, big commendations for veteran na kailangan na palagi sila nag-i-improve. I would love to see them finally win a Masters map para ma-cement na they're just not a team na number 9, number 10, number 8 dito sa ating standings pagdating sa Masters, but a team that can also fight up against the best. But 27% for veteran, I like this coming in for our viewers right now sa community calls.
Yeah, it's getting closer, you know, and really like the support that we have here for veterans so far. But I feel like it's just right na we call upon our casters right now kasi susuportahan nila tayo ngayon, no, sa mga bagay na kailangan natin na pansinin or pagbigyan ng pansin dito sa ating matchup. Kaya naman i-welcome na natin sila, Sigipag and Salvatore. Yun, sakto-sakto yung hugot
I
na
love you, Prod.
dito. W. Welcome dito sa ating desk, no? Tito Sneaky Frog, the W caller. How are you doing today?
Ayun nga, nagka-caller kasi si Polar kahapon. So, it was definitely time for me to pull out the polo for this one. Pero yun nga, nga pala, English pala tayo today. Yep, it is gonna be veteran.
Big switch.
Yeah, big switch in this one. In all honesty, I am actually looking forward to what kind of improvements Veteran has did, especially for the past few weeks. It's kind of a dead horse at this point that the Rosea teams are going to be, struggling more than anything going into this group stage. So I do hope to see, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, a map win. Even though my prediction's 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that is also a really good point. I just realized it now. Now that the teams are improving, they have to do this double time, no? They need to make progress double time. But how about you, Salvatore? Any thoughts about the veterans' status right now?
Yeah, honestly, ever since Rosea qualifiers, we've been giving some bit of props here for veteran for maintaining their stability. But when it comes to Filipino teams, they still have that kind of underperforming sort of mantra. So I hope that this will be something different. So considering that Port is one of their best maps heading into the year, Port has been a very good map for them ever since they implemented this sort of aggressive gameplay from Fires, and that might not be an issue here for the side of Acceptance because they have Dre. So Dre is like the glue that holds Acceptance together when they want some aggressiveness or even just a matter of headshot percentages rising up through the air. So yeah, Acceptance will be of a good fit to test how Veteran is pairing up for the improvement line.
Yeah, and we can definitely see how the overall look or the bird's eye view perspective here for our team from Team Acceptance. What happened was that Dre is already back in their team. Everything just looked a bit more squeaky clean, but it appears that our first watch point is already present down below. Fires in their heart. Wow, this seems very cheesy, Bipolar.
I mean, it can be, but I feel like it does hold up, no? Coming into this matchup, because Fires in Their Heart really is something to look at every time in our stories, because when you ask teams right now in the Filipino region, who is the number one that you see is good coming in from the Rosetta teams, it's always Fires in that conversation, just because right now, stats itself, looking at the head-to-head, 0.5, what is that? Why are we praising Fires like this? But again, guys, that's just a dip from the recent matches. He's still number 10 in terms of headshot per kill. So this guy can outgun some of the players, most of the players in CrossFIRE Masters Summer. So you have to give him some credit here. And I feel like if the Fires is in their heart, I hope that's burning very, very big.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention that not only Fires, but we can also some really good plays that came from EV9 specifically, especially when it comes to consistency, facing up against the Giants. They're doing pretty well. But how about this one? Snapping lose streaks for this matchup. Do you think that would arrive anytime soon, Sneaky Frog?
For sure, maybe for one team here, right? You know, I'm still very positive on the side of Acceptance that, especially after their series, as of recent, actually going neck and neck with one of the best teams here. You know, I feel like there is definitely still a lot to offer for the side of Team Acceptance, and especially knowing that we're kind of nearing now the halfway point of group stage, I feel like a lot of these teams, especially when they're going up against Rosea, they're gonna try to see if they can gain more map score, right, in this one, considering how important it is gonna be, especially if you are hovering around the 6th to 7th position, and you know, maybe a singular round or a singular map could make all the difference here, whether or not you can qualify.
And let's see if either of these teams will be removing their lose streaks, especially that we don't want both of them just dwelling on that one, hopefully. But how about this one? The fight for the first win. Veteran has still yet to score against the PH team, Salvatore.
And that just means a lot when it comes to their skill expression of the game itself. They've admitted themselves that there's a bit of acknowledgement that they're way behind the current meta of the Filipinos right now, wherein everyone's just hyper aggressive, everyone just wants duels, and the rest of the Filipino teams are just shining through just based on gun skill alone. So if that is the case here for Veteran, it would be a really huge period for them to adjust. And right now, it's not the best time for that. But hopefully, they prove me wrong, because Fire is, like Bipolar mentioned, he's like one of the best headshot players currently in this tournament. We're a tournament where we have KLB of the such. So Veteran, we need that fire. We need that heat from them, that they are not behind the meta. They are in the right place. And if they can do anything right now, that is headshot their way out of a 2-1 set, possibly a 2-0 here up against Acceptance.
Yes. Let's see if that would indeed be happening here right now, especially that Team Acceptance is vouching to get their first another win here in our schedule. And I guess the arena is now set and the battle is gonna come soon. So let us hand it over to our caster Sneaky Frog, as well as Salvatore Nakraka.
Now time for a bloody afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to you Rosea's Finest up against Cebu's Bloodline. We have Acceptance up against a Veteran. We're in Acceptance with their decade whole of experience, just making sure that they are still Acceptance at the end of the day. And we also have Veteran here who wants to have an identity when it comes to facing not against the Rosea brothers, but also to the Filipino team. So yeah, a bit of a tall order here for Veteran here, Sneaky, but Acceptance, pretty sure it's just a walk in the park for them.
Bit of history, actually, for the side of Veteran. If I am not mistaken, Veteran, or at least in the side of EB9 and Drones, they have actually met Heck before. Before C Masters, before PH Masters, they weren't even there. It's PH, it's not ID. But before C Masters and before C Games. Let's wind the clock back to Crossfire Stars 2018 JKOSAV Evolution, one of the few Indonesian teams that got into that tournament. Of course, they just got bounced out in Group C because, yeah, they were kind of groups with RU Legends, and they were kind of frying at the time. So I would say that, you know, it seems like there is a lot of history in between these two teams. And of course, if I'm not mistaken, that was the same run that Pacific Wara actually did with Execration at that very moment. And Pacific Wara, if I'm not mistaken, they got bounced out by... there we go, I think it was INTZ at the time, and then Penta Esports, you know, the homie on the other side of the globe, of course. Shout out to Snox, and that was Pankada at the time, actually, when INTZ was still kind of frying. So, yeah, I mean, a whole lot of history. That's why you call them veteran at this point. Acceptance having their own veterans as well. So they're not really short in terms of experience here. I really feel like veteran, they're also suffering the effect of, you know, not having a lead for a bit. So, you know, the progress kind of stopped ever since, you know, they kind of bounced out of the league. So I feel like this is them, you know, trying to get back into things, and of course trying to get comfortable once again. And I feel like Acceptance is definitely the team that can kind of draw that out for veteran, right? Because veteran, they're not, I wouldn't say they're not competitive, but they weren't it wasn't as bad as last season, that's for sure. I'm seeing some good things from them.
Huge history here from the professor itself. That veteran has the experience, but experience just can only get you so far. So a lot of teams really do bank on that. So let's take a listen at comms here for the veteran and Acceptance squad.
Kat. Jongkok doang deh.
Bijang satu, di match satu.
Hack di gudang biang masih. Hack gudang biang Ajax apa? Domi.
Weird heck. That's one huge priority here for the side of veteran. Ajax now on the TRG, as Heck now puts himself in the role of like bringing back the AWM to the meta here, as we're like watching Impact Spring right now. 2 kills on the board here for Acceptance from both snipers. Silent now on Z Judy with a huge swing, plus the kill. Dre with a follow-up as well. This is just a round here of Acceptance, just putting themselves in the strongest points of the map, that being mid and as well as Long B. So those huge kills really garnered a lot of pressure here for veteran.
Yeah, Drones, I don't think you can do anything about this, brother. There is a USP train at the back of your head as they are just pushing in. Acceptance, this is the kind of round that we were expecting right as soon as we entered into the server. Veteran, they're going to try and see if they can wait as long as possible, but seems like a half-awake Ajax is enough to be defending that top A position. Looking at this B site, Silent tapping already on Reknar. Turnaround as the flash is incoming. Fires with the trade. Heck with a very nice one as well. EV9's gonna go down. Good repeat by Heck. Gets another one with the AWM! And Heck definitely wide awake for the map of Port. He is home.
What the heck just happened here inside of HB? There was just no respect here, Sneaky. There was just a huge amount of util being thrown from the start, but there was not just any retaliation just for them to like push away. Heck, they were just setting up a clinic and a tent inside of HB. That was a huge punishment there for veteran not learning their lesson that you should never challenge Heck. That is amazing position. First blood here from Acceptance in this round is Reknar being overextended around the map. Some huge 5v4 advantage here for Acceptance as veteran wants to scale up a bit here on long A. But it's kind of risky here considering that they do have a bit of control here on CA. Twin System now on the contest. Could be huge if they get the skill. That might just a start for an LA rally here for veteran.
Yeah, this also happens to be Dre's favorite spot. The entire map of Port. Catwalking has been kind of his bread and butter up until that point, with Tism with a very nice flash into the kill play with that Colt. So temporary CA control will be going in the way of veteran, but what do they do about this? Are they going to be harassing Ajax from both the long and the CA side, or is it going to be just them pausing and looking for something else in this one? I feel like, you know, there's still a whole lot of time in this map, so they're going to foray their way into LB.
Lowest of the rounds here for veteran, trying to, you know, garner some information here, which is very, very luxurious, especially inside of Port. Still have 2 nades, a bunch of smokes and flashes for veteran. They need to set this up nicely because they do not want to be in the line of sight here of Heck. Silent now on door mid Judy here, which could be Fires' first contact. And he's seen through the smoke, and what a beautiful shot here from Fires as he gets a golden crown 4v3. It's Veteran playing this mid round very nicely, but they still need to work around Heck.
Heck, he was good for 3 in the B side earlier, actually 4, but Heck will be getting another one, but they don't notice Ting from the behind! And Fires actually catching him off guard by hiding in the corner of House B. Ajax will be getting one with the USP, and he is no longer lost, but his teammate is Heck. Is gonna go down, but Ajax, he is just gonna hide right behind the 2 boxes. Perfect size for him. 3-0 for Acceptance. That was the closest round that you can ask for if you're on the side of Veteran. You finally got control of CA and B, but I feel like they might have waited a bit too long for the execute.
Really go wrong with trying to go for a mid round that has LB and mid in the presence of a bunch of players here from Veteran. You can literally set up a very good crossplay, or split push I should say, inside of Heck and as well as Ajax, denying the top A position, and then let Veteran just react accordingly from their sheer raw aim, right? So Acceptance really using the power of just amazing gun skill at this point. It's just amazing shots here from Heck. Ajax with a good rotation. Ting just being Ting, you know, being the late lurk, trying to mess with the minds of Veteran. So Intism with one of the most awkward positions here. Just being sprayed out here by Ting. He's gonna get chip damage, and they left the C4 in a very odd spot. I don't even feel like Veterans want to challenge the mid side here, Sneaky, but kind of feels like they're just scattered around here at mid. Reknart now sees the shoulder of Ting, and he wants to go in for a fight. Reknart receives huge damage here, but it is a 5v4. I don't think this is like the best spot here for a Veteran to challenge any of the souls here of Acceptance.
Oh, and especially Ting. He has the M14 EBR too. So effective in those wall bangs, and the damage is just going to keep pouring on the side of Veteran. And here comes the flank from Silent, not heard on the backside, but he is spotted down to 1 HP, finally tapped out by drones. And it becomes a 4 versus 3. However, Veteran, what are you going to do about this? Heck in the Z position, spotted by EV9, but still gets the shot in time. And Ajax on top A, and both snipers are fully online for the map of Port. That is the worst nightmare imaginable if you're on the BL side. Acceptance now with 4 points.
It's the GR, man. Acceptance is just using the GR side very nicely. From the amount of patience that Ajax has to hold LA, and Heck just being the double duty guard inside of ZN as well as Long B. It's that efficient way of trying to garner so much of action here. Just for them to get the kill. Silent now with a laborious double kill here inside of Z. Might get a double, but he's going to get traded here by Twintis. Important 3v3 with Fires with a very hot entry inside of mid. It's now Acceptance. Their defense is now compromised as Fires now seeking a rotating Ajax. Now Heck, last man standing here for Acceptance on the 1v3.
And that man is low. He's just going to be finished off with the USP. Has to be careful about this situation. Heck, still just as capable. Twintism pulling out the Colt instead.
Beautiful.
Beautiful distraction there from the long player. But beautiful turnaround as well from the side of Veteran. I feel like Fires, you know, him kind of just forcing his way into A and B side, getting some control finally in the map. Silent did a great job of kind of holding the Z side, but, you know, Fires and the boys, they just waited for Acceptance to kind of run into their own demise here and finally get the point.
See? It's Fires, man. He went from spawn to mid in a matter of seconds, and he really got kills skillfully. It's not luck. It's not chance. It's definitely an expression here from Fires, who's 7-4 right now. Reknart now with an entry like Fires from the past round. He did get the kill, but he needs more than just that. Heck now overwhelmed, not getting the position that he wanted. Here comes Dre with a lurk of his own. He has the AK-47. He might get a double, but Fires cancels him out. It's now a 2v3 with just Ajax, who is just 4 HP. Can still be efficient. Does have the TRG to make sure that his reaction time is just much more faster than 3 alive here for Veteran.
Yeah, Fires doing really well with these openings. Ajax still getting Twintism though, despite being 4 HP. Drones, yeah, with the USB, I think this is just going to be easy for him unless he gets shot in the head. And that will be the second one for the side of Veteran. Once again, the result of some very nice openings here from the side of Fires. They have been fighting mid time and time again, and actually actively targeting Ting, who has been a very good rotational player on the side of Acceptance. And there it is. Heck, the insurance policy is here. Ting has been having trouble. Just let Uncle Heck handle it, bro.
Alright, so mid wins games here for Veteran, but if they do not get that access, Sneaky, like what Heck did for the start of Reknart, And I'm just afraid that Veteran cannot convert any of like the positions that they have right now. So might be a good thing here for Acceptance that they did put Heck on that spot instead of HB. Let Ajax do his thing. So good positions for Acceptance. They are the GR. They have the strong side. So Veteran just needs to have like a good read of which player does have the position right now. Kinda is tough because every position that Acceptance has is that strong. Just look at the amount of kills that Acceptance already has compared to what Veteran did want. Sign is now down. Fire's now possible entry here now on Z. The rotating Heck is gonna get overwhelmed. Does not know what to do. Just gets caught off guard. And then another shot here from Veteran.
Jado.
You just instantly make it a 3v2.
Jado could still be a factor in this one. If he can shoot Twintism in the hand, that could be a big factor. Drone still coming in from the court side. He's trying to tap away, but Dre, you're going to need to spray in that situation. But that is going to cause a bit of delay for the B side, actually. Ajax just in time. He can double jump on this box. Maybe get the climb up ongoing. Drone's going to spot one, but fires. It will be a trade in return. Dre with a nice headshot. Could make all the difference. Twintism dropping down with the Colt once again. And Veteran, this is the longest streak that we have seen from them so far, and they're keeping it close with Acceptance.
It's getting close. It's from the mere fact that they can really adjust from the aspect of losing mid-control to just forcing these duels on LB. So they might have gotten the first blood from Acceptance, but it's the mere conversion of putting Veteran in the spot that they need to entry, man. There's nothing that they can lose. So it's kind of a good sign here for Veteran that they're playing the confidence game pretty nicely because this is just Acceptance being themselves. I'm pretty sure about that. And at the same time, they're just trying to limit test on like how sure Veteran will be winning these gunfights.
Yeah.
So huge positions here for Acceptance. Once again, and they've now adjusted accordingly, Sneaky. So, kind of see some adjustments on the respect right now that Acceptance has. Pretty sure Veteran will now take this even more slow, probably.
Yeah. Acceptance has been kind of known for their overconfidence for the past few rounds, and that has been kind of causing their downfall in this GR side. So it seems like it's a lot less confident of an approach from them. Instead, it is going to be a bit more passive. Ajax, who has been good on the top A side, accidentally drops down, and that certain timing could have actually gotten a very good point of control for the side of Acceptance here. Ajax is hanging around on ladder, but he is stuck. He cannot move from that position. He is standing on the ladder itself. That is an all-or-nothing angle for him. Fires getting the first frag, but he's backing off immediately from that long A side. There's only one defender in the B site. And Ting, he does have the EBR. Perfect gun for this position on Godbox. Fire get taken out by the AK-47. Ting gets his own as well. 3 players already on the inside. EV9 fully blinded, can only see the light. And he's gonna get taken down by Silent Dre. Still 4-raying if there's anyone on the mid side. Twintism with a miss. And Dre with the hit. Drones will be getting silent, but this effort is all for nothing potentially unless Drones can get 2 more headshots in this fight. No more choice. He has to go into this B. But there's 2 players here already.
Beautiful rotations here from Acceptance. But they were able to garner some support here from the defense of Ting. Silent and Dre really did their job pretty well on the adjustment that Acceptance needs. Now Veteran just getting just outgunned, outmaneuvered here. Heck, now early position here on long B. Where is the adjustment? Twintism winning the fight nicely here for Veteran as they get the first blood. Now EV9 in one of the most awkward positions once again. They did get the kill. That just makes it an even more winnable round here for Veteran. Drones now lacking, throwing some utils on the worst time possible. Now 3v2, Rectart now entering, sees Dre climbing up on Trash, and they get the pick. It's full health Veteran now entering here on A side, but Tig's now half blinded, and he surprises the 2 players. Beautifully played from Ting once again. The late entries from this player alone is just ruining Veteran's chances.
Oh, for sure. I feel like Veteran, the round that they did win in this one, it is more on the mistakes here of Acceptance, but let's hear the comms.
No, the host. Sorry. Curve. May satu. Do arrest.
Oh my goodness, Silent off the rip already on the second half, and Ajax, as soon as he turned back into the M14 EVR, it just seems like a whole different game for the side of Acceptance, especially on this BL side. Flash towards B side, and Reknard will be peeking with his teammate EV9 on the mid side, and it is now a 3 versus 2 retake.
Ting now, once again, being felt on the post plan right here. Reknard not checking, getting overwhelmed once again. And Dre, where the hell did he come from? And Dre just successfully maneuvering himself for the position of exit. And Veteran cannot read anyone all over the map here of Acceptance. Usually Veteran can spot out anyone, but heck, one of the most back shots we've seen today. On the thick part of the smoke, Heck hits the shot. EV9 now good position. One. Needs more though. Heck, 4 HP. Still survives the fall damage. But I don't know if that is the best spot here for Heck to survive any more shots here from Veteran. Twentism now on a killing spree here on Long A. Very nice that they get the liberty of just roaming around the map that nicely. But let's see if there's... Let's see if Veteran can convert more. They got one. Forces the 3v2, but this is going to be even more difficult here for Acceptance.
Yeah, EV9 down to 7 HP. Ooh, gets a good angle on the bottom side. Ray not going to be looking right below him, but Ting is going to get the second one. Does he know where Fires is? He's roamed around the map. There's a minute and 25, and he has an M4 in his hand. But Ting, he will try to go back and slip into this ace site. It's going to be an easier fight for him, but Fires with the M4A1 still with the wall bang. Could be on the mid side, but Ting instead will be dropping the C4 down. Has to be careful about that right side angle. Fires. Ooh, Ting is actually stepping. He wasn't even tap walking in that position, so they do know where Ting is. Bodega is going to be the way to go. Ting not looking, Ting not seeing where Fires is. And Veteran, despite losing a lot of steam in the early game, they will still get the round thanks to Fires, man. It's been him saving them time and time again.
And Fires, perennial player here for Veteran, just showing up when it matters the most, especially from the start up until post-play here of Ting. So this is Acceptance, and you cannot blame any one of them for just losing each and every ounce of this gunfight. It's just Veteran just being better from making sure that those angles that they have are far more superior than Veteran. You can see from how EV9 positioned himself from lower ramps, heading into the position that he needs to delay as much time possible here for Dre. So yeah, it was a good 1v1 effort here for Ting, but still Veteran who came out on top. Hecta once again on door mid position, but I do feel like he could get bombed out here anytime soon. There's a util dump here from the position of Heck. Could be really nice to distract any of the members here of Acceptance to make them rotate as early as now. So yeah, Acceptance, you could really see the reluctancy of not pushing any of the angles here from Long A and Long B. Kind of like what I'm seeing here from Veterans, playing it smart on the GR side.
Acceptance. Mid-side control for them. Reknard on the bottom side of bridge with that another good find for Silent. He has gotten two once again. And Silent, you know, the man that we didn't really look at on the side of Acceptance to be the leading fragger for him, considering he's one of the more decorated players in this one, but he is carrying, he is killing in this one. Ting will be getting drones. Wintism will be taken down by Silent. 8-4. He still has yet to see a timeout in this one, but Veteran, I mean, are they feeling the inevitable here?
Hopefully Veteran does recover, because they did play an insurmountable amount of rounds that they have to give here up against Acceptance, that they kind of felt like they were supposed to win. But once again, Acceptance is winning the fights we're in. We have to shoot our guns and not think about of anything. Good start here for Fires as they clear down SD. 5v4. I feel like Veteran could now scale up as early as now to throw off any of the positions that Acceptance has. They already have control here of LB. Reknard still not aware that he's being threatened right now by two players here of Acceptance. And there goes the roam. Reknard winning the fight, but there's three more. There's plenty of members of Acceptance inside of B, but they don't have any of the HPs necessary for an amazing post plan, Sneaky.
Yeah, no reason on the side of Veteran though. I think you really do want to keep your elbows within the ride. if you want to win this round. Dre gonna spot him right through the hole. Near curve, Drones is trying to poke and prod as much as possible, but he doesn't know that there is a player hanging around the catwalk. A side tank can possibly pull a ninja move and get into bridge very quickly, but there's already another player watching for that position as well in the name of EV9. Just like what I said, there's no reason for Veteran to move from this position. And it's all on Acceptance. The individuals trying to find the picks.
Pretty even, man. It literally just hangs on the balance here for Heck. Does have the AWM, the weapon necessary for a player with low HP. Trey now can get the right timing to get those headshots in, which is very crucial that each HP is valuable, and Drones just punishing everyone. He's only gonna get one. There goes Dre, who's gonna fall down after the chip damage from Drones. Now Veteran not exiting port with at least a fight, pushing it 8-5.
There it is. Veteran again taking full advantage of Acceptance, getting a bit too overzealous in this map. But speaking of overzealousness, look at this long A side. It's full of the members of Acceptance. Someone has made it into Bodega, but Drones is going to be dropped immediately. Ting with the climb up and going down. Back into spawn. Twintism out of the picture. Silent with another mid double kill for him. And EV9 on the behind. He is going to get silent. C4 is not yet planted. And this could be Acceptance punished for their greediness of this round to just get this kill on EV9. It's a classic Filipino trait. You really do want to kill as much as possible in the map of port, whether or not it is GR or BL sided, but with 28 seconds left on the C4, the possibilities are looking grim.
Alright, Heck, you don't need to fight this. You don't need to peek at the enemy. You just have to let EV9 force himself inside of the C4 itself. So, very nice here for side of Acceptance, playing the duo game nicely from both the veterans of Acceptance, no pun intended. Yeah, Silent and Heck played it as efficient as they can, but you gotta admit that that was kind of messy here for Heck, trying to reposition himself for a fight and not just for like a strong post plant. So Acceptance does not want to be labeled as a camper. Those fights are indeed good, but they could get you right on the bottom here. Veteran with 14 kills here from Fires. Can't believe that this is still difficult for Veteran to swallow, that it shouldn't just be Fires getting those shots in. It should be Reknard and EV9 as well, who does have a bit of round presence from the past, but right now they're just being outgunned here by Acceptance. Silent now once again using the Veteran move and trying to take mid control, but it gets read out here by Jones. Yeah, 1 minute and 30. Acceptance now priming themselves for a possible B entry.
Yeah, good use of the one-way smoke as well. On that bridge side, there is a gap on the right side. You can move it all the way to the left, but here comes the flash on the B side. Fully blinded EV9 is going to be on the bottom side. They're going to be flashing in return, but they do not know this. Fires on the right side. Fires with the HK spraying away. And Acceptance, they thought this B side was free, but it was anything but. Heck with his own attempt to get back into this round. Quick scope with the arm, which is pretty bad with the wall bangs. Fires are standing right behind the box. And this has been the farthest that any Rosea team has gone up against a team like Acceptance. We got 6 points for them.
Yeah, fairly good here for Veteran. Imagine if they get at least 7 rounds in. Considering that they are GR, they have the strong side of the map, and this is just Acceptance being ambitious as they are, being too ahead of themselves. Now Ting doing what Silent did from the past round, but he kind of looks like he will be up for success here as long as he does get the kill here on B sign. Fires now peeking, and he just gets surprised here by Ting. This might just be the round ender here for Acceptance. If Reknar does not get the defense, triple for Reknar, it would not be good enough. He's only good for 2, but it's just Heck with 1 HP. Both snipers still alive for both teams.
An AWM versus a TRG, the last generation versus the new. Twintism using the El Clasico Colt though. And he is just sitting around where the C4 is, and Heck wasn't ready for it. Caught moving while the AWM was still in his hand. And it's a 9-7 Veteran. Just like what I said, this has been the farthest that any Rosea team has gotten up against any PH team for that matter. And Heck will not allow that to happen though. Drones is going to get taken down. EV9 tempted to peek towards that bridge side, but this is a bit of a risky defense for the side of Veteran. It's a gamble towards A.
Get ahead of ourselves, Veteran. That was just an early peek here for Jones trying to contest BR of the enemy team. It did so a while ago, but Fires now returning the favor here for his fallen comrade. Beautiful stuff here. Twentism needs to run away. He's 1 HP. Ajax sprays him down. And Veteran, one of the rookie mistakes, trying to go for LA control, but it's the hardest part of the map. Huge shot here for EV9, making it a 3v3 now. So it's just Veteran forcing these trades early, and Dre finds Reknart. And another one here for Dre. This might be the nail in the coffin here, Sneaky, if EV9 does not make a miracle work of this round. It is indeed winnable. Ting is 1 HP. All he needs to do is to get silent here, and he will not. Acceptance closes a very close port game. Acceptance 10-7. Beautiful shots here from the kiddos.
Yeah, I don't know if Acceptance is happy about that victory, though. The coach is really trying to cheer them up, but it seems like they're kind of stunned that, you know, a team like Veteran has gotten this far, especially when it comes to that BL side. And I feel like one of the main factors as well on why Veteran did a lot better in this map of port. They're a lot more patient in punishing Acceptance when it comes to, you know, those type of rounds, and when it comes to the GR side. Let's not pretend that Acceptance wasn't really underestimating Veteran here going into this series. So they tried to go for the El Clasico pub push towards court, towards LA, and did result in some of the rounds going in the way of Veteran with just their patience. But at the same time, on the defense, man, I feel like their biggest improvement here was their continuous mid denial. And I feel like they have been taking notes on some of the stuff that we were saying on the broadcast, because we did say, right, one of the most important things when it comes to the map of port, and I think I mentioned this during the VP game, is taking that CA, taking that C, and then going from there. And I feel like Veteran, you can kind of see the real-time adaptations from them, and Acceptance, I feel like they were caught by surprise that, you know, that it went the distance here.
This was Veteran not even abusing the power of controlling CA as early as the round start. This is just them constantly denying every sort of duel inside of mid. So had Veteran gotten a bit of a stretch of rounds wherein they were able to get as much space as possible, even on the GR, we could have gotten the potential overtime here, Sneaky, which is a very huge mouthful here for Veteran to be even to swallow, because we haven't seen any of the overtimes here for Veteran, so that could be a possibility, but that would not be the case right now, because we will be exiting port with a huge color here for the side of Acceptance. Yes, Sneaky, I don't feel like this is a very happy exit here for Acceptance, despite them being the winners of our set number 1. But let's see if Ankara will be any different here for Acceptance if they want the dominating win that any other PH team is doing up against our Rosea brothers. But that is it for our set number 1 inside of port. Will there be any retaliation here for us to see set number 3? Let us see some more insights here from our dear panel, Mochi and Bipolar.
Thank you so much to our casters, and dude, I really liked how Veteran's been able to perform in this map, but at the same time, this is not looking good for Team Acceptance, because this can affect their round differentiation in our standings soon for, in a way, a thing or two.
Yeah, they're basically very, very shaky, right? Coming into the sport, they haven't been such a dominating power compared to when they fought up against TARINGBABI, but I feel like we have to shine upon a light here going into Veteran with Twentism in, and we saw this from Master Spring when Twentism was, you know, subbed out for the majority of the last few matches coming in for the last stages of the group, or last match from their group stage. He was basically somewhat that we look out for, that instantly gave presence for Veteran. And here, not just with the TRG, but with the Colt in hand, he was able to kill everybody in the server. I love that Fires is just honing his skill now, not with the AK, but with the HK. He's getting some frags in, and they're not, again, this is what I love about Veteran, and as well as the Rosetta teams, right? Even for TARINGBABI, they are fearless into anybody that goes into their face, because Acceptance is a very, very scary team. And you saw it from the interview coming from Jones that they also want to fight up against Heck, because Heck is such an amazing player. But wow, it ended up into a 10-7 scoreline, 17 rounds. The best performance so far of a Rosé team from Veteran. And I love to see that they are also improving. They have ways to get in the side. I love how they were attacking the B side here when they were on the Blacklist side, wherein, yes, they had like a split with one player going in towards the curve. It's somewhat delayed, it's very, very late, but at least we're seeing these kinds of like scenarios wherein veteran in the BS side having strat lines, and even here on the GR side, their B side hold is very reminiscent of a past Virtus Pro strat wherein no one can get in because everybody is so hidden into the side. Fire's just waiting in that corner, going into the side, and what else can we say? Still a big win for Acceptance, but just like what Sneaky Frog said, I think they're not happy that this went on this long.
Yeah, that is true. And this is definitely quite of a great feat for a veteran here. And this doesn't look like a one-sided game at all. Look at that, 10-7. And we can also see how Faris has been able to get quite of a good KD. Most with the peers as well. Tuntism has been able to follow that up. But here for Acceptance, I don't think that we can see the same thing because most of them are generally having positive KDs. In addition to that one, I guess individually they're performing great. It's just that as a team, it seems like they faced some problems along the way, which led to them getting that 3-round difference, which is honestly, if I'm Team Acceptance, I'll be quite bothered.
Yeah, it was a brawly fight here on port. That's why it also became very bloody for both sides. But it is going to be our MVP. It's Ting on the board, rare occurrence, but it's nice to see him in the MVP screen now. 1.40 in terms of KD. Kill per round is 0.82. Headshots not really there, but he provides a rating of an 81.70. So Ting, amazing player, man. You love to see it when he's online. You will basically feel his presence, but this is still very concerning for the side of Acceptance because, wow, they didn't even get 100 for a rating for any kind of player. They were just getting dominated by veteran when they were on the GR side.
Yeah, this means so good for veteran and a bit bad here for Team Acceptance. And I wonder if Team Acceptance will be thinking of something in order to keep themselves away far back in terms of the scoreline here later on once that we proceed to our second map. But for now, it seems like they got no choice but to deal with it. And for veteran, I see this as a win for you. Congratulations, brothers. And for now, we'll be back after a few minutes. We'll just be calling on a really short break. Teka lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. We are still here in tune with the series of Veteran versus Team Acceptance. And for our first map, well, it became quite a bit close here by Polar, with Acceptance ending it off with a 10-7.
You know what, Mochi? It was an impressive start here for Veteran and Acceptance. They need to bounce back here if they want to be a team that doesn't want to be defeated by Rosea. Well, they have to be doing it in a fashion where it becomes like 10-2 scoreline. But I love it. It's gonna be Ankara. It's a 50-50 map as well for the Rosea teams, right? So it's gonna be interesting. But the question is, will the cycle of everything always 0-2 for the side of Veteran will continue, or is it a flowy state coming in from Veteran to finally clean up a 2-0 win up against a Rosea team? Let's see. It's still problematic because it feels like it's very brawly. They're just fighting all throughout. Meanwhile, Veteran is actually making set plays that turns around the fights up against Acceptance. So Ankara is a map that does provide you set plays, especially when they're on the BL side. So Acceptance, what are you going to be doing here in our map?
Especially after noticing that the set plays were actually taken inspiration by some of the PH teams that we have here so far, as you have mentioned earlier on during our highlights, especially, the B-side one, right, where everyone was just hidden and then they just wait for anyone here from Team Access to just push. Like, dude, that was so good here for Veteran, and I really do hope that we can see more of them, because we can already see the teamwork, we can already see them get more creative. I feel like they can do a bit more work with the mechanical aspect more, because it appears that they need to repeat again and again just in order to take a single player here from Team Acceptance down. But again, this is already such great progress, and as much as I want to lean into supporting Team Acceptance here, I really want Veteran to give out the results of their improvement and progress. And I guess, come on, Veteran. Let's go. And I feel like it's time for us to hand it over to our casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. What do you think for this one?
Thank you, our dear paddle duo. We might see a 2-1 in the horizon here that might favor here Veteran Sneaky, because the potential is right there inside of port. I just needed to bounce off inside of set number 2. We saw some brawling here for a Veteran, and I might see even more fights here for Veteran for that Acceptance team to get thrown off in the win, possibly for just being overzealous of the plays that they're throwing.
Yeah, and Acceptance, honestly, like most of the reasons why they actually lost most of their some of the rounds in the first half was kind of them just getting too excited on some of these angles. You know, obviously, if you're on the side of Acceptance, you're going up against a Rosea team. You really do not want to leave any trade untraded in this map. But you know, it seems like Veteran, they kind of caught on what Acceptance is doing. It kind of forced them to play some standard crossfire in this one. We did see more of the defensive sets on the side of Acceptance compared to the other teams who are just kind of running down the Rosea teams. But instead resulted in a loss for the side of Veteran, so they will try to fight it back on the second map of Ankara. So I'm not so keen for the side of Veteran in this map. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Ankara definitely one of the bread and butter maps for Acceptance, and it is a way bigger map, right? Which will be punishing these individuals a lot more heavily, considering that, you know, Veteran, one of the main reasons why they won in this port map is because the proximity was so close between Court, you know, Bridge, and LA, and it kind of was just easier to rotate and kind of help your teammates in this one. But for the side of Veteran, this is where the individuals have to shine, you know, especially with Fires. We're going to need to see those types of entries coming in from TB and or on the A side.
basically, Acceptance does have someone like Ajax who's reliable on the sniper end, and as well as Dre. So you have already two of those players intact for Acceptance. We're in Veteran, they're just relying on the space given to them by Fires. There's not really much presence from drones or even here from Reknard. So I hope that this is going to be a lock-in of a moment here for Veteran, because they do need those sniper duels intact, especially when it comes to the yellow and as well as floor A fights. All of those being happening while that HM and as well as the arches being thrown out here by Veteran. So all of those fights will be very, very important, because I feel like Acceptance, from how they dealt with their emotions from Port, I just feel like they will just snowball themselves inside of Ankara and make sure that every duel will be aggressive once again. Let's take a listen to the comms here.
I was gonna mid, I was
Ako
gonna
ako
mid.
TV, ako TV, ako TV.
I was gonna mid, I was gonna mid.
Nato second mid daw, kutu apa?
Bawas
Kutu apa?
satu.
Ada dua.
Kasih. Itu 3 itu.
Atas tangga. Atas kan.
Kinda curious to see, not gonna lie. I feel like Dua means two, and Duha means two as well. You kinda see the proximity there in between the homies, but... Heck! Ooh, a bit slow, not so quick of a scope in that situation. Has seen EV9 on his screen for about 2 seconds, but Dre will be eliminating Reknart after a bit of a rough fight in towards Hotel. Veteran recognizing, though, that the defense is looking strong on the B side. A could be looking vulnerable.
One player here, that being Ajax, but now Ting with a rotation, getting blown out here by Fires. Can they clear out Ajax inside of the thick part of the smoke? Ajax now gets the explosive shot. They now need to find another one here in order for them to get a good security inside of top A. Now Ajax re-engages, and they've thrown off drones. Now Twintism doesn't have any teammates inside of A. She's now getting surrounded by members of Acceptance. Needs to go John Rambo on this one, making it a 1v3, but he gets cornered and surrenders to Acceptance. What a start, trying to punish every movement of Veteran from the get-go.
Yeah, that man is not John Rambo. He's just John, unfortunately, for that round. But seems like Ajax already with a hot start in this one. 3 kills already in his scoreboard, and heck, just like what we saw in that last one, a bit slow on the scope, but I feel like you could kind of do whatever you want at this point if you do have a lead just like this. Ajax using the TRG as a shotgun at this point, playing EA in that position, which is kind of madness considering the gun that he was holding, but I feel like the USB is gonna do its due job. But heck, looking to see if he can deny some early CA control on the side of Veteran, who's just trying to see if he can try to pick anyone off on the side of AT, who is trying to push a bit forward here.
Right, they added the Heck now inside of CA, but they still have Ajax here on A. So, kind of feels like a B quarter here for the side of Acceptance. That could be really good. Right now, the first layer is now down. They need to find another one. There goes the second layer of defense, and Reknard not stopping in the pursuit of getting B-side for his teammates. Now push the 4v2 now. Heck and Ajax now still 2 snipers. Both long range. Can they go close? At least in the faces of Veteran. Still has not planted the bomb just yet. Here it comes. Jones now planting it for 2F. Which could be really good here for the potential lurk of Reknard, which he's gonna do it. No check whatsoever. Heck now. There goes the kill. It's just the RS player now alive here for the side of Acceptance. Kind of feel like everyone from Veteran knows where he is. And there goes a fly EV9 from absolutely nowhere. And an amazing position here for Veteran to be in. They can react accordingly when needed to do so.
Yeah, would wish to see more of that from the side of Veteran, right? You kind of just waited at the start of the round. Acceptance maybe trying to dip their toes in a bit too early in this one. But at the same time, they're not entering these angles on their own, which is really the way to go if you are Veteran at the moment, especially Acceptance, a team who is also willing to play as far back as possible. But it kind of just feels like they're just not allowing themselves to play passive because the ego is saying, I can peak this. This is just Veterans, but, you know, that ego can kill you.
Really. An awakening here from Reknard. And he's not stopping down. Another kill here for the A defense of Acceptance. And now stacking boxes in as well as a mini tear. With little to no anti-lurk here from Veteran, so it kind of feels like a cohesive entry here from A, but I'm just faking it out. Here comes the mid adjustment. I feel like Acceptance now is trying to wonder there could be any movement here from EA or CA. We could contest this, but, you know, Acceptance learned their lesson from the past round. Take a look at them just not budging at all.
Yeah, movement is looking a bit Brazilian on the side of the Indonesians here. And it seems like Dre peeking in towards second mid, though. Will be finding fires, but Reknar just in time getting the turnaround in Hotel. Arriving at the entrance. But Twintism, he has been good for the past few times. The thing has been caught running. Quick scope. Actually going to hit the leg, but gets the cold just in time. Faster pullout for him. Twintism getting the A side wide open, and that is going to allow the rest of Veteran to try and see if they can get a bomb plant down. But Silent is on the hunt. Heck, where is he in this situation? He's still thinking that they can still land on the B side. But Twintism spotting Silent. Silent will be defending this.
Silent still fighting, and Twintism re-engages. With no regard for his own life now. Silent needs to do more, and he's only good for one. Couldn't get the job done here, and they forced a plant here for Veteran with 36 seconds left to work with here for Heck. Kind of seems impossible. Despite no utils here for Veteran, they have to go and fight Heck. Mano-y-mano, 50-50. Reknar now with a very good position here on Cat A now. Playing around the stairs. They spray him down. The USP couldn't do anything here for Heck. What a lead here for Veteran, all of which were very good entries.
You finally got to say that, right? Veteran in the lead up against a PH team. Where have we gone in just one season? And it seems like we underestimated this Ankara game coming in from them. Heck, you know, exchange of bullets in between him and Drones on the second side, but Silent with a lot more, and will be getting Drones in that situation. But Acceptance getting early CA control. Veteran kind of forgetting who are they up against. They are willing to play these risks.
You know, nice position inside of the smoke. And now he softens up Reknart for the kill for Ting. Yeah, this is just Veteran being read here by Acceptance like an open book. From being able to take control of CA, not checking anything from their flanks is a bad move here from Veteran. Being named Veteran, they're making rookie mistakes. Sneaky EV9 trying to clean house on the TV defense. Now Heck as the next patient for the defense. Twintism now with the kill, and he's still alive. The sniper player could be making a miracle here for Veteran, but let's see. Dre now on the lurk. Twintism gets the shot. My God, we are being surprised here by Veteran by the increase of macro inside of this game.
Questionable HP for him. It will be Ajax just collecting his life. Honestly, a really good attempt on the side of Veteran, but you know, it kind of just seems like once they go for their stop-and-go defense, especially hanging around in that position in mid, isn't really a good idea, especially considering no one is watching long A for you. So that was a bit of a risk on Veteran to try and get early high-mid control, but Heck is going to get drones. Here comes the trade from Reknard, but here comes Silent as well. So it is a 2-for-1. Not the best trade going in towards the side of Veteran, but they're going to try to target A side while it only has 2 players.
Kind of hard now for Veteran. Only that they have to bank on EV9, who's been getting quite caught in the middle of no man's land. Despite him giving some space here for his teammates. Going as far as HM for Acceptance. Ting, not the player that you could see here on tower, but he does have the AK. Now drops down. I don't know what Ting is cooking. He's swinging to 3 players. He doesn't get any of it, Sneaky. Bad signs here for Acceptance, but he manages to soften up EV9 and fires at least. So here comes a split push. Possibly is Twintism now trying to clear it out. I feel like they're sensing that there's still one here inside of Hotel, and Silent now repossessions. It's still a 3v3.
Yeah, Twintism. C4 could be put down very, very soon. But EV9 has to watch your head. There is a Silent watching this Hotel side, waiting for the TP player to go in. However, no one's double jumped on Rock just yet. Dre has made his way all the way into the ramp side. Twintism good hiding on in between the batteries, but he spent a bit too much time in between them fires, not realizing that the fuse has started, and it's gonna end with Silent sitting on the C4. Acceptance, it only took 2 rounds to get the lead back in towards their way.
That was odd for Veteran. They were spread out for the post plant, which is uncanny considering that Twintism was there. Could have gotten any info for fires to go out inside of the site itself. Good start here for drones. Now Ajax returns the favor, making it a 4v4 now. Ting, beautiful shot. Kind of feel like Veteran just raw dogging their way inside of every single part of the map. not doing anything at this point to try and check the power positions that Acceptance can take, especially from TV and an HM perspective, Sneaky.
Twintism, though, the man who has been kind of been leading the charge, not on just the openings, but also the clutches as well. Silent, though. How has he done this? He's made his way all the way in the back of it, the enemy lines. And to the right side, it could be EV9. To the left, it could be Twintism. It couldn't turn around in time. Bit rough on the shot, but he still gets it. And gets the headshot on EV9 as well. Good adjustment here from Silent. And Dre will be getting that dash kill. That's just cleanup duty at this point. But Silent, man, he's been the guy for Acceptance time and time again in times where it gets tough. You can always look at Silent to get it back going.
Vibes is up here for Acceptance, and the aim is not even higher at this point for the period of time. Silent now with an early position here on dugout, and he's passing through 3 players. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. Beautiful play here for Silent as they destroy the momentum of Veteran trying to push out TB. Could have been a good play for Veteran to make a B entry, but Silent silences him down. Acceptance pushing it to 3 leads.
Yeah, and Acceptance, this is kind of the role that we kind of expect coming in from them, especially on the GR side of this map, right? You're going to expect this, that Ajax and Heck will just be clearing their side, but you know, past few times, Heck has been getting caught time and time again, and I was just about to say, Heck, a bit too brave on the CA side. It's all on Ajax on the sniper duty to try and get this back. Fires is going to get taken down, and there will be a hold on to players on towards that yellow side.
Oh, it starts here for Acceptance, and Veteran did have that huge of a pick, but really destroyed any sort of momentum for them to be playing aggressive now. But Veteran still trying to make things worthwhile, that they have A. They need to get those kills intact. CA still has a member alive here for Acceptance, and that is the info that they need. But Ting challenges Reknart, and he falls for it. 4v1 now here for Ajax. Let's see what he can do here. Struggling to make a shot, and the EBR finishing it off for the wallbang kill. Veteran still putting up a fight.
Yeah, and a fight indeed. Silent and the boys, despite some very nice climb ups in this one, they are still getting caught in some of these situations, right? CA has been kind of been annoying for Heck, especially, right? Them just trying to get that time and time again. But man, these small moments where Acceptance, they just thought that we have this angle, I got this on my own, I'm not gonna nade and flash for it. Once again, the ego kind of just killing them there, but Twintism made it on the way all towards the HM side. Cold finally hitting on the 4th bullet. But EV9 will be spraying down Heck, who has found himself on CA. Fires has made his way all the way into spawn. Silent will keep fighting, standing and banging in the wrong place. Ajax and Dre, the last 2 left alive. Dre can definitely get some headshots going, but Ajax would be a safer bet. A few times on the TRG, he has to reload it. USP in hand, headshot is there for EV9. Ajax is still not done. On the A side, he's made it. At least a possibility for them to get back into this one. There is still a player on towards CA. Drones will take care of Dre. But there is a bit of trouble looming in the vent side. 96 HP, still a plenty. Drones is gonna get taken down. Nice headshot, but he will take the nade of the afterlife, and it will be a close half.
My god, a 5-4 half here for Veteran, and as well as Acceptance, who, you know, despite them having the favorable start for their side, because Acceptance loves to play their GR, kind of feels like they didn't do any mind-blowing games.
Masuk Anya. Tiga.
Bisa ka gear? Yung 64 na! Patay.
Silent is smiling, man.
What I've been saying.
Wait. Oh my goodness, Twintism. Hold on. He got stuck on soap. But unfortunately, look at the A site. It is just all clean for the side of Acceptance. Drones with a Colt will be getting Silent, but Heck, finally with a bit of space, he gets the kill with the AWM, and it will be Ragnar taken down. Unfortunately, we might be back to regularly scheduled programming in the second half, but Veteran, chance to kind of bring this back. The secondary sniper is out here for drones.
It's just Acceptance waiting for their BL side, despite them being noted as like one of the premier teams inside of GR of Ankara, especially from the run on impact. Silent and Ting just breaking the bounds of the map, going as early as 15 seconds into the round. They're already inside of B side. Twentism now, defense up, needs to get more. Reknart now reading the rotation here of Heck, and Dre is still alive, 52 HP, forcing a 2v2. Veteran still on defense mode, but not any longer here for Ajax as he exposes the position here of Twentism. Jones alive and well, pretty healthy for a man.
He's gonna
Needs
chase
to get his 8th kill of the game so that Veteran could at least get around on the second half, and Dre now running away. C4 stuck inside of batteries.
Yeah, but Drones is going to start investigating Tunnels B as well. And this is going to create a very awkward timing for the side of Veteran. But Dre, I think Drones is now a bit suspicious that Dre has made a full turnaround in this one. Backwards B-hop into the wrong spot and into his opponent. You know, he's tried everything to kind of mask his footsteps, but it seems like Veteran just a bit too wary of his tricks. And they are keeping it really close in this Ankara map. Really good defense coming in from them. Good recovery.
Not miss a beat from the port gameplay that we saw, Sneaky. Veteran, if they can brawl their way out of a set win, they will do so. Just take a look at these plays here from Reknard as well as Twentism to get things riling up here for Veteran. Kind of feels like it was a very impressive defense here for Ajax and the rest of the crew here. Once again, the mid-round adjustment for Veteran has been working pretty nice as they learned a thing or two inside of port and just translating it inside of Ankara. Now Acceptance. If there's anyone who learned the lesson, that's definitely not Acceptance. They're still reluctant to make sure that those plays are like the ones that they're accustomed to. Just kind of feels like they're just freestyling everyone here on Veteran. But of course, Veteran, this means a lot to them when they get a win. And Ting getting headshotted by the EBR. Job's not done, but that is a promising chip damage here for Veteran.
Veteran though, not quite of a round coming in from them. It's no longer testing whether or not there is a player on towards the strong side. And I actually like this adjustment from the side of Veteran, right? You're kind of covering HM, you're kind of just allowing B-side to be given on the side of Acceptance, and you would rather just play for the retake instead. And high mid control would be way more important compared to this B-side if ever you're trying to pull this one off. But heck, he can ruin the plans here very quickly. Scoped in with the AWM on second mid on the heady angle. And the AWM perfect for this position. Not an inch moved here from Heck. And Twentism will be spotting Dre. Tries to go for the rescope, but he gets taken down immediately by the HK417. And that's going to be a plant for Acceptance. They decide to take it slow in the B site, and it worked out perfectly.
Marvelous here for Acceptance. Splendid indeed. Just being Acceptance in this round. You can feel that the way they drawn up the play for Heck to get a position on the heady, and Acceptance not going as far as just placing themselves in batteries. This is an Acceptance-filled round. Now Heck on the rotation, trying to get a bit of a pressure here on EV9, where the flying USPs. He's still alive. 8 seconds left to work with. And they catch a fish flying out of the sea. Acceptance. One of the stronger rounds that we saw from them, despite them, you know, going toe-to-toe with Veteran.
Yeah. And it seems like the AWM now starting to activate as well for the side of Heck, but at the same time, the amount of space that was given in the B side, it was definitely allowable, but you cannot allow any player to get taken out in that kind of situation, right? You have to, you know, preserve life as much as possible. Maybe there would be a peek or two, but unfortunately it didn't work out to their favor. Just like that, though, Drones taken out of his floor A position. Vents is the only way to defend this A site.
Kind of bad that Jones is now out. Acceptance might find a hole here in the defense of Veteran if they want the aggression to work once again, because it has not been really good here for Acceptance for the past couple rounds. It's trying to be overzealous at all of these angles. Now Heck is down. Same goes here for Reknart. Twentism has the angle, but Acceptance throwing out a smoke. Good reaction for the kind of position here for Twentism. But Dre, you're in the radar of an Arctic player. EV9 now clears out vents. Needs to do more. Ting now still alive. Can he get the post that he wants for his team? Gets the headshot. And it's indeed winnable for the young gun here. Up against the veteran. Scopemanship of fires. Ting is now down. A beautiful retake here for veteran. Showing who's boss inside of that round.
There it is. A 1v1 like that could definitely turn the tides very quickly in a game like this. Veteran, man, neck and neck with the boys of Acceptance. And it seems like the Rosea team's entrance going into the Sea Masters could be sooner than expected. And it will only take 4 more rounds if ever they want to do so. But Silent, using a decade-old move on the map of Port, will be getting that guy in the vent side. Twintism already out of the picture. That is one of the problem players, but it seems like Drones, Fires as well, has started to step up in the second half.
A rough patch here for side of veteran, just not being able to, you know, get the positions that they wanted because Twentism is now out, so they have to rely on Drones, who I believe is still a formidable player to guard out Room A. Acceptance. He now called the audible here to make the rotation happen so that Heck can do his magic. EV9 now senses that there is someone here inside of CA, but already Acceptance has made their way towards B side, and I don't think Veteran is fully aware of what's happening.
Yep, they've been giving up B site time and time again. Dre ready and waiting for EV9 swing on towards that TB side, but there is also someone who wants to check in on the hotel, and Reknard, he successfully does, but Dre denying the tunnels B side. He has to deny Reknard, who could be going from hotel or from second mid. He decides to go on towards that hotel exit, and he just runs into Dre. Silent with a good hold on the high mid side, and it's an 8-6 Acceptance. Looking to see if they can finish this game as quickly as possible, because Veteran, if you give them, you know, a slight bit of space, it seems like they're getting more rounds than expected.
And Veteran's brains just floating inside of Ankara on that round, giving up B for the sake of nothing. Basically, they wanted to play for retake, but they didn't have any utils whatsoever to just try and distract or even make it so that the duels will be at least 70-30, but Acceptance with another hot start here from Heck. Now Ajax now entering over to Hotel. Caught with his pants down here. Trying to line up the smoke. Reknard not hitting anymore on the second half. Sneaky as Acceptance now seeking the opportunity. Aiming for the Achilles heel.
There it is. The 6th gear has been activated here for Acceptance. They turned up the pace. And they turned up the game. 9-6. Acceptance. It seems like they are really stepping on the gas pedal, especially when it comes to this map. HM control for Silent that he's just walking straight into. Veteran is so busy with the A site that they don't notice that there is holes just like this, but Silent will get taken out by drones. Good high mid peak. But Reknard now with temporary TB control. They can go for a repeak here. Regress on anyone who's playing mid.
The conversion of Veteran from them getting the first bloods hasn't been really nice. Still kind of is a coin flip here. Wherein Acceptance has been making sure that those rounds are being won when they do get the first blood. They have to work now on the 4v5, but someone is definitely reliable in making this a 4v4, that being Ajax, and there it is. Of the most RM scenes we've seen in the game so far. The battle of top mid and arches has been commenced here by the snipers. Drones now down, 4v4. Acceptance can now scale up, at least on the site that they like, because B is absolutely free. And once again, Veteran, seeing as they are now slacking off, they want to play for retake.
3 versus 3. Dre. Oh, Twintism actually getting Ajax, but Dre will get Reknard in return. 2 versus 2. Possibly for the win on Acceptance side, but they still have not entered the site itself. Veteran, temporary control for their side, but this is actually a good pivot on the side of Veteran. Let's just go double up this hotel side and let's try to find one of the players here, but instead they are going to go all the way back, possibly into A. No, they're just holding it for now. Dre Is he gonna get spotted in the corner? Is he gonna get checked? He gets checked all the way. Dre's gonna die. But at the same time, that also confirms on the kill cam of Dre that there is 2 players on the B site. And it will be a plant for Ting, the AK-47 versus 2 EBRs. And he wants to challenge Exit immediately. This is actually a good idea from him. Get into Exit, get that information going. But he's also worried that there might be also someone coming in from the backside. But instead, Veteran, they are just grouping up, looking for the finish. Ting with a good angle, looking left, looking right. But he has to look right behind him. Twintism, EV9. That's the first shot, and the second as well. Ting, 2 bullets, 2 headshots, and Team Acceptance, they get the 2-0.
Those bullets have the names of each member of Veteran. AK-47 on Ting. Very rare occasion, and now whips it out and uses it as a beacon for Acceptance to win it all inside of Angara. Congratulations here for Acceptance. But once again, we are on the end of Veteran. We're in. The potential is there, but they couldn't get the job done. But at least there is a major improvement, Sneaky, from how many rounds that they were able to take up against a Filipino team. So Acceptance kind of feels like they were just getting exposed from them being overzealous, but I see and I sense that Veteran has an upscale when it comes to gunplay and expression, Sneaky. Well played for Veteran still, but they still need to go back to the drawing board. Acceptance kind of feel like second half is indeed for them because they're no longer slacking around. They've learned their lesson countless times and feel like they locked in, especially when Ting was being handled the role of just closing it up.
Yeah, and it is, I wouldn't say the usual programming here for the side of Acceptance, right? They definitely did have a hard time when it comes to the map of Akara, especially in that first half, and I feel like you can give some credit to the individuals on the side here of Veteran in the name of Twintism, right? I mean, Twintism, granted that it hasn't been the best few weeks for him, but he is one of the main reasons why they were still in that game in the first place. And the step up as well here from Rektar statistically, right? He was low-key not present on the last map, but when it comes to map number 2, he was definitely there and fragging. EV9 and drones also kind of finding their thing, but Fires especially, kind of keeping it consistent in between the 2 maps. He's still frying with the HK417, and it's still, in my opinion, possibly the best player in the country. So I hope to see Veteran, they're inching closer to beating a PH team, at least in terms of a map. But man, this improvement is rapid, this improvement is fast. But for the side of Acceptance, right, this raises a lot more questions for them because a Rosea team has definitely gone neck and neck up against you. Is that a testament on the level of improvement for the side of Rosea, or is this a testament of the regression on the side of Acceptance, right? Ever since that series happened last time, I kind of feels like the steam, or at least everything, has been exposed for them. So let's see what the future holds for this Acceptance team.
On point on that one, Sneaky, but I feel like our dear panel can expound more of the narratives being thrown out here by Veteran and as well as Acceptance. Once again, congratulations for Acceptance for securing the win here for the PH region. Let us now go ahead and give it to our panel, Mochi and Bipolar, for some amazing insights. Mochi and Bipolar, take it away.
And thank you as well to our dear casters. And it seems like we haven't been able to see the same close narrative as we have for our first map. But again, it seems like Team Acceptance caught a grip of themselves here in the map of Ankara.
You know what? Nonetheless, Mochi, we did see a very great 2 maps for Veteran. They garnered 13 rounds for 2 maps.
I'm happy about
That's
this.
the first time that we saw more than 10 rounds, or at least more than 5 rounds for each map. That is an amazing feat for Veteran. Just like Sneaky Frog said, it's a rapid start. It's a rapid improvement coming from Veteran. Hopefully, coming into the next days and coming into the next stages, they will get more rounds or possibility of a map win as well. But for Acceptance, yes. Let's address something here, Mochi, immediately. What happened there? Why indeed? They're struggling a lot in these rounds. We're in. It's kind of, how did that happen? There was a couple of times that it was almost a 4v1, a 5v1 in favor of Veteran, but Acceptance still does prevail. And I love how they approach Ankara, right? Use Rectart as a spearhead. Use Rectart as an entry coming into the B side when they're on the B side. Meanwhile, they shut down Heck immediately. There was a point in time where in his stat line was like 4 and 9. But when they were on the BL side, you know it pretty well, Mochi. Acceptance in their favorable side, they instantly just run down the players here coming from veteran. And I love it that players stepping up, Silent as well as Ajax, getting a lot of kills on the board. It required a lot more like individual powers coming in for Acceptance to actually win up until the very last game. But yeah, Silent, Ajax. You also see a double TRG sniper coming in for the Acceptance side, and good crossfire nonetheless for these two players.
Yeah, a really great crossfire indeed, and quick shout out to Dadum. It appears that
Big shout out to Bruce.
yeah. But anyways, guys, we definitely saw a lot of very interesting things here from Team Acceptance. There was even like just supporting what you mentioned. There's even like a round where EV9 was left alone with 4 people, but he still managed to get 2 of them because they auditioned. Like they got into EV9's face one by one, which I think there should have been something like that, you know. Those stuff doesn't need or have to happen. But here is our set summary here for Ankara, where we had a lot of people here approaching the double-digit kill, and as well as 3 people with double-digit kills here for veteran, which is great to see. But here for Acceptance, it's pretty much pretty great performances as well, ranging from 42 to 88, or rather 98% in terms of the rating here. A bit questionable on what happened to Ting, but other than that, it appears that everyone's been able to step up their game here, which is great, I guess, to say here for Team Acceptance.
You know what? Still big applause towards Reknart, EV9, and Twentism, and I keep on saying this. Twentism is also an underrated sniper coming in for the veteran side. You have 2 amazing players right there. But for Acceptance, big ups towards Silent as well as Ajax. Ting, yes, he did not get the most kills compared to their first map, but he did get the last 2 kills to end it off the whole entire map of Ankara. But yeah, Ajax, it looks like we don't need to find him anymore. Mochi, he is very much online, and he is aware that he doesn't need to go towards the Sari store and maybe get something like a Sig or as well as a Drake, because he's very much online. It looks like he doesn't need anything else. He just needs more kills in his bag. And congrats to Ajax for claiming the MVP.
Congratulations to Team Acceptance and as well as Veteran. You guys also won this one because look at that. Those are pretty much really good score lines. We like the direction of where Veteran is heading to right now. Good. Again, just a few more mechanical stuff, but it seems like the progress, the creativity is already there. But let us check out who is our match MVP. Ooh, it will be Silent. It's like a first time in a while that we will be seeing Heck being featured as the MVPs in the series, but it is nice that we saw the appearance of Ajax and as well as Silent on this one.
You know what, Silent is a player that we did not see a lot last time that they fought up against another team, but Silent coming back and claiming multiple kills, right? You saw him on here on Ankara claiming triple kills with meanwhile he's just alone. So Silent pretty much online is a testing point, or at least a big spotlight, right, for Acceptance, that they are here to fight and still win these rounds despite them getting thrown out from port and as well as Ankara. Silent just great across the board. One of the few players actually that you can count on, wherein he can wield the HK, he can also wield the M14 EBR sometimes. So yeah, very capable player for Acceptance.
Very capable indeed, and I never saw Silent actually overextending or being a bit too passive. He's very calculated and balanced as a player, which I really appreciate, even just by looking at the highlights that we had for him. He only takes on fights that he knows he's confident about, and that is also a really good quality to have in a player that knows how to weigh the pros and cons of a certain scenario in a very, very short amount of time. So well played here for Silent, and it's nice that we've been able to see him here being our match MVP right now in this lobby.
Let's see. It is gonna be Silent dominating the field here for our 2 maps. Could have gone either way, right, Mochi? We have to address that fact, but Silence did silence Veteran with a 1.29 KD. A big shout out to our lower thirds rider right here. But yeah, Silent still looking forward to his upcoming games as well. If he does provide this kind of play style even more, wherein sometimes Sting is not online, sometimes Dre is not there, Silent is the next person that you look out for to get these frags in. And I love that he's still capable of a player that he doesn't falter in these kinds of moments wherein sometimes it's crunch time every single round.
Every single time, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more about that one. And I feel like it's just time for us to already die down and go back to our mother tongue. Alright, no? Mag-Tagalog na tayo, chill na tayo, tapos na ang laban. And I feel like it's just right for us to honor ang ating guest at bisita dito, no, sa ating interview desk. Kaya naman, no, ipakilala na natin ang ating interviewee at feature. Wala lang iba, kundi...
Yeah!
Hello!
Hello guys.
Okay.
Hello, Boss Heck, congratulations dito sa inyong serye ngayon, no? Ako na mangunguna sa ating question, no,
Go.
Bipolar. Actually, hindi to seryoso, chill question lang to.
Okay.
Heck, anong pakiramdam na nakikita mong nagfa-fanboy sa'yo si Bipolar every single time
Yo!
na nakikita niya yung popcam mo?
Happy lang.
Happy lang.
Yeah!
Yes.
And hindi lang naman ako yung nagpa-fanboy. I feel like a lot of players, or at least a lot of viewers, no, look up to Heck. Not just in the physical form, but also in terms of playing, no? Kasi ang tagal mo na, hindi naman sa matagal, pero you've been in multiple tournaments already, no? And you're still fighting all throughout. Another Masters para kay Heck. I would like to connect this with one of my questions, no? Does this mean na confident na ngayon ang buong Acceptance na makapasok sa mismong una niyong goal of playoffs for the possibility of Masters?
Yes naman. We're prepared. So, yan lang. Comms lang talaga. Tas, kailangan consistent yung tutok para manalo.
Okay. Ito, next question, Heka. Medyo serious naman tayo dito a little bit. We need to address the fact. First time ng veteran dito, congratulations to them still, na makalampas ng 5 points at least in up against the Filipino team. What happened there? Bigyan mo naman kami ng thought mo, or what happened in terms of your game support, lalo na support, no, and even on Kara. Did the team struggle, or parang ibang veteran lang nakita natin yung araw?
Meron naman silang mga yung mga malakas sila tumutok. Yun lang, minsan naubos kami kasi medyo kampante, pero hindi pa rin namin underestimate sila kasi sila rin yung pambato sa Indonesia. So,
That's true. Okay.
That's true. And we appreciate the honesty din, no? Na may mga times na masyadong nag-e-enjoy, ganun, no? Nagiging kampatewin sa ilang mga rounds natin, which is, of course, understandable din naman. Pero, ayun na, no? Heck, again, no, congratulations. The floor is yours. Batiin mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout.
Shout out sa mga fans namin sa Acceptance, sa family and friends, sa mga yun lang. Ay, shout out kay Boss Ramon.
Yan, kay Lera
Yun!
din.
Si Boss Ramon.
May nagko-coach yan, no? Maraming salamat, Boss Heck, no?
Kay Ali, boss.
Ay,
Ayun, meron pa ata pahabol.
Hi po, Ali.
Yan, pati kay Lera.
Yo!
Yan.
Lera.
Yan!
Lera.
Dale! Congratulations!
Dale!
Dale.
Ayun, maraming
Thank
salamat,
you.
Boss Heck,
Thank
no?
you.
Congratulations, and we're looking forward na makita pa in a better at mas pina-upgrade na form itong Team Acceptance.
Good luck.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Congratulations, brother.
Solid,
No? Solid talaga, lalo na sa mga na-shoutout ni Heck, no? Pamilya
Totoo.
lang, nadali pa lahat. But yeah, Heck, congratulations sa Heck ulit na, and for the rest of Acceptance. Yun na nga, it is one hell of a matchup. Hopefully, TARINGBABI also nag-improve, no, after 1 week.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, mamamataan natin yun maya-maya, no, na kung talaga nga bang meron bang naging development itong si TARINGBABI, no? I mean, it's their first time here. After all, no, should it be a bit too harsh on them? Pero for Comeback Friends, I am not quite sure. So we'll see kung ano mangyayari maya-maya after nitong ating quick short break. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it to double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back dito sa ating ikalawang serye for today. Kung kanina nagpamalas ng galing at as well as development ang ating team from Rosie na si Veteran at nanalo pa rin ang Team Acceptance in a close fashion every map. This time naman ang magpapakitang gilas is gonna be TARINGBABI versus Comeback Friends. Do you have any expectations from TARINGBABI, Bipolar? Kasi si Comeback Friends, andyan na yan eh, no? Ganyan na sila eh.
Ganyan na, Tetsu, Aiden, dyan lang yan
Diba,
eh. Pero
no? Yun eh.
for TARINGBABI mo, at least be on par dun sa performance nila. That's what I would be expecting, no? But if TARINGBABI doesn't do that, well, it might just be another ride as veteran situation. No? But for TARINGBABI, they've been pretty good, no? One of the best performances so far mula sa ating qualifiers. This was said by Sneaky Frog and Salvatore na parang, yun na nga, they have set plays, they have meta guns pagdating din sa ating labanan. They don't actually play very different sa mga impact teams natin. A little bit on the lower side though. But you know what? Expectations will be at an all-time high again. Parang nabuhayan tayo sa sa mga performances ngayon ng Rosetta team. So hopefully TARINGBABI does prevail.
And hopefully maging inspirasyon to, no, or more drive for TARINGBABI na mag-improve now na nakita nila na meron ng nararating itong si Veteran ngayon, no? Kaya simulan na natin talakayan kung ano ang meron sa kanila because we already saw some glimpses in some of these players, no, like with the likes of Penjahat, itong si Jimby, si Protons, matindi din at certain occasions, no, and it appears na they have very heavy mechanics. Yun naman yung pros nila dito. But when it comes to set plays, yung playbook nila, yet to be written on by Polar.
Yeah. And even for Makrai, I would like to give that. But he will not be playing for today. It's going to be Jangar going to be playing for TARINGBABI. So it's nice to see that these players are still happy. But we've seen this happen before, Mochi. Last Master Spring, players coming from Rosero, they were pretty happy for the first 5 games, but after that, they were very devastated. But hopefully, with this matchup up against Comeback Friends, we see these masks become even fuller or become even more better, for TARINGBABI. But they got ice on the sniper as well because he has a pretty tough time here because Woos is very much online coming from Comeback Friends.
Yeah, I feel like yung issue nila dito, no, again, no, ito yung kanilang history, no, both matches natin dito from Team Acceptance as well as for Vid, unfortunately, natalo sila, and it's quite one-sided. I feel like yung issue talaga nila dito is, number one, maliban sa kulang yung kanilang playbook, their players lack flexibility. Because normally, dito sa scene natin, we always have an additional player to switch up na double sniper setup, minsan tatlo pa, no? So imagine the beauty of having that type of flexibility anytime the need arises in order to adjust para makapag-step up sa katapat mo, no? Pero sabi nga ng isa nilang player dito, ano nga ba ang sinabi niya? Ito ay galing kay Makray. Wow.
Makray.
Makray.
Makray coming in for TARINGBABI.
Naging artist pa, no? Makray? Team Makray? Sabi ni Makray, are you looking forward to play against both Comeback Friends and Virtus Pro? There are strong teams with talented players, and matches against teams like them are always a good test of our abilities. Competing against strong opponents helps us learn more about our own level and gives us the opportunity to improve as a team. Wow,
Yep.
I really like that answer.
These are big words, and coming from Makray, he has a very, very far sight pagdating dito sa ating Masters, no? They're looking at the bigger goal of just defeating these big teams and at least getting a lot of wins coming into their name. So yeah, coming in for Makray, he needs to lead his team or at least give his team a little bit of a boost pagdating dito sa laban at because Comeback Friends is not a team na you should joke around.
Yes, and I think it is just right for us to discuss din, no? Ano nga ba yung meron sa kabila? I mean, I'm pretty sure, no? Aware na naman na lahat. Ano ba meron dyan, no? So we have the Tetsu, no? The almighty Tetsu, na sobrang tindi nga naman talaga mag-isip ng mga kung ano mga bagay ipapagawa niya sa team niya. But it works every single time, no? We also have Aldrin with the very subsequent power spikes, and as well as itong si Yaba, no? Same sila halos. And we also have Aiden na ang sipag humakot ng mga MVP titles natin.
Yeah, very much so. Looking at Comeback Friends, you also have to talk about Woos being the sole sniper here most of the time. Yes, Tetsu does snipe, pero kasi parang he doesn't have that kind of urge anymore to snipe out now. He's mostly wielding the rifles now. But I would like to say improvements for Comeback Friends as well is at an all-time high. We talked about this the first week natin na parang there's a 60% pagdating din sa Comeback Friends na Aldrin as well as Aiden, pero parang nawawala yun as the time goes by, na parang everyone now is a force to be reckoned with, especially for Yaba and as well as kay Wooz. Tetsu, yes, he provides the IGLing here, but they're still capable players, being one of the best in terms of individual skills. So yeah, tama nga sinabi din Makray kanina, that is a great testing point because Comeback Friends is just an amazing talent pool kung saan they are now in a 3-1 scoreline pagdating sa buong standings nila with just losing up against Forbid. Would like to say though na parang hindi naging impressive yung naging performance nila for Forbid. Yes, first half ng sub-base was good, pero the rest of that, up until the second map, hindi masyado. Parang naging question mark yun. Hopefully, hindi mangyari yun against TARINGBABI.
Yeah, and them alongside with Execration and as well as Fervit, it seems like those three teams, kasama itong si Comeback Friends, no? Parang sila yung merong pinaka-simple and peaceful route so far, no? Pero, naku po, ito ang hot, no? Sabi ni Tetsu, good luck and be prepared. Natatakot ka dyan? Ako pagka sinabihan ni Tetsu, ako matatakot ako dyan. Kasi parang hindi ko makita na sobrang seryoso ni Tetsu, no? Parang lagi siyang nangangiti, no? Pagkapilyo. Pero pag sinabihan kanya ng good luck and be prepared, no? Parang nakakatakot ata yung dating nun.
Yeah. Lalo na sa ating pagdating dito sa ating head-to-head, kailangan yung lalo maging prepared ng TARINGBABI because they have a player up against them na medyo malakas lang naman. It's Aiden. Si Aiden yan! 1.23 in terms of KD and a 1.01 na KR. And that headshot percentage, feeling ko nga, you can easily bump it up to 0.75 because that is the presence that Aiden gives out. Pero Jumpy, no? 0.71 in terms of KD, 6.7 in terms of KR and a headshot percentage. It's also much capable for Aiden. So this set actually pretty fair in my eyes. Kasi Jambi is one of those attackers or one of those fraggers na doesn't really care as long as he gets kills and he gets that opening space para sa kakampi niya. It will be a pretty nice thing to see kung paano nga ba magko-contrast tong dalawang players.
Yeah, that is true. And I feel like there is something that needs to be pointed out here because in comparison to Aiden, Jimby is just a focus on ensuring that there will be someone that will be brought to the grave alongside him. But for Aiden, he always takes those multi-kills as long as it is possible to be taken with additional information then granted dito sa kanilang team. Pero let us see ano kaya ang ating mga mapa na paglalaroan for this series. Scared indeed. But we have Port, which madalas na pinivili ng TARINGBABI but are yet to take a map of that. And we also have New Mexico. Enjoy sa ating mga casters. And we also have Ankara sa ating decider if aabot tayo roon.
You know what? Sub-base is actually a good ban here coming in for Comeback Friends because TARINGBABI can easily play this out. They have
it's one of their good maps.
The BL side. It's one of their better maps, yeah. Port is just a statement piece for the Rose teams, right? It's like a common map now for them. This is their Black Widow. So Port, I would like to see them get at least more than 5 rounds. But for New Mexico, this is Comeback Friends. Sila lang yung kayang maglabas ng ganitong mapa so confident even for a Filipino team, no? Kapag kalaban nila is kapwa Pinoy. But I'm scared for TARINGBABI. We saw what happened up against Veteran when Comeback Friends was here. We saw Aiden pushing CR like it's just bots up against him dun sa may GR side nila. But Ankara, would love to see it. I doubt that we'll go to there. But hopefully, we go to that point. Yeah. If New Mexico is such a great map for Comeback Friends, hopefully mag-import din yun.
At this point, hindi ko na nga malaman kung sinasadya nilang pumili ng New Mexico, no? Kasi mamaya pala, bipolar, sinasabi lang nila, New Mexico, trip lang namin yan, pero malay mo, best maps pala nila yun, no? Baka yun talaga yung inaaral nila. Pero ipakita na nga rin natin ngayon ang ating mga predictions on our lower thirds. Would it be much more in favor on CBF? Straight 2-0s on their side, and we hope, everyone hopes that TARINGBABI proves us wrong on this one. Because in a bit, we're also gonna see if the community has the same insights as us because again, just by basing on the sheer history of both of these teams, talamak talaga yung experience na meron dito for Comeback Friends, but we're actually having some TARINGBABI believers here, and this is much closer than we expected.
CrossFIRE Philippines, I love you so much. You're always giving a lot of hope here coming in for TARINGBABI as well as veteran. 32% is a big community post coming in for the Rosera side, no? But for Comeback Friends, well, this is a testing point. Alam mo naman itong mga players na they're very egotistical, and given that they do have the skill set to do so, parang ma-urge lang dito ang buong Comeback Friends na, uy, sino yung 32% yan? But parang just mapapakanta lang tayo dito ng Jesus Take the Wheel kasi we don't know what's gonna happen for these two teams.
That is true, no? Parang nga ba natin malalaman yan? But I guess it's time to call upon our casters to have their insights in this matchup as well. So let us now call on Datum and as well as Ramon. And there we have it. Hello, welcome to our desk. And I hope that you guys are doing well so far. And it seems like Datum's background is very much familiar, but other than that, Ramon, hello, welcome, and what is your honest perspective with TARINGBABI's status right now in the lobby?
Well, to put it into consideration, right, they're the newcomers from Rosea, and then if we compare that to veteran, they've only been here for like one event now. So I think it's kind of easier to kind of put a bit of a cushion on how we treat the perspective for TARINGBABI. So they're kind of in a way in a situation where they're kind of getting used to the meta, they're kind of getting used to the pace that we kind of play here in our region. So hopefully with a few amount of steps, with a few amount of reps in the PH League, we could finally give them a little bit more of a perspective on how we play our game, and hopefully that could adapt into how they're going to be able to approach more teams.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is quite of a hot take, but I think that TARINGBABI can improve more than veteran if they will be keeping this type of pace. But how about you, Dadum?
Definitely agree with you, Moche. I feel like TARINGBABI hit the ground running when they went into Masters compared to veteran. So kind of struggling when we first saw them. They were all across the board playing all sorts of weapon. At least TARINGBABI had some semblance of what the PH meta looks like. And
yes, exactly.
This is a squad that is very fearless, Mochi. I love the way this team picks maps that is their opponent's favorite. They pick the likes of Subbase against Fervid, and now they're going to Mexico. So let's go. Let's go, TARINGBABI.
We just said by Comeback Friends at that. But let us see what the watch points are here. Stats don't lie for TARINGBABI, Bipolar.
Yeah, this is pretty concerning, right? I mean, you have another team we call veteran that can easily get a lot of like ratings that are very much above 0.8, but for the players coming in for TARINGBABI, no player in TARINGBABI has reached at least 0.8 in terms of KD coming to week number 2. So how are they going to be defeating CBF? This is a big testing point. Yes, Macray said that Comeback Friends and Virtus Pro is a team that they're looking forward to competing up against, but these stats, they need to be a little bit more higher for them to be capable of actually defeating these players, because are they just going to be trying to play up against them, or do they want to win? That's the big question here, if the stats are really saying otherwise.
That is true. All they need is to have that brain. They already have the strength, they already have the prowess, the mechanics. All they need to do is that brain. But let us see our next one. CBF is about to release a Manger. With the loss against Fervid, they might blow off steam here, Ramon.
I mean, for sure, right? I mean, they had a win streak coming into the consecutive week up against Fervid, and unfortunately, they got a bit of exposure, right? A lot of their strats kind of got out-fragged out because of the firepower placed in by the players on Fervid as well. So this is a pretty good way to also kind of bounce back after that loss. And I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of TARINGBABI right now. A hungry CBF that wants to get attention after the loss yesterday is not a place that I want to be in.
Yeah, especially after that history. I just remember that they just faced up against Fervin and they lost. But how about our last watch point here? Wait, that's not meta? CBF's match against veteran recorded kills from VTR 12, MG36, and Jungle Knife kill data. This is a very interesting point.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see more of these weapons later on. Remember our map number 2, Mochi? As we said earlier, it's going to be Mexico. This is the exact same map that CBF picked up these exact weapons. So, yeah, I'd be scared too if I was TARINGBABI.
Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. And I wonder if we're gonna see more of that, especially here against their matchup with TARINGBABI. But again, we've already laid down our thoughts, our points, our tips, and as well as pointers for improvement. And it's now about time for us to get into the action. So let us now hand it over to Ramon and Datum. Nakrakan na!
Definitely time for that, Mochi. Thank you so much with Bipolar as well. And you're joined with the Arduo, Ramon, and Datum for casting this Comeback Friends versus TARINGBABI matchup. And since this is on port, this is kind of like the home ground for the side of TARINGBABI though. So we could give them that. This is something that they've liked to play in a lot of the games that they played from the qualifiers itself, right? But it's Comeback Friends we're talking about. And so far, with what we've been seeing from the record, it's kind of like we're kind of used to seeing a PH team actually get themselves into the winning finish line up against any sort of Rosea team. Hopefully TARINGBABI can kind of change that.
Absolutely. I mean, we can't help but not root for TARINGBABI, right? They're definitely the underdogs coming into this season. They're the first timers here in Masters Southeast Asia. And well, they looked really good at the qualifier in Rosea, but as you mentioned, they have been facing a lot of loss here in the group stage at least. Port, I want to talk about that, Ramon. They have been picking this over and over again, but I could definitely see that there's a lot of lapses still when it comes to map knowledge for TARINGBABI. Hopefully, they've learned a lot ever since we saw them last in Port, where they discovered the worst way possible that you can climb up in mid through Ninja. And hopefully they've learned how to do that and counter against it, especially because it's CBF they're playing against it. These guys like to play cheesy.
They do, especially with an IGL like Tetsu. Cheesy is kind of an understatement when it comes to this matchup, right? Sometimes it gets a little bit too out of control for the liking of CBF, but considering the talent of the players, I don't think we have to worry about them too much, right? And especially considering the situation we're in right now, where TARINGBABI is trying to get the first bacon for Rosea at this point. I think CBF are just kind of rocking with their knuckles right now, just getting ready for a fist fight that unfortunately for TARINGBABI, they're gonna have to double time into trying to get that momentum right then and there. Good thing for TARINGBABI though is they have really good individuals. We mentioned a few of the highlights from Jimby, him being the player on the spotlight in the head-to-head, but I kind of want to put a little bit more emphasis on El Campe, one of the more aggressive players that we've seen on TARINGBABI, and I feel like that's one of the things that really is the key factor for how the winning spot has to be in for one of these teams. They need a little bit more of that proactivity.
Absolutely. I'm getting word here, Ramon, by the way, that there is going to be a substitution for Comeback Friends. Tetsu is going to be subbed out for Bright. Now that is, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time they're going to be seeing Bright here in the group stage, right? So Tetsu will be subbed out, and a key thing to remember, Tetsu is the one that usually leads the charge, usually creates the plays for the team here of Comeback Friends. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of form Comeback Friends will bring into this match. I mean, of course, it is by no means a standard benchmark, but it could give a bit of a chance for TARINGBABI.
For sure, right? I mean, they're gonna lose a bit more of what you can expect from a Tetsu game, right? A lot of the wackiness, a lot of the randomness are kind of thrown out the window, but in turn, you got a clutch player in Bright. Remember, the first time that we'd seen Bright was in the Swiss stage, right? And in the SGJ game, he was a pivotal player, picking up so many of the clutches to be able to knock down SGJ before they can even have a chance to qualify. So for me, I think Bright is a suitable sort of six-man, and hopefully he gets a lot more out of the experience of him playing in the Masters stage. And since we're kind of taking this time to kind of load into the port map anyways, I do want to give you a bit of a note that I kind of set for myself, right? The last time that CBF picked the New Mexico map, it was because Tetsu was running late before he could set up the map veto with the admins that we have here in CFS. It was Aiden that picked it up last time, and now Tetsu himself wanted to play that New Mexico map. I mean, this is the only team that really wanted to play that New Mexico, but that is for the later set. We're tuning into the port map, and TARINGBABI has the stronger side, so let's see if they're going to be able to get that.
Sige, dito ako.
KLP lang ako.
BR lang ako. Ako nga mag-GC mamaya.
I can definitely feel the difference in energy between these two teams. TARINGBABI pick up 2 kills up against CBF. That's a pretty good start, to say the least, for the Roseo squad. CBF might be a little bit too lax at the beginning of it, but they reassert right towards Z, and they still have control of that B site entrance. TARINGBABI, I like the early proactivity. They did that against Fervid as well. It didn't work, but against CBF, it kind of did in round 1.
Yeah. 2 of those kills happening in the same place over at that B setup as well. It's definitely a strong start for TARINGBABI. But in the mid-round now makes the difference. Yaba puts himself in a very precarious position. And TARINGBABI does not clear it in time. Yaba puts their head on a swivel. TARINGBABI, they had the numbers, but quickly shut down by Yaba on the mid side. 3v3. TARINGBABI on the LA position is an insurance policy, but then again, Yaba, he was on the mid side, and now he wants to take them from behind, gets the kill on ㅍMatch, and Protons also goes down. It's going to be down to the 1v3, but in the end, it is still a ComebackFriends winning it out.
That's gotta be tough for TARINGBABI. They got 2 kills from the get-go with the early aggression, but then Yaba sprung out from mid, got a couple of kills, and then went to CA. I feel like TARINGBABI just took a little bit too much time to set up for the LA play, which granted CBA the position. And this time, TARINGBABI will pivot away from B, will go towards mid instead, where they got hit earlier. Instant adjustment for TARINGBABI.
Of course, something that we kind of been wanting out from TARINGBABI in the perspective, but for CBF, it's always been the individuals that have been shining through, right? I mean, we talk about the structure of this team, the lack of a boot camp, the less amount of the org support that you can't expect from anybody in Masters, but Aldrin and Aiden quickly shutting down 2 from TARINGBABI. ㅍMatch does get the kill on the veterans, so it's a 3v4 in CBF, going back to Turtle.
Mid, it's just a kill box. Was pushing with 1 HP alongside Yaba. And that's a kill for Protons, but a nice little trade from Yaba keeps CBF ahead. 2 players left. Look at TARINGBABI, Ramon. They haven't pushed anywhere. And Yaba is already pressing the issue. Bright is also pushing down to courts, but ㅍMatch will punish him. That's a 1 kill for the sniper. 2v2, Ramon.
And Yaba, he's going to be pushing in. Of course he's going to push in. He wants to take the kills over to TARINGBABI. And they cannot get any response whatsoever. ㅍMatch, it seemed a lot of moves come through from this young sniper from TARINGBABI. He is the lone one on TARINGBABI's side. And he is alone up against Yaba, who also picks up another kill for CBF. No. That is 7 for Yaba, and that's 2 rounds for CBF.
Yeah, a bit of spice from Yaba as well. Putting extra lead in his opponents just in case. But that is 7 kills on the board for Yaba. A perfect KD so far. Aiden up above the bridge, barely surviving. But he will do so for now. TARINGBABI, they take too much time on the setup, Ramon. I mean, I like that they have setups now, but it's just a lot of space garnered by CBF from the amount of time TB tries to get the angles going. Yaba again in control of LA, and he's pushing him on.
He has to. Yaba doing it again, almost with the transfer. He could have gotten 2 kills. And quickly, TARINGBABI take control over that LA position. Aldrin trying to do the best that he can to resuscitate the round. As it now becomes a 3v3 with LA being secured by Jimby. To get some early space. Doesn't even know the player onside of Bodega. Aldrin down. Protons in a second. CBF are going down left and right because of the LA push from TARINGBABI. It's all down to Woos. Swaps from the sniper into the HK. Trying to play around the smoke, but he is no criminal for CBF. It's TARINGBABI to get their first point.
And Alcombe getting fired up. You could see the mid-rounding there, Ramon. Did you see what TARINGBABI did? They paused after the smoke setup has been laid through exit, through bridge, just to let CBF come in. And they baited them successfully. And I like this. TARINGBABI, they actually have a mid-round now. ㅍMatch with the punishment. And that is the Rosea sniper coming into play. Man advantage, TARINGBABI.
They kindly got an early round that they wanted to. They praised their mid-round early on, but the early stages where they have to get that first point because of the sniper placed up on B is also another key improvement that we're seeing from TARINGBABI right now. The step 1 and step 2 focused on, but they have it to convert the round entirely. Mid-aggression coming through on the side of TARINGBABI.
Look at Yaba again, looking for kills. Looking at CA, looking at LA. And this is the problem TARINGBABI currently faces. They don't put any player in control of either CA or LA, which lets Yaba just do this over and over again. Ramon, this is the 4th round that Yaba has pushed LA, and he's never been punished.
Exactly. And he also has a kind of the proactivity to go back if he needs some more, or he needs to be the support for his team, knowing that that mid side's also a key factor for TARINGBABI. We go down to the 1 minute mark. Both teams respecting each other. Yaba on the peak also spots out one. That's El Campe on that mid setup, but both teams not trying to give an inch over to the other. And I'm kind of expecting Penjat to punish Yaba if he has the mechanics. Good shot onto him. Bright will get the 2K over to Jimby and El Campe. All the work that TARINGBABI are trying to do is getting shut down by one singular player, and that was the sub. Coming through from Comeback Friends, Aiden pressured on, knowing that TARINGBABI want to get that B-side space. Protons walking in and takes down Aiden, but Aldrin still on the tree. 2v2.
2v2, Bright and Aldrin going up against two of the players here. Protons picking up the first onto Bright, going under, and he will get taken down by Aldrin now in a 1v1, and he jumps up to the box, and that's a quick, easy double kill. CBF holding curve and holding it successfully. As you said, Ramon, all it takes is one person, and TARINGBABI making one tiny slip up. They didn't check curve, and they got punished big time.
Huge for CBF in those moments. This is where kind of the individual playstyle or the individuals shine through for CBF, where TARINGBABI, they kind of lose out on the macro. They do actually get themselves a good push over to the B site. And again, the conversion is not working out for them. No. Aiden, he was jumping, and he still somehow gets the shot on El Campe. Protons on the other side. We'll try to resuscitate the round for TB as Woos will lay the shot down on Penjahat. The early stages from TB is crumbling by the second.
And there's a lot of disrespect by the way CBF are playing this. They keep re-peeking angles. Ramon, that is not an angle you re-peek as the sniper in LB, but Woos just did so. That's why he was able to get the punish onto Penjahat, who is now down for the count. And CBF getting the man advantage this time around. Round number 5. And TARINGBABI again. Lots of setups, but it's just taking too much time. No space gotten yet.
And a lot of hesitation. Should be thrown out the window, especially if you kind of have...
Look at Woos.
Work with Woos on the other side. A sniper turned into a shotgun from Woos' perspective. Yaba on the other side as well. Taking advantage of Jangar, trying to adjust to the pace and tempo of CBF, but there is no working around. When everybody from CBF is pushing on all sides, that's a 4-1 for the side of the GR.
And as you said, Ramon, there just feels like a lot of hesitation for TARINGBABI in looking for these early fights. Just take the fights. They can win them. We saw them win a lot of the fights. And there you go. Penjahat with a sniper shot onto Aldrin.
The snipe. Step 1 taken, but Bright quickly shuts that down. Erased by Yaba. Bright on the second as well. This guy is stepping up. And why is he on the sub, bro? He is frying TB at this very moment. Penjahat, what a nice shot onto Aiden, but he is alone up against Bright, who also picks up a 3K. Enough to take control of the port map.
Yeah, Penjahat being the only beacon of hope for TARINGBABI, but that's the only couple of duels that they won was through Penja. Everything else went in the way of CBF, who is now 4 rounds ahead. Ramon, and they're pushing for LB again, LA rather, and it's Aiden. This time not Yaba anymore. Early kill onto Jimby, who gets caught pants down again. CBF is pushing further. That's another kill for Aiden, and Yaba on the board.
It's just the classic, when we know we're confident to take the duels, we're just gonna push you out towards the spawn side. Bright will get the frag on El Campe. And when you have both Aiden and Bright pushing at the same time on 2 separate entrances, there was no hope for TARINGBABI. They can't secure any space on the map.
Absolutely. Okay, I couldn't have put it any better myself, Ramon. There just is no space to work with for TARINGBABI. CBF are choking the life out of this port map. Look at Bright. He's about to catch 3 players going up into CA. No. And Bright has not been spotted. No way! He's gonna get 3, Ramon, quite easily. And that is just 2 he gets, but that is more than damage enough.
That's definitely enough for Bright. He dismantles the whole of TARINGBABI. The execute could not even start at the entrance line. CBF with their 6-man stepping in. has not given TARINGBABI any space to breathe.
And you'll love to see it. Bright with the firepower. Yaba with the lurk and CBF with complete domination on the GR side. Yaba's not done. Ramon, he's hunting.
He's pushing into Penjat. He is prepared for Yaba, who's been doing this time and time again. Now some pushback for TARINGBABI on the early round. As they now aggress towards the mid side, Aldrin on the sniper. Bright gets the shot on Penjat. Whatever early round TB has been trying to work through, CBF are just taking it away second by second. Aldrin pushes a little bit too far. Proton's on the second kill as well. He is alone in a 1v2. Damage done onto him as well. And with Aiden just trying to be a nuisance on the other side of Long B. It is an impossible task. An aid thrown out. Proton's jumping into him. But it's Aiden to serve the victory on a silver platter.
It's one of the fastest halves we've had here in the group stage. 8-1 for Comeback Friends here in Port. And TARINGBABI, the BL side, has been completely dismantled by Comeback Friends. Completely dismantled by Yaba. And of course, the 6-man Bright. It just feels like Comeback Friends have got this figured out. At least, well, the silver lining for TARINGBABI, Ramon, is they're going to the global risk side. So they have an opportunity to get a better timing in terms of the duels. But they also use a timeout. A very curious timing of the timeout. But you can see Jimby trying to assess the situation, trying to give his teammates a bit of direction, which is obviously exactly what TARINGBABI needs, I think.
For sure. It's not every day that you see a timeout after we swap sides, right? I mean, it's respectable. I can see the reason why they have a game plan set on their GR side, and considering as well that this is a side that is heavily favored on the port map as well. Maybe TARINGBABI need a bit more time to kind of set their defaults. Maybe kind of remind everybody where the positions have to be on the early rounds, but. Again, it's not really common that you see this time and time again. Normally, teams would want to do this if they're heavily down on rounds, but for TB, just need a little bit more time to work through that.
Exactly. Would have preferred the timeout maybe in the 7th round or 6th round where they were constantly getting berated by Yaba in LA or Bright getting pushed from Z and mid. TARINGBABI seemingly haven't figured out that the key to shutting them down is by punishing the pushes, but better late than never, Ramon. We're going into the second half here. TARINGBABI seems to be having a plan at least. They could actually pull exactly what CBF were doing earlier. Just take the fights. I mean, Penjat has been getting a couple of nice kills here and there. So why not put another player on the sniper and put Penjat pushing, perhaps in LB, to push towards court, find a bit of space. Let's see. I wonder what the plan is, because you gotta remember, Ramon, if there's ever any chance for this squad to take a win, it's in this map.
Has to be one of their favorite maps to pick into. That and sub base being the two weapons that they like to kind of pivot to if they need some comfort. Shown that all throughout their qualification. But it's a different stage and it's a different set of opponents for TARINGBABI, and also an opportunity for Rosea to finally get a stand. Ever since spring, it hasn't been the brightest of lights for them. As in a lot of the close encounters, a lot of what we've been expecting from Rosea, it's been nothing short of disappointment, right? But maybe TARINGBABI could change the script this time around. As it's an 8-1, we're going to the second half. Let's listen to the comms.
May kaliwa ko.
Dual B, pre. Dual B. Tiga.
87. Dalaway.
Still a lot more proactive in the comments for TARINGBABI, but it is CBF coming out on top in the fight.
Bright?
Yaba on the USP, and Bright has slipped through somehow to the back end. Jimby is just gonna get wallbanged, and CBF have taken control of B side. Penjat finds a trade, but that is all TARINGBABI gets for now.
And Bright was just a nuisance. He was just somebody who was trying to get info and lurked all around this TARINGBABI's GR, as it's already back on the other side of the map, planted at C4. And Jangar, Penjat, all the pressure, all the eyes on the last two. Trying to scrape by and see if they can punish a CBF, but they barely have any damage. Just Foo's having a bit of that Yaba with 1 and a second for Yaba single-handedly dismantling the retake. It is Comeback Friends on set point.
And did you see the angle Yaba was holding as well, Ramon? He wasn't even hiding behind cover, just outside the smoke. We're ready to challenge, no matter how many enemies we're pushing from TARINGBABI. As Yaba pushes yet again in mid, ㍍Mac is just a stranger to the USP. He doesn't know what's coming, but Aiden has to know Protons is there. And he does. And he connects the shot. CBF just winning every duel, Ramon. Yaba on the board. Woos as well. And it is just a clinic in port. Comeback and friends take another win.
And it was just quick and easy as that from the 2 rounds that we've had on this second half. Comeback Friends, where the break time and the time between timeouts is longer for when they're confident in the rounds that they've been playing so far. When they play like this, right? It's a very big behemoth when you're playing up against Comeback Friends. They did this without Tetsu in the lineup. Imagine that when you have your leader who is the one trying to leash off your dogs playing up against TARINGBABI. But then you have Bright who actually becomes one hell of a beast when you actually activate him on that GR side. So quickly you got your star players on CBF becoming more than enough without that structure that we kind of expect from this team alone.
Exactly. Well, to be fair, it felt like they didn't really need a lot of structure for that GR side in port. They needed firepower, and Bright was there to deliver. Yaba as well. I wonder how many kills Yaba get this entire match, but it was a very impressive showing for CBF. Not showing any signs of slowing down despite the IGL going MIA for today's match. But, well, a lot of credit due for CBF here and their shenanigans in port. But I'd like to acknowledge a little bit of improvement that I saw here for TARINGBABI, Ramon. They actually are trying to get the setups going. It's just that they still haven't figured out how to get a proper timing against a team that is not afraid to take the fight. I feel like that's it, Ramon. They just have to fight the duels, and I think they're gonna have a better chance here in Mexico as well.
We have already measured our expectations from the team, let alone, so the bar is understandably on the ground as we speak. So little small increments of improvement does go a long way for this team entirely, right? And we kind of respect the individuals, kind of show their own plays. But then again, you can't really play individualistic when you're coming up against a CBF that has all the experience in the world as well the firepower enough to kind of dismantle a team that is not prepared for that at all. So with port out of the way, we move into that New Mexico later on. If you're already expecting the chaos from port, I think it's gonna go tenfold in this map for CBF, right, Tatum?
I think tenfold is an understatement, even given the proximity here in Mexico. There's too many close quarters. There's a lot of cheeky angles, and you already saw Yaba making the most out of that mid area in port. Imagine Yaba going in Porto, maybe in CR, maybe becoming a rat on the BL side. It's absolutely interesting prospect to even imagine, and Bright as well. I mean, given that it is as the 6th man here for Bright, whenever we see a 6-man sub in for these games, usually they like setting records. I mean, you talk about Revenge subbing in for SDS. He instantly got a record. Doll subbing in last season and instantly got a record as the SDS player. Bright, you would imagine, will be trying to get some semblance of the numbers game here, unless Yaba can stop him. It's weird to say a teammate is stopping another teammate from getting a record, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, man. It could be a race between themselves or a race for the side of TARINGBABI as they're trying themselves to actually break that record of getting that first win for Rosea. As we now move over to the second set, we're going to be moving over to the panel as well. Mochi and Bipolar on the panel desk are going to be talking out through after the first set.
Everything's been well except for the status of TARINGBABI. Unfortunately, they got demolished here by Comeback Friends, which isn't great at all. But similarly to what Dado mentioned, I feel like there is a bit of improvement that we can say here on the mechanical level. But still, I feel like CBF is just moving a bit too fast before it can register truly for TARINGBABI.
Yeah, you said it quite clearly, right, Mochi? They move too fast for TARINGBABI to actually, mentalize what's happening. For the entirety of their BL side, there was a round where in 6th round, I think it was the 6th round on the BL side of TARINGBABI, they were trying to get CA, and by the time that they actually got the setup and they were throwing their smokes up, already Bright was there behind them. he got the timing to get into mid and to get into the ladder of CA. Meanwhile, the players of TARINGBABI was instantly just looking at A side, feeling that they were safe somewhat because it was the smallest area of the map that they could have think of. But what else can we say, right? I mean, yeah, given the fact that this team actually has set up plays, but I feel like that's out of the way that's out of the way coming in for ComebackFriends, because what can these setup plays do when your setup is instantly negated to a fact from an immediate rig from Bright of CBF. So I feel like yes, they have the mechanics, they have the basic form of a team, but it's not enough to basically close out a CBF that is not even complete. Tetsu is out for just sheer problems from his own peripherals, but for Bright to step up in his name, getting a lot of kills, garnering more than 10 kills, it's amazing. Plus Yaba is here to make a point that Aiden and Audrey are not just the threat that you should look out for CBF. Also, he is here to fight all throughout. Yeah, amazing point. It all seems too familiar for CBF. This is the place where he also instantly cleared off Veteran. This was the actual round that I was talking about, this actual round number 8.
Yeah, but again, it seems like here in the map of court, there was like a lot of moments wherein our members here from TARINGBABI doesn't even know where some of our players here from ComebackFriends are. They have a habit of challenging things that they don't really truly know yet. So I feel like it's very, very important to put patience into play because again, it looks quite tough, especially to some members that we have here from TARINGBABI. But I really want to applaud Benjahat. I mean, the only anchor that we have here, definitely ensuring that somehow he won't be going down without a fight alongside with Protons. But here for ComebackFriends is just another day for them. It appears that ever since the first week up until now, they are still the CBF that we knew, but it keeps on getting better.
Yeah, it just keeps on getting better. I would like to address the fact here that Jangar is also a sixth man coming in for TARINGBABI, but congratulations to Yetja before I say congratulations to Yaba, because his stat line of being the worst stat line now is defeated. But Yaba, one of the best right now, 6.33 KD. Goddamn, Yaba, you are insane of giving us something of a expertise in port, man. 100% rating, and that's merely the fact that Yaba just keeps on pushing in this in the map of port.
That's a lot, no? 6.33 KD. Where did you last see that? I mean, maybe even more. Last time is like KSA, right?
Yeah.
From last the league, and now it's on the hands of Yaba. And I guess that is where our first map of port ends, and later on we will see if TARINGBABI can get this a bit more closer to make it a bit more doable for them. Please, good luck, TARINGBABI. But for now, we will be saying bye-bye. And after a quick break, we will be back. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Hi everyone, and we're now back still in our second series of the day. It is still TARINGBABI versus Comeback Friends. Wherein earlier on, we saw how CBF has been able to take the wheel and drive TARINGBABI for a ride here in port. And it's quite a fun and pleasant experience for them, I assume. And this time, I wonder if there will be quite a fun answer that we are awaiting here from TARINGBABI. Hopefully, make it a bit more closer, perhaps here in our next one.
Yeah, I feel like hopefully there would be coming in for TARINGBABI's sake, because right now it just seems like they're getting a roller coaster of emotions wherein they're the ones in front of the whole ride, not inside of the seats. They're just getting rammed by the entirety of Comeback Friends, and they're just catching bodies at this point, and they're just getting mowed down every time they're getting, you know, contact plays out here. But it's gonna be New Mexico, our map here for number 2, or for set number 2, a map where it's been a pocket pick now, or a mainstay for the map pool of Comeback Friends, where they're just out here having fun. Plus, if you remember quite clearly, last time that we played here with Comeback Friends, they whipped out the signature double Vepper, or double shotgun. Somewhat, some would say it's an SMG, but because if you look at the storage, it's in this SMG section, but it's a shotgun actually. So if that comes out here, I hopefully Comeback Friends gives a little bit of a good time here for TARINGBABI, because TARINGBABI, we can say that they're prepared for this kind of setup for Comeback Friends, since we did see them last time up against Veteran. But I hope it's not gonna be the same kind of thing where we see a G3 killing everyone in the lobby, a Vapor as well, or a knife kill coming in from Yaba. But with the movement that Yaba is doing right now, it might be possible that they might close out at 2-0.
Yeah, that is sure. It would be also quite of a more, maybe much of a playground here for Comeback Friends to just wreak havoc all across New Mexico, and that is why I'm pretty sure that our casters will enjoy it. So let us hand it over to Ramon and as well as Daedom.
That's right, Mochi. We're gonna be enjoying New Mexico as we see it. Comeback Friends, definitely in seat for a map that they like to pull out time and time again, right? And to take note, this was not Aiden's doing anymore. This was Tetu all over this choice of picking this New Mexico, right? And TARINGBABI, they're gonna have to work double time to try to see if they're gonna be expecting. What weapon is it going to be for CBF this time around? Is it gonna be a Vepper? Is it going to be a Chris? I mean, they can just throw all the weapons out the window right now, Daedom.
I would like to see some shotguns. Maybe a chainsaw? A chainsaw maybe? Tetsu, if you hear me right now, bring out a chainsaw, my friend. But here's the thing, Ramon. I mean, last time you said it was Aiden that picked the map. This time it actually is a Tetsu pickup, so it seems like it wasn't a mistake after all. Maybe the whole Aiden thing was a ruse. Maybe CBF are actually polishing up their New Mexico. I mean, you gotta remember who we're talking about here. CBF, this is a team with the high dreams. They want to make it through the playoffs. Maybe make it into the top 3 of Masters this time around. So maybe this is all a ruse, but actually in actuality, CBF are perfecting their Mexico. Who knows? We're gonna see as we head into our set number 2. But I want to talk about their opponents here a little bit, Ramon. TARINGBABI. I feel like they have a lot of hesitation when it comes to just taking the fights. I mean, we saw a lot of the nice shots from Penjahat, from Jimby as well. Protons had a almost clutch couple of moments. Just a little bit more could have been the clutch actually, but I feel like TARINGBABI hesitates a lot. They kind of look scared from my perspective. I feel like if I were to give a piece of advice for TARINGBABI, it's just go ham, take the fight. Yep. Just go all in.
This is one of those moments where it doesn't really sound too bad to bring your ranked game tendencies into the pro games, right? Considering that you are trying to make a name for yourself as a region, you kind of have that hesitation, that small tendency to try to backtrack whenever you try to get themselves the space. I mean, this is a good time to actually become more aggressive, be a little bit more proactive when it comes to being on that PL side, which to us has been a focal point for how that port map actually went for TARINGBABI. They played a little bit too scared. Sorry for the words, right? Because it really is what we kind of saw from TARINGBABI at that point, right? Almost, but never quite enough when it comes to those conversions. So hopefully we see that be a different case this time around as we now head in towards that New Mexico. The unpredictability now added into this matchup. And CBF are going to try to reinforce that.
What the hell, Blanc?
Kanina ba ako nanonood?
Still calm on the comms, but Aiden is not calm on the aim. That's 2 quick kills for Aiden, immediately looking for the third, and he successfully gets that, ever making it look easy. PenJahat spots him out. So that's a nice little trade from TARINGBABI, but that is the only thing they get, Ramon.
Yeah, it's all the small things that they can hope for, especially with an Aiden already crossing to the face. Taking control of Tapsu and now forcing that 1-0. Aiden, yet again, back-to-back rounds, but he wants to get that early aggression out from TARINGBABI. He's now trying to work around the waters. Elcampe not prepared for the fight. Aiden gets that shot. Protons, the first frag. The M14 sings in the hands of TARINGBABI as they try to restrict them from going out of lane, as Yaba puts into 2 kills over to TARINGBABI into a 4 versus 2, and they're running over to the B side.
It's an all-out RM game for CBF, and they are not slowing down. Yaba, 2 quick kills. Aiden, 4th on the board. Jimby strikes back with 1 onto Who's, and PenJahat makes a name for himself against Yaba. It's all up to Aiden now, who already got 2 kills in this game. In this round, rather. Gets taken down to 19 HP, and he runs away trying to get control of the bomb. PenJahat is not gonna let that happen. Nice little throwaway, and TARINGBABI put themselves on the board.
Using a nade, the same weapon that Yaba uses to get 1/2 of the kills in the same round. Getting a taste of their own medicine, CBF. I'm actually trying to think if they're going to put some respect into TB and their GR. Looks like that's not going to be the case. CR controlled by a majority of the players of CBF, as the lane pressure, it was notable for TB, but as easy as 1 smoke to push on lane to try to get themselves over to the post. Aldrin gets shot on the sniper. PenJahat goes down. Protons on the first for the side of TB, but Jimby quickly shuts down Aiden. No space taken by CBF, as now the B site wide open, and Jangar's all alone on that side.
Jagar still finds Aldrin. Was on the trade out, and here comes the Vapor of Yaba. Of course, Ramon, it was only a matter of time. I was about to say, maybe it's time to slow things down, CBF, especially for Aiden, who's been constantly rushing these sites. But Yaba doesn't care. He simply just wants to play his game, and so does Woos, as he takes down Elcampe. That's CBF, 2-1.
Nicely done from CBF, now showing a little bit more of that unpredictability with the Vapor in hand for Yaba in that round. And in this particular, easy to keep the same thing going. Bright, now the water player, but TB actually forcing themselves on water early on, but they haven't cleared out Bright. And the corner has not been checked by Elcampe. Bright with the pistol, and could actually get the second kill as well. Jimby good on the trade. Tapsu controlled by TB, but in the end, Aldrin, they're trying to force the fight on PenJahat. It's not 4v3.
Jimby, you still gotta respect this man. Has got a high headshot percentage, and that's the one. That's the second. Jimby, quick double kill. Puts TB in contention of this game, of this round yet again. It's Yaba and Woos left, just like in the last round. And look at this, Ramon. They're not getting to C4 just so they could bait out perhaps a couple of players from TARINGBABI as Woos explores towards that A site. Jangar has been spotted. Moves back to a safer angle. And again, 2 versus 2. Yaba and Woos going up against Jangar and Protons.
So making individual 1v1s placed up onto for both teams right now. As Protons, he's taking too much time on clearing both of the angles. And he swings into one. Yaba's down. Woos on the trade. Good for them to get that B site itself. So down towards Jangar and Woos. A fake tap to try to get Jangar to swing in his tap walk. Actually, gonna confuse Woos. He pulls out the knife, and Jangar wins at the 1v1. TARINGBABI closes in the 2-2.
Who's getting in his own head a little bit too much there. Wasn't expecting the last player from TARINGBABI to go where he was going in Arco. And Aldrin picks up a kill. The here in Waters right on the board as well. And ㅍMatch finally makes an entrance here from Arc. So find a kill for TARINGBABI to make it doable, but still CBF with the man advantage here.
And also that Waters control that the TB is not even aware of right now. Aldrin with a headshot on the sniper. ㅍMatch on the trade as well. It's a 2v3 with TB down. And it's out of state as well that CBF are not even pushing with the C4. They want to get the kills. And Jangar gets the one. Aldrin on the swing. But it's not just a 1v1 between two players having a sniper, but it's a pistol 1v1. And it's almost like Aldrin wanted that duel time and time again. Comeback friends to get the lead.
And I think Aldrin knew exactly where ㅍMatch was coming from because he slipped a little bit from the tap walk. And that's the thing. You have to remember with TARINGBABI, they're still getting used to the mechanics that we are already accustomed to here in the Philippines. Alcompay 2 kills on the board quickly. CR is in their domain, but Yaba makes it CBF in congestion as Jangar just gets overwhelmed by Aiden and Aldrin. That's a sight for CBF.
The classic double attacker push from Ali in towards the side of house. Overwhelming TB on the anchor itself, so forcing ㅍMatch down. He's already sniped out by Aldrin. And Proton's dead by his tracks. Yaba gonna get that headshot. It's a 4-2 for CBF. They're getting more confident as the round progresses.
I mean, I respect TARINGBABI. They're attempting to take spaces from their enemies, but sometimes they're just a little bit uncareful of their angles. Aldrin not careful of the bomb, and that is him getting spotted by an HE. Alcompay on water finds a shot onto Yabas, who's trades it back onto the enemy sniper. 4 versus 3, and TARINGBABI has to make the most out of this advantage.
Especially that they also dropped the C4 over at that water position as well. Good usage of the double man to try to use the nade as well as the double swing. Overwhelm CBF as Protons maintains control over to post, not letting Woos the sniper get himself the kill. It's a 2 versus 4, and because of the smoke, CBF are taking this very slow into the approach. With the shadow itself, Bright gets the shot on ㅍMB, gets the trade from Aiden. It's now down to just him in the 1v2. We've seen miracles come through from Aiden. And it's not just up against TARINGBABI. It's from any team that he's placed up against in Masters so far. But this time, it does not work out for him. TARINGBABI, because of the Waters hold, get the round.
And Jangar swinging for that final kill signals to Miramon that TARINGBABI have come to play. They're not gonna give Mexico away. CBF might have to go for an actual default this time. But Yaba says, nope. I'm gonna pick up the shotgun. Aldrin's gonna be on the sniper. He's gonna climb up and assist his teammates to get CR, and he will get a kill in the process. The Vector from Yaba is just gonna be used to enter one of the sites as Aiden provides support. Double kill for the shotgun, and Yaba is looking for the third. Easily gets that, and he is just turboing his way through Mexico.
Putting this in disrespect for Yaba. With that 3K on the Vapor, a gun that you normally don't see outside of New Mexico. But for Yaba, this is his domain. The CBF, they're gonna pump the brakes out as they try to get control over Ali. Aldrin's already on the face of Jangar. Bright on the shot as well. Everybody is just trading the snipers as Aiden will also get ㅍMB in the process. 3v2. ㅍMatch has no idea who's on the shot. A backstab into ㅍMatch as it's a 1v3 for Protons, but Woo's on the Colt will grab the 6-3 scoreline. Comeback Friends has New Mexico with their name all over it.
And it might not look like the biggest advantage for the moment, but when you consider this is on the BL side, the CBF got a 3-round advantage in the most GR-sided map of them all. It's just deadly here. TARINGBABI almost all going down to the STS lineup. It is ㅍMB to find the kill onto Bright. Yapa still on the shotgun. And I like this. TARINGBABI, they had the lineup, but they couldn't get the kills.
Seems like somebody was watching the grand finals of spring for STS MVP. Now imagine that. If only somebody got killed from the lineups itself, then that would have been a highlight moment for them. But we're going to take that 4v4. Especially considering that Aiden as well as Yaba are low on HP. But remember, in normal circumstances, this is going to be crucial for TB. But they also have to fight up against a Vepr close range on CR with a smoke placed on the faces.
Oh my! Aiden! No! It's a good thing that ㍍MB can find the answer, but Woos also does the same. I was about to say this was TARINGBABI's chance, but again, the hesitation, Ramon. And suddenly there's a Vepr right in their face. There's a TRG as well. And it's just the Comeback Friends show all over again, 7-3.
It's overwhelming for TARINGBABI. They had a good early because of the 1-for-1 that they've had, and they also got a lot of damage onto CBF. But as the mid-round progresses, the experience has really taken shape with how well they're able to pressure that CR.
Aiden. Oh
yeah, but taking over with that, there's Aiden with the shot as well. ㅍMatch just running and gunning them down. And an M14 spray from Ali is good enough to get 2. But Woos is still here. The long shot still oppressive for them as Bright with the trigger discipline gets the shot in, gets the second as well. The lights are just too damn bright for TARINGBABI. As Yaba will get the Vepr shot onto El Campi as well. Comeback Friends dominate this GR half.
And it's these kinds of scenarios that TARINGBABI kind of throw away. Bright just slipped past from there behind. And you have to remember, Mo, that is where TARINGBABI pushed. No one was looking there behind. And Bright just made the most out of that. That's just a little bit too carefree on the playstyle. TARINGBABI, you have to watch your flank. You have to watch your front as well, because Aiden is right there.
Right there, right behind you. Bright again. Bright is just talking on them. TB had no business taking control of BR anymore. Especially with Bright, with how fast he is on the back lines.
Ouch.
And there's nothing that TB can do. But ㅍMatch all alone, he's been good so far on 10 kills. But again, CBF just scouring all around him. He'll only get 1. But the damage has been done. Comeback Friends on series point.
That's gotta be some sort of a record from Bright. The sheer number of lurks he's been able to pull in Mexico. Ramon, it's just ridiculous. Proton's pushing. They're fighting TARINGBABI. And that is 1 kill. Proton's looking for the second. This is how you're supposed to play Crossfire TARINGBABI. That's a nice little quick out push. And Woo's holding to hold the line, but his teammates are all gone. That's 1. Has to find 4 more. Aiden will be left in the backup, and he's doing it. Ramon, 3 kills for Woos and Aiden. As Aiden is up for the task of a 1v4. Bomb planted, Jangar on the fight, Aiden on the box. And Jangar will be putting him down to 1 and the 0. CBF finally getting challenged, and TARINGBABI finding control.
That's what we've been looking for, Datham. Rank match mode activated for Protons. Being the solo push with that M14, just jumping all around with the movement with that M14 itself. That's enough to overwhelm them. Bright going too far on the ㅍMB, but he still wins out on the fight. Aiden and Woos trying to get themselves that CR control, but TB, how did they even give up the kill over to Bright?
I know. Aiden, he just peeks, man. Just gets the kill. Jangar is getting challenged as well. CBF suddenly have taken control of the entirety of Stairs and Alley, and they don't know where they're at. TARINGBABI left guessing, but they do find Woos. They do find Aiden. So it's suddenly the 3 versus 2 that TARINGBABI have lost control of. Jangar playing deep near Hotel, near their RS. But they do get the kill onto Bright. Too deep on the lurk, and TARINGBABI have learned to punish the mistakes of Bright.
They're in good positions as well to kind of talk it out in the mid-round. Starting over from RS into the Waters push that only one guy is close enough to try to stop them on their tracks. Maybe a portal push? This late in the round? Just gonna try to actually give that info on the other side. Very risky on the push, TB. I respect the balls, but this is also giving a lot of time for Yaba to reposition.
They got the perfect setup for it too. Yaba from under. Sniper shot coming through all the way from outside. And Aldrin, it's easy. Big kings for him. That's 1. Jangar, it's just a matter of time. They know exactly where Jangar is going to come from because nobody else could have thrown that nade. And Yaba, oh look, Yaba. Yaba's got a knife in his hands. But Aldrin's not going to let that happen. They're not going to let Mexico go away and Comeback Friends with a quick 2-0.
Talked about it, no Tetsu. But firepower in the form of Bright, as well as everybody else is firing on all cylinders, is enough, more than enough for a Comeback Friends to get themselves that 2-0 in New Mexico that quickly is becoming their favorite. And the amount of guns that we've seen from Yaba, I mean, he was flexing around that Vepr. I don't think there was ever a time that he actually picked up an HK as well as an M14. This guy just wanted to run rampant with that, with the Vepr in hand. But overall, I think the confidence from this New Mexico for Comeback Friends has been on a different level ever since they started picking that up in the early stages of this group stage. And I kind of would feel like the CBF team is continuously becoming more confident and confident as we started our group stage because of the individuals, man.
Absolutely. A quick recovery from that fervid loss. CBF looking absolutely lovely off of just a quick timeout, a couple of days not playing, and they're back here and showing us exactly what they can do. Although, TARINGBABI, there was actually a particular part of this game where they kind of looked able to challenge CBF. That was around round number 13 or 14 where they actually rushed and pushed and got a couple of kills, and CBF looked alarmed for a second to the point where TARINGBABI actually won a round or two. But then, you know, that mishap with Portal happened and it was just too late in the round. If you want to make the most out of Portal, you have to open the door the moment the round starts. That's how you keep your enemies guessing. And I guess that you can attribute that to just sheer map control, sheer map knowledge that TARINGBABI ultimately is still lacking for now. But you can see what they can do, Ramon, when they start rushing and fighting.
For sure, right? I mean, you just have to remind these players that they're playing a game where they can just take over if they want to just hold W, right? And I think that's one of the things that has been missing from what we want to see out of the macro from this play in particular, and that is the whole W strategy. We've seen that from Protons with the round that you're referencing. He was a key player and how they were able to finally get the decisive round that they were looking for. But if Protons could somehow initiate that sort of mentality, like we can try to be a bit more aggressive, maybe TARINGBABI could get that improvement that they're looking for. But for now, we celebrate the small victories that we've had. They've had that improvement from how they're approaching this game. But overall, the win still goes over to Comeback Friends and how well they're able to get themselves at New Mexico very, very decisively. And for now, we're going to be wrapping up this series 2-0 for Comeback Friends. Mochi and Bipolar, I hope you guys enjoyed the series that we've had.
Well, always. Thank you so much, casters, Didum, and as well as Ramon. And although, just a few things, I didn't expect that it would be quite of an explosive one, even for the side of TARINGBABI during our New Mexico map Bipolar. It's not quite that bad.
Yeah, in New Mexico, there was a lot of times where Comeback Friends actually played a little bit slower than we expected because they were always in a 2v2 scenario, or at least the numbers dwindled down to a point where TARINGBABI had a chance to play more rounds that they could have garnered here on New Mexico. So yeah, very different pace. TARINGBABI had a little bit of chance there, but of course, in Comeback Friends, they'll be very egotistical with those Veprs. Mochi, we saw it. They never took that away from their inventories. But it is going to be exciting, though, that Comeback Friends is already 2-0 now into their standings. A very good record so far for them. But for TARINGBABI, I feel like a little bit more practice and a little bit more, research might be needed here for the upcoming games, because Comeback Friends is one of the middle teams here, and if they faltered just like this even more, what more can we say if they're up against the top dogs coming from CrossFIRE?
Couldn't agree more what you have mentioned. Well, dude, I hope that TARINGBABI already finds their footing onto the scene, and I hope that this league becomes quite of a decent adjustment phase for them, because again, we couldn't reiterate this enough. The fact that their players already has that mechanical aspect of pretty similar to how we play here in the scene. It's already there. All they have to do is to be a bit more careful and a bit more creative, communicate and ensure that everyone is on the same page. You can't let anyone lose, and maybe unless you're Kano or something, but you get the drill, So again, a nice try for TARINGBABI and for Comeback Friends. Well, seems like they're schedule or like their scores overall is already backed into stability after removing that loss recently.
There's something to also look at though for Comeback Friends with Tetsu being out. we can definitely see that the team is also lacking those kind of like mid-rounding calls because they derive off that coming from Tetsu. And now that he's out of the game, we can see more of like little holes that they cannot patch up immediately. They need a little bit more time in the rounds. That's why we're getting into the long chunks of games. But looking at it though, they're still pretty confident. You know, Bright, sixth man of the year coming here for Comeback Friends, that he's actually getting a lot of action in this fight, giving a lot of like powers towards Comeback Friends to actually be able to win the rounds, right? But in the early parts of New Mexico, we can see some greatness coming from Jimby as well as Benjat. Look at this, Mochi. I would like to add this as well. Indonesian powerhouse is mostly snipers, and they're so good. I feel like the snipers coming in from this region is somewhat to look out for even more. And nonetheless, though, I feel like Comeback Friends will say that they didn't really have a hard time here. They just had fun. Yaba, generational plays once again. When he's online, you can definitely see that he's online because he's just mowing down everybody coming in from TARINGBABI. And yeah, what else can we say? It's Comeback Friends in a pure dominating fashion pagdating dito sa ating New Mexico. So I feel like we can turn it down. Unahan na kita. It's just too much now for me.
Sige, go lang. Pero yun nga, no, feeling ko hindi maganda sa galawan dito ni Yaba, no? Yung fact na consistent siya, and other than that, pagka nagpakita siya ng lakas niya, no, talagang obvious na obvious, no? So, let's see. Ito, no, sa ating set summary, no, nice try, Penjahat, no? 11-12 alongside the rest of the squad, actually. They've been able to push through up to our 14th round. But unfortunately, again, Comeback Friends, it seems like it's a bit too much for them to handle. Bright actually been able to get a decent 68.9% rating, no? Not bad. At dagdag na rin natin talaga, no, yung 100% ngayon ni Yaba. Talagang pinapakita lang naman ni Yaba dito na regardless sa kung sino yung katapat niya, eh talagang gigil na gigil pa rin talaga siya.
Yeah, it doesn't matter kung ano man team yung katapat dito ni Yaba, no? Gusto niya lang naman talaga manalo. And with this stat line, Mochi, I feel like we do see a Yaba that is very much fierce, no? Good shots though coming from Janker as well. I feel like the randomness of New Mexico also gives a lot of powers towards TARINGBABI, right? Because Veteran, they play it very different. But TARINGBABI is actually open to these like brawly fights, even for teams like Comeback Friends. So I love to see that he's not in the 0.0 rating now. He's actually having a little bit of a better game than before. But yeah, Yaba, amazing, even for Aiden. Actually just getting 13 kills with 12 headshots, by the way. That's insane. That's a 99% headshot rate.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, no, na parang first time ko makita na nasa 80 yung rating ni Aiden, pero parang hindi, it doesn't look like that at all. Pero check na rin natin, no, sino nga ba ang ating MVP? Because I'm pretty sure na itong dito kay Comeback Friends, parang lahat naman sila, no, magaganda yung mga rating at mga KDs nila dito. Pero only one stood tall is no other than Yaba himself. And again, no, consistency is key para dito kay Yaba. And given ang kanyang trabaho dito ay sumuporta, naku po, isa-isa talaga nga pinapatubad niya dito, no. Matik meron at meron siyang makuha trade-off or pick-off dito, no, sa buong mapa natin ng New Mexico.
Yeah, the confidence is just burst mula dito kay Yaba, and once you definitely see that Yaba is just pushing every time, you know that he's feeling himself na, kaya ko ito yung dominahin. Tulad nga sabi mo, wala siyang pake. Makakawal mo ka dito ni Yaba, to a point na kahit ang buong TARINGBABI kasama katapat niya, sila mismo yung natatakot sa sobrang tigas ng pag-push dito ng players natin, especially for Yaba. But ito na nga, 1-10, 4-10 for New Mexico as well. So a total 25 rounds were played here for these two teams. Only 5 go into the hands of TARINGBABI. Comeback Friends is just still too good. At kaya may kita natin ang ating match MVP, Mochi. I feel like kilala natin kung sino yan.
Abay, sino pa nga ba, no? Magugulat na lang ako
si Aiden.
Si Aiden pala, no? Magugulat na lang ako kung sinabi na map MVP natin itong si Yaba from first and second, tapos di pa siya naging match MVP. Pero ang taas ng KD niya, no? Again, I feel like this the highest KD na meron tayo in history, especially during our first map. Specifically, but again, balikan natin, no, kasi syempre, no, sulitin dapat niya ba yung title na yan after every single one, not even looking down this direction. lagi at lagi na lang magugulat ang Taringbabi na nandoon pala siya, na present pala siya, at nagugulat na lang din ang Taringbabi na kumusta sila.
Yeah. Parang ano no, eraser dito si Yaba, tapos sulat ng ballpen dito si yung Taringbabi. Alam mo yung eraser na may other side? Pero dati sa atin, di gumagana yun. Si Yapa, gumagana lang.
Sa kanya, okay
Okay no? Gumagana, di napupunit yung papel. Talagang, mukha pa ng buong Taringbabi napupunit with what Yapa is doing dito sa ating 2 maps, no? But yeah, Yapa, what else can we say? From HKs to Vepers in hands, it is still prevalent para sa kanya that he can still dominate the scene. So yeah, congratulations to Yapa for a match MVP.
Yeah, congratulations indeed, no? Deserve, kumbaga, no? And it's just nice for us to hear, no? Kung ano nga bang insights itong ating mga people from Comeback Friends. Kaya naman, welcome na natin dito sa ating desk ang nag-iisang Aldrin, no? Para naman makamusta natin siya. Yori, bossing. Bossing, kamusta naman tayo?
Okay naman po. Thank you po.
Go, bipolar.
Okay, Aldrin, I just have 2 questions dito na, especially for you. Rarely that we see na ikaw na kausap namin, so I'm happy na ikaw yung may interview namin for today. So again, congratulations. Aldrin, how does it feel na ngayon? Bagong team for Aldrin, right? Does it feel better? Do you feel right at home? Mas feeling mo ba na nalalabas mo yung totoong lakas ni Aldrin?
Siguro po kasi mas komportable kasi mas naiintindihan ko sa Tagalog po kasi.
Pala, communication pa talaga ang problema no
Legit
no?
nga.
totoo nga ang news, yung pati yung chismis na si Aldrin, di niya alam yung callouts ka ba, nahirap isipin ko ano yung nangyayari sa buong mapa, no?
Oo, akala ko kasi minsan may kalabang, wala po pala. Yung kasi, yung parang yung accent nila, di ba, parang pagalit. Wala palang kalabang.
Totoo. Yeah.
Parang sa pitch din siguro, no? Pag pataas, akala mo may nangyayari na to sa
wala po pala.
Ganun lang pala talaga siya. Ayun, no? Alden, grabe. Seems like maganda ang pagkaka-integrate natin dito sa Comeback Friends so far. Ano yung nakitang strength ni Aldrin ngayon sa sarili niya na hindi niya nakita sa previous team? Maliban sa comms, of course.
Hindi ko siguro naglaro-laro lang po ulit ako kasi ng mga nakaraan parang lilo rin ako
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So it's still the same Aldrin, no? Pero ngayon parang mas komportable na talaga. Parang mas nagagamit mo yung totoong lakas mo kasi hindi ka na masyado nagugulan inside of the game. It's all just good fun, pati talagang tutok, no? And nakikita naman namin, Aldrin, no? Sa performances mo so far, talagang you're always hitting. Kahit na mag-isa ka lang ng hold, you're always getting a lot of kills for your name. One thing to point out as well, Tetsu, di mo na maglalaro ngayon, right? Di naglaro ngayon sa buong mapa natin na dalawa. Do you think naging problematic pa yung team dito despite na Rosé team yung kalaban natin? Parang walang IGL role, walang nagme-mid-rounding calls. Parang sa tingin nyo ba kaya nyo yun kahit wala si Tetsu or needed pa rin yung parang in-game leader para sa buong Comeback Friends?
Needed pa rin po talaga namin si Tetsu. Naglaro lang po kasi talaga yung sa keyboard niya kaya hindi po siya napunod.
Okay. So, perip pala. Parang it's a sign, Tetsu, no? Palitan mo na yan. Maraming salamat, Aldrin. Eto, curious ako. Sinong pumili ng New Mexico? Si Tetsu ba?
Sino nga ba?
O lahat kayo?
Si Tetsu po.
Siya talaga?
Opo, siya talaga.
Noted. Noong nakaraan, sinisi niya pa si Aiden O siya rin pala talaga yung reason. Ayun, again, congratulations, Aldrin, no? And it's nice to have you back na talagang mas nakakalaro ko ng maigi. And halata naman sa resulta nyo dito so far, no? Sa ating group stage. So, the floor is yours. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong batiin.
Shoutout sa mga sa mga naniniwala sa amin. Hello po sa inyo.
Aldrin, no, it's been one hell of a ride para sa inyo. Hopefully talagang mag-move forward tayo. One of the teams na prospected na talagang tumagal ng todo with a lot of wins dito sa ating group stage. So yeah, congratulations, Aldrin, and thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Congrats. Well played. Grabe, no? And it's nice, no? Na nakikita natin nitong comeback friends na talagang tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang performance dito na sobrang stable, puro panalo, isang beses pala natatalo, no? And it appears na at least for now, no, this will be the goal para dito kay Comeback Friends na makaproceed dito sa ating playoffs na at mukha namang for now nagagawa nila ng maganda at hopefully hindi ko curse yun, no? Pero ito yung susunod natin mga laban dito, no? Execration versus Matches. Hay, nako po, bipolar, parang handain natin magiging reaction dito ni Dadum,
Ay, nako po, tingnan natin, no. Buti na lang si Dadum parang nasa ibang lugar ngayon, parang bigla siya nag-teleport, So, hindi niya masyado matututukan tong laban na to. Pero for everybody that's watching, this is a matchup that you should be looking out for kasi iba ang bigat ng dalawang teams na to.
Definitely. And I can't wait na makita, no, kung ano ang magiging outcome nito, lalong-lalo na that there are some things to be settled with dito, no, sa dalawang teams natin. Kaya naman for now, no, papahinga muna kami at mamaya mag-ready na kayo kasi Execration at Matches ang susunod na laban. pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kumpultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it to trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
At narito na tayo para sa ating ikatlong match for today. And you know what it is? It is Execration versus Matches na kung saan this is like two opposite sides of the spectrum, to say the least, Bipolar.
Yeah, you have a team that has been dominating right now dito sa ating group stage and a team that has been defeated mostly dito sa ating group stage. You have teams, may history na itong dalawang teams na ito eh. I mean, nakita naman natin no, Matches actually fighting all throughout nung nasa same roster pa sila before makapasok dito sila Vincent, even for Execration, bago pa makapasok ang buong PM squad natin with MBA and Justin on the board, even when Yotib was not here. So, alam to ng ating mga players. Plus, Muchi, maglalabanan dito ang sniper dati ni Vincent and the IGL. So, that's something to look forward to as well. But, ito parang, is this the time na maglalock in na ang matches para makakuha na ng round win, o ng isang set win? Or at least a series win?
Hopefully, no? Yan na lang yung masasabi natin dito kasi as of the current time, seems like Matches is being overwhelmed by all of the things na nangyayari sa kanila, no? Right from the start of this league until now. Pero ipakilala na muna natin ngayon ang ating Execration na kung saan talaga naman, no? Na puro solid lang yung masasabi mo dito, no? Every single one of them. Simula kay Paul, kay CBN, lahat ng yan, iba-iba talaga, no? Parang magbibuild ng PC, no? Tapos lahat ng yon high specs. Parang ito yung nakikita natin dito for Execution right now, no? Without even discussing the technicalities of it.
Alam mo dito ito yung hindi na sleeper build. Ito yung kitang-kita mo agad yung mga specs ng computer mo na lahat yan kumikinang. Tingnan nyo naman yung page ni Yotib na kumikinang likod yan. But again, it is one hell of a lineup no na every one of these players are topping in the leaderboards right now with Folex and CBN on top. Alam mo everyone is hitting the shots. Plus nakita natin no parang Folex is also parang nakapag-adapt na siya sa role niya na hindi na ako kailangan mag-super aggressive. We have plays now and we have tactics na we can play very, very slow. We saw that nung kalaban nila yung VP. So, it's actually pretty insane na they're also using Yotib as somewhat of an insurance na, sige Yotib, gawin mo lang gagawin mo. Meanwhile, CPN and Folex and as well as Justin and NBA, gagawin lang nila yung gusto nila. Pero somehow, ilang araw na, ganyan pa rin si CBN, di pa rin siya gumagalaw, di rin siya nagpapa-interview.
Fixed na siya dun, no? Ayaw pa-interview, laging nakapost, pagka naka-popcam. Pero ang nakita kong iba dito, no, Bipolar, is ngumingiti na si Yote. Video gusto natin makita dito, no? Nangiti na siya. Pero ito nga, no, biro mo, tindi.
Wow.
First two fights, STS at VP, panalo sila kaagad. And the scary part, hindi man lang nila pinatapak ng overtime ang Virtus Pro.
Yun na nga, Mochi, they've survived the first two hurdles dito sa kanilang journey and that hurdle is very, very steep. STS and VP, that domination win mula sa kanila. Nadama natin yun that they are now the top dogs pangdating dito sa ating master. They are one of the best and let's see. Up against Matches though, parang ito na nga a setting point na kaya nga ba makatagos up against Matches in this Masters Summer? Possibly, with their new combination of skills, with their awareness na in terms of maps, plus parang nung naka-interview nga natin sila Folex, no, even here for Justin and MVA, parang naaalala natin na hindi lang sila nagre-rely upon the aim style kahit na these are star players that are known for their aim. But now, something known for power as well is gonna be Yotib coming from Execration. I'm looking forward to matches because two of my teammates last season are there. Good luck po, love po kayo. Totoo ba Yotib? Parang hindi pa siya naaapektuhan ng Execration effect. Mochi na lahat yan nagagalit sa mga kalaban nila.
Para chill lang siya, no? Happy to be there, kumbaga, no? Our nonchalant king, that is Yotib, no? And And I hope no na this won't be quite hurtful, no? Kasi syempre yun na nga, no, may attachment. May attachment yung ilang mga players natin dito kasi dati nga nilang kasama ang isa't isa, but unfortunately they're now back into facing up against each other now that marami ang nagbago. So literal, no, na matindi ang ating abangan ngayon and also a lot of emotions attached. Pero let us check out ano nga bang meron dito for the team of MATTJESS, because again, MATTJESS, lahat ng mga pinagdaanan nila dito so far has been a bit tough. And again, no, take the stats with a grain of salt. That doesn't entirely say kung ano yung performance ng mga players natin dito. It's mostly because of the struggles na na-face nila, no, from their past matches. Pero tingnan mo naman, no, despite of that, Ninkyu nakatapak pa rin with one or so na KD.
Yun nga parang itong si Ninkyu come in from matches to parang siyang solo act or one-man show minsan. Kasi he's literally just fighting everyone in the server na, na siya yung mismong player na naapektuhan dito ng Vincent effect natin, na natimpla ni Vincent, kailangan mo maging maangas, kailangan mo na dito maging egoistic na kind of attacker that you can dominate. And it's working pretty well kasi Ninkyu is getting 4Ks every time he's in the server. But something to look also, something na maganda dito for matches is that despite them losing most of their or all of their recent matches, no, palagi pa rin nating nare-regard na matches is still somewhat of a threat pagdating dito sa matches. Hindi pa rin nawawala yun just because you have Zach, just because you have Ninkyu now here, Jason na nanggaling sa IGL role nga, is ngayon comfortable na in his attacking role. And Vincent, still somewhat of a powerhouse na IGL na can still cook up sa buong labanan ng ating CROSSFIRE. Even Ninkyu, parang si CBN ngayon, Mochi, parang hindi na siya nakakagalaw.
Pero kaya lang, ayan, legit yung kanya do. Legit na hindi siya nakakagalaw dito. Totoo yung kanya bipolar. Pero it's nice na nakikita na natin yung mga ngiti na itong mga players natin, no? Yun naman yung importante nating nakikita so far, no? Because it reflects a lot. No, it reflects a lot on how they will be carrying that mood pagdating sa mismo nating laban. Pero again, no, masakit yung pinagdaanan dito ng MATTJESS, no? And we're quite new sa ganitong look nila. And I hope na tulad ng MATTJESS branding natin na sa umpisa nagpapaapi pero malaki ang pagbawi nila pagdating sa dulo. Hopefully, makita natin yun.
Yeah, ano pa rin naman in the conversation pa rin yung MATTJESS run na parang most of their parang pantay dito yung lose and win ratio nila. So, they just need to really win these last 5 matches. No, Execration, Veteran, Atras, TB, and then as well as STS. A lot of like heavy firepower na parang kailangan taasan din dito ng matches yung sarili nilang overall powers. But let's see, no, Execration will be that point in time na kailangan nila mag-break yung record na puro lose lang ang nakuha nila in terms of this series. You know what, MATTJESS? Please surprise us pagdating dito sa ating labanan.
Hopefully. Kaya naman tingnan natin sino nga ba talaga ang pagtatapatin natin dito para sa ating head-to-head. No? And let's see, who would it be? Is it the IGLs? Si Paul at si Jason. Pwede. Not gonna lie, no? Considering na heavy hitters ang both. Pero right now, nakapokus na sila sa kanya-kanya nilang responsibilidad, more on supporting or even being the spearhead. Depende sa kung anong kinakailangan sa sitwasyon.
Yeah, these are two players na very versatile na sa kanilang team. You have Paul X na actually just enabled himself to be somewhat of a passive player now despite him being aggressive beforehand. 1.03 in the terms of KD, and his overhead shot rating is one of the best, 0.74 Mochi. For Jason though, ngayon na he's free from the chains of being the IGL, of being the one to call the shots, now has an enabling factor na kailangan ko actually gumawa ng play, hindi lang kailangan na gamitin ko yung mga pawns ko or my pieces in a chessboard para makakuha ng round wins. He has a bigger, or at least like in my case, parang a bigger role now because you have Vincent also sometimes out-fragging Jason kasi Vincent is also an IGL that can be the one to deal a lot of damage pagdating dito sa labanan. So head-to-head, very much kailangan natin tingnan.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Kaya naman, let us check na rin, no, saan nga ba maglalaban at magtatagpo itong dalawang to, no? Which maps will be prioritized, banned. I am expecting na... Okay. We have Eagle Eye for this one na talagang pinili nila for the first map, which would be a bit of a struggle dito, no, for matches for sure, unless they decided to cook up something new dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. And we also have sub-base here na we know that they take pride of themselves with it, but now that Execration ng kanilang katapat, good luck. And we also have Ankara and as our decider here, Bipolar.
Yeah, I hope there's a little bit more time to explain this map, Vito, Mochi. I like na binan nga dito New Compound in New Mexico just because these are some of the pocket picks for these two teams. I'm just concerned for Execration ngayon kasi all of these maps magsistart sila sa BL side. Something na kailangan nilang gumawa agad dito ng pressure up against matches kasi we know the GR side for any kind of these maps for matches, they know to play it pretty well. Pero with the explosiveness of the BL side dito ng Execration, magagana nga ba yun? So, very concerning lang yung our starts of the first halves natin dito for Execration kasi again, we still know them to be one of the chokers pagdating dito. Yes, nawawala nila unti-unti, pero naglilinger pa din yun. It's still in contention kasi palagi tayo umaabot ng overtime, palagi tayo umaabot ng mga close rounds. And up against matches na talagang preparado at galit na and gutom na gutom makakuha ng series win, they need to be exerting much more effort. I feel like more than the matchup nung nakalaban nila STS. So yeah, still a fair veto though. Alam naman natin yan, Eagle Eye, nandyan si Zach, nandyan si Vincent, nandyan si Yetja. But for matches up against Execration, kailangan nila ma-shutdown dito si Yotib because Yotib is such an unpredictable sniper sa mga mapang to.
Totoo, no? Which is, grabe lang din talaga yung performance dito ni Yoteb from time and time again. Pero tignan na nga rin natin, no? Ano nga ba ang meron sa ating predictions? It's mostly 2-0, no? Na pabor dito for Execration. And I hope that matches will be proving us wrong again. Para na tayong broken record na sinasabi natin every single time na if it's a 2-0, hopefully they get the map or even get the win. But again, no, Execration ang kanilang katapat dito and the key stand, no, like as you have mentioned, no, is still early to say. Execration still has the curse lingering, but at the same time, MATTJESS also has that struggle, that lose streak is still present. And look at the community pulse as well. Oh, an astounding 89%. But I guess it's just safe to say that both of them will be facing each other's demons, no? Parang ganun na lang yung magiging tema din dito ngayon. But again, the advantage is still on the side of Execration on its own.
Yeah, you know what? I don't doubt this 11% na talagang bumoto para dito sa matches still has some heart pagdating dito sa team nila. Just because again nga, no, the conversation of matches still being a threat is still online para dito sa ating Masters na group stage because matches has Vincent, matches has Zach, matches has Jason. Everyone in that team still works pretty well. Ang problema lang talaga is that they cannot close these rounds. And if we go into map number 3 ulit, I would like to say na it's gonna be close to 2-1. But a 2-0 scoreline para sa ating lahat dito sa prediction will be very, very possible. I would like to see it get broken though. Kasi palagi tayong nasa dalawang phrases lang, Mochi. It's either hopefully MATTJESS or it's either MATTJESS, MATTJESS prove us.
Ito lang talaga yung pagdadasal natin dito, no, Bipolar, as much as we're watching for Execration to keep on winning. Parang ang sakit talaga tignan na nakikita natin tong mga pagkatalo ng matches ngayon. Kaya naman, I feel like it's just right na tawagin din natin ang ating mga casters dito, no, para naman dumagdag sa ating pagdadaldal. Hilahin mo na yan, Bipolar, Salvatore, and Sneaky Frog! Welcome dito sa ating desk right now. And on point pa rin ang ating pag-pull dito, Very nice. Good evening po. Grabe po, no? So, grabe po yung mga laban natin recently. Sneaky Frog, how do you feel about this matchup right now? Sabihin mo, someone na sobrang looking polished as of now, and MATTJESS that is currently down the drain.
Tarnished.
Why stop there, no, Mochi? Let's wind the clock back again. Nako po, babalik na naman tayo to 2019. MATTJESS, this particular team has been trying to beat these group of players na galing dito sa Pacific MACTA for the past 6 or 7 years, pare, no pun intended, no? Pero, ayun nga, this organization has been waiting to find a counter dito sa mga players nga nila dito. Granted, MATTJESS, this has obviously not has been the best start para sa kanilang season in all all honesty. And yun nga, no, nakita naman tayo dati na MATTJESS also coming back into playoffs, and especially beating a very, very good team on the way dito. So pwede nga yun mangyari. It's still definitely a possibility, no, knowing yung capabilities ng mga players natin. Granted, yung predictions is 2-0 for all of us, and for good reason naman dito, no, Mochi, kasi yung as of recent, no, the Execration has kind of became yung pinaka-best na group stage team at this very moment. And para naman sa MATTJESS, they're still trying to claw back dito sa laruan natin. But still, I have a gut feeling, Mochi. Hindi ko alam kung busog lang ako, pero I have a gut feeling na itong MATTJESS may gagawin sila today. Parang kailangan, kasi crunch time na eh. This is finally the time for MATTJESS to prove that they can beat the best of the best, kagaya ng Execration, but at the same time, winding back yung history nga, no, the MATTJESS organization can beat the players in the name of Justin and MBA, and maybe siguro ZYK to some extension, pero he's just like a sixth guy in the background. So, still would be very nice success para dito sa MJ if they can pull this off, in all honesty.
Which is also a very, very interesting point, no? Sneaky Frog, given din na history ng bawat isa at pagkakakilanlan din nila, no? Based from their past experiences alongside each other. Well, I won't be surprised as well kung magkakaroon nga ba ng mga karagdagang sorpresa na yahain dito ang MATTJESS, and hopefully talagang makita nga natin iyon. But how about you, no, Salvatore? Same thing, no? With the current Execration versus MATTJESS matchup, sa tingin mo ano kaya yung mangyayari dito?
Well, no, Mochi, pinag-usapan ni Sneaky ang history, no? Pero hindi na ako lalayo pa as far as 2019. Actually, no, mga nakarang araw, CBF versus MJ, I feel like that's already a good range para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang skill level na meron ng MATTJESS dito sa tournament na to, no? If kaya ng CBF, what's stopping Execration to do the same thing? There is clearly, no, an identity crisis para nga sa MATTJESS, na kahit ilang beses na nga sila dumako sa mga roster changes, from getting Jeff Rox and Ellison, from getting the talent of Frelz, A7J, MZ, hanggang ngayon, they are still a team na parang questionable sa kanilang antics. Pagdating talaga sa performance, hindi mo pa pagkakaila, but they just couldn't not get the job done. Yun ang mahirap dito sa MATTJESS, no? Hindi mo alam kung anong parte ng bareo makukuha mo sa araw nga na to. If that is going to be the case for MATTJESS, itong Execration gagawin lang Karakrus yung mga yan. So, it's that kind of Execration that we're seeing right now na parang they are just no holds barred right now, and I just fear MATTJESS. They need all the good luck in the world para nga sa matchup na to, Mochi, and I just want MATTJESS to see the play of daylight talaga. Para ka sa series na to, kailangan nga nila makuha ang panalo.
Exactly. I feel like that goes for the rest of us, no, na lahat talaga tayo, we're vouching for that to happen indeed. Pero talakayan na natin ang ating watch points dito. Attacker turned leader, no? I feel like dyan din nabuo yung ating narrative back in the day na parang may pagka-underrated itong si MVA, kasi tingnan mo, kayang-kaya niyang pumurga bipolar.
Yeah, very unique nga tong setting point for Execration, no? IGL role para dito kay MBA, and little known fact, sinulat lang naman yung ZYK sa registration ng Execration dito sa Master Summer, no? But I would like to say, it is a very unique point in time na it's not really an IGL solely para kay MBA, coming in from Folex and even from MBA standpoint, even from the 6-man ZYK, no? Na lahat sila, they have a voice coming into this. So I feel like with that kind of mindset na yes, my IGL role, the last way would be MBA, na parang every thought now will be taken into account, and they have the clearer read for the battles that will be coming into their name, no? Parang, oh, okay, the leader is here, pero everyone can also have some sort of a contribution sa mga thoughts in process. And I feel like that comes into play kapag GR side sila, because they have more time to process these kinds of information kung saan, okay, MBA, I can call these shots now even more. Plus, especially yung Ankara Mochi, nakita natin yun, prevalent yung gantong kind of leader mindset ni MBA na, sige, guys, I will take in, gumawa lang kayo ng plays, ako gagawa ng final call, pero bigay nyo sa akin information na makukuha nyo. So yeah, attacker third leader is very much a big up para dito ngayon sa Execration.
Yeah, exactly, no? Parang ang galawan nila dito, kumbaga sa classroom setting, naghanap yung homeroom teacher nila ng class president, tapos nakita nila, wala, parang siya yung talagang pinaka-fit, pero talagang in-embody niya ng todo, no? Which is currently what we have here for NBA. It's nice that we're seeing them like this in this form. Pero next point natin dito, MATTJESS still winless after the roster change-up. And kahit na ayaw natin ito ipamuka, wala, parang kailangan talaga Sneaky Frog, eh.
Ayun nga, I feel like I hate to be right about this, no, Mochi, especially when it comes to talking about yung roster ng ito na matches. And just like what I said at the start of the season, you should have got Yobes with you. Feeling ko, hindi talaga si Yetza if Yobes is not right next to him. And obviously, nakita naman natin, ayun, as much as I would love to compliment Yobes as well, honestly, he's doing well dito sa Impact League natin at the moment. Ayun nga, I feel like MATTJESS would have had a little bit more of a 1-2 punch dito sa team natin. Granted, I'm not saying that Ninkyu and Jason are not doing a good job or good enough job as the attackers. If anything rather, feeling ko mas maganda pa kayong job na nakita natin from them going into the last season. But I feel like them kinda concentrating siguro more on the attackers, giving them as much opportunities as possible really is kinda downing the numbers dito ni Vincent, Yetza, and Jason. And this is tragic, no? Considering na nakita naman natin last season si Vincent, Yetza is also one of the best, statistically pagdating dito sa ating liga. And Jason as well, despite being on the leader side of things back in our last season, he was also, kind of fragging out in this one. So pakiramdam ko talaga this could be either the biggest mistake or the biggest turnaround na pwede natin makita dito sa tournament.
Couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned, no? Kasi if there is any time na talagang simulan na nila yung pagbawi, ito na talaga yon. Because if not, unfortunately, I guess they're officially out, no? Papunta sa ating playoffs na status. So, let us see ang ating last point, no? Destroyer turned teammate. After demolishing Execration, the acquisition of UTEB has been felt after defeating VP and STS. And this is fascinating, to say the least, Salvatore, no? Imagine, I think, glow up is the right term? What do you think?
Well, definitely, no, Mochi. Pagkatapos ng series na yun, alam mo sinabi ni Sneaky, kailangan ko din ng Execration si Yotib. Kagad at kita
Nangyari
mo nga naman.
Sinabi ko yun.
Execration, Yotib. Yes, guys, sinabi talaga ni Sneaky yun at wala nang mas magandang fit pa dito sa Execration, kundi isa pang aggressive player na pwedeng mag-suffice dito para kay Folex, CBN at MVA. And they got the talent of Yotib. Out of all the market na meron dito tayo sa ating CrossFIRE Philippines na snipers, they got the best of the bunch. Para binigyan talaga nila ng max contract tong si Yotib para makapaglaro ng Execration. At kita mo kaagad, the first 2 weeks, ramdam mo ang resulta at pagyanig talaga ng liga. So if they defeated Virtus Pro and Team Stallions, ano pa kaya ang matches? And this has been the best roster move parang ever since pumasok si Cetra sa Virtus Pro, no? And I feel like Yotib will be a household name at parang makikita niya na talaga ang bahay sa loob nga ng Execration. My God, what a change para sa Exe.
Man,
what a change.
In all honesty, bro, I feel like that move made the most sense sa lahat ng mga snipers dito sa liga natin. Just like what I said, it's kind of like a staff decision. Yotib obviously going away galing dito sa QD, and I feel like it's a waste of a good sniper, no, kung magkakawatak-watak sila dito and it doesn't end up on a top team. So it kind of feels like Yotib won the off-season kumpara sa mga teammates na dito, pare.
Parang no? Yeah, that is true indeed. And I feel like it's already backed up by the most recent matches na meron tayo dito for Execration. Pero again, no, matches, please show us what you've got. Ibuhos yun na lahat dito. And I feel like it's just right na ibigay na natin ito para sa ating caster. Simulan na natin ang laban, Sneaky Frog, and as well as Salvatore. Rakrakan na.
Maraming salamat, Mochi, sa transaction nga na yun. Let us now head into our main event, Sneaky, no? Execration versus MATTJESS, no? Sabi nga pala ni Yotib, hello sa mga dati ko kakampi dyan sa kabilang banda, no? Naging kabitenyo na nga sa Yotib, malamang sa malamang itong MATTJESS na to, still sticking to their roots as the Cebuanos that they are. Pero pre, no? Gaya na sabi mo kanina, he got the best roster move out of all the Kierdas members. At parang marami din makakapagsabi sa mga sinabi mo, no? Mag-a-agree talaga sila doon.
Oh, for sure. Give Yotib a year, tas mapapasabi na siya ng dati lang yun, uy, kagaya nga ni CBN dito, pare. But I feel like Yotib is definitely, at the right fit nga para ka dito sa Execration. And we kinda called it at the start of the season, no? Kasi alam naman natin, let's be real, bro. Let's be real. Yun nga, no? As much as we love si Aljon, we love to hate him as well. Ayun nga, I feel like his sniping capabilities have kinda, turned bronze dito sa mapa natin, pare. And I feel like Yotib is definitely a good, a good spot dito sa ating Execration. I feel like NBA was also, parang pakiramdam ko, was also starting to think about the leadership role a bit, considering na he was kind of doing it dito sa Pacific when they were doing the IGLS system, no, at the time. So I feel like the calling is definitely on point nga para dito sa side ng X. And I really like this new version nila, pare, no. Mas independent dito si Paul, kung ano man move yung gusto niyang gawin dito. CPN has been able to play a whole lot more of a bigger role bilang ang kanyang attacker / lurker, no. And it kind of creates a very confusing game na pwedeng i-read nga dito na MATTJESS. Pero MATTJESS, man, at this point, this is the power of friendship dito sa ating MATTJESS side. This is hopefully them corralling yung kanilang firepower, this being their best attempt, kasi alam naman natin, time and time again sinasabi ko na to, for the 4th time, I think it's the 5th time na at this point, no, Salvatore, this team is very capable talent-wise pagdating sa paglaro ng top game, pero hindi pa natin nakikita, pare.
Sana nga makita na natin, no, mayat-maya rin, kasi nga magsisimula na ang laban ng Execration at MATTJESS. Pero pakinggan muna natin ang mga hinaing ng MJ at Exe.
Mismo kanila.
Istorya mo.
Kanan? Kanan lang. Piso pa Zak dulo.
Bumakina sa mid.
May oras pa tala. Mapaparas niya.
Stick siguro naging malaking tulong para kay MVA, no, na nagkaroon siya ng season na wala si ZYK. Naging independent nga siya doon at parang naging long-term storytelling na nga, pero mamaya na ang kwento, oras na ng laban. MVA now gets at least 1 para sa Execration, pero naman dito sa MATTJESS na siningkil lang ang mawawala. Yeah, MATTJESS clearly using the strong side very well after that altercation, no? Kita mo nga naman sino mas pumabor doon. Sa Execution now trying to get some leverage sa kanilang BN.
Yun lang, NBA gonna get tagged up dito sa may hotel side. But it is a good find galing kay CBN para makita itong si Vincent. He was realistically the only one na pwede makapigil dito sa buong push ng Execration, especially with that AK-47 that can spray and pray. NBA, di pa gustong pumasok dito sa B. Mukhang itatrap pa nila kung sino man gusto mag-pick ng hotel. Good shot on Jason. 1 versus 2 si Yetcha na lang natitira.
It feels like an easy round para nga kay Yetcha, no? Lalo't EBR pa nga ang gagamitin niya. It's very dangerous kung hindi nga magsasama dito ang dalawang Cebuano na magiging kabitenyo, Yotib and CBN. Nasa LA na nga sila. Yotib now an anti-lurk, letting CBN play the tower position. Comes Yetcha na hindi niya ka makikita sa kanyang peripheral vision. Good decision for Yotib. Nakawakan na nga lang ang doghouse. Execration. Impressive start.
Yun yan, Execration already, no? May napakagandang opening dito sa mapa natin. Not allowing MATTJESS to get what they want in this one. And despite naman napakagandang opening dito ni Vincent, no, on towards that mid side, the instant adjustment galing sa Execration to look for opportunities elsewhere dito na lang sa may hotel side natin is nothing short of impressive. And especially with how they took itong hotel with Vincent kind of falling for it dito sa may hotel position natin as well as itong si Zach. Yun nga, unfortunate. Pero in Execration, cards are on their table this time, no, pare? Pansin ko actually, yeah, the AK-47 has been making a few more appearances outside of the VP games, pare. It seems like that run-and-gun headshot is still in full effect.
Nararamdaman nga rin ng mga ibang regions, eh, no? Mainly Anubis Gaming, wala sa EU MENA. Napapadalas na nga ang appearance nga na to. Talagang si KSA mismo may malakas na impluensya. Now, Ninkyu, getting gunned out dito lang sa may LB. Vincent, may magandang control sa may BR, pero hindi ka sure kung saan siya titingin, eh, no? Kung paangat na nga ba o dito na lang sa may second bid. Pero kailangan pilitin ni Vincent, wala siya kakampi. Napakatagal ng rotation ni Yetcha. Parating pa lang siya, pero ni siya. Wala rin siya nakuha, pre. Zach now na lang natitira na nasa loob nga ng B. Now Justin with the lurk. Ang galing nga ng HM, sobrang bakante at sobrang dali. Execration, making it look so easy.
Talaga, Execration, so far so good. Tapos wala masyadong atin, di ba, sa yung dumi sa kanilang play. Everything is traded, everything is covered para sa kanila dito. I think there's just a few breakpoints na pwede nga natin sabihin na could be a bit of an oopsie para sa kanila, pare. Pero overall, the pushes have been on point. The shots are as well. And pakiramdam ko, they're playing sets at the start of the round here, Salvi, kasi napaka-confident nila gumalang. Feeling ko may objective na sila pagpapasok ng ating round. Obviously, taking LB control, at around 2 minutes, and Justin will be trying to play distraction. Problema nga lang, Doghouse occupied na pare.
Galing nga pre, no? Napilit nga nilang hanapin yung position nga ni Vincent, pero teka lang, Linkyu, napakaganda ng pwesto, no? Hindi nga siya maklear, good blind! May Yotib na finally gets the trade, pero gumagawa din ng milagro dito si Justin sa HM with the double, at nawalang bisa ang ginawa ni Linkyu.
Grabe, still. Execration, B control. Will only get tagged up, pero CBN, presence zone dito sa B site. Problema nga lang, may plant na pwedeng papuntang B. Pero Justin, mapapakita dito ang kanyang katawan dito kay Jason. Pero Jason in a known spot. CBN, of course, that's a headshot pare. Pero di pa tapos ang labanan dito, Yetcha. CBN on the other side of the windows dito sa spawn side. CBN possibly with the advantageous wing and the advantageous info. And then I think he saw him through the very thin angle na naan dito sa high mid. Yetcha, hindi pa pumasok. And it will be another headshot para kay CBN.
Execration is just making sure that CBN's potential is very much stopped no? Parang nasinira niya na ata yung pisaming gawa sa salamin, Sneaky. I feel like CBN is just getting started for his season na talagang kakatakutan siya ng mga teams. Now Zach trying to do his best para maprotektahan itong exit niya na to. Vincent with a trade. Getting the 1v2 na gawa ni CBN. Can Yotib do it for his team once again to make it a flawless start para sa Exe? Vincent and Zach magkahiwalay. Zach now playing tower. Ako, isa sa mga unwritten rules sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, pag nasa loob ka ng site, wag mong ipapakita ang ulo mo. C4 still dropped. Look how Yotib. Tingnan mo paano yung diskarte niya nga. Pagiging matyaga niya para i-clear nga muna karamihan dito ng mga angulo from lane all the way to LA. Now Yotib trying to pick a fight. Hinahanap niya dito ang mga nagkakalat na members ng MATTJESS. What a beautiful timing here for Vincent. Now, MATTJESS finally a score on the board.
Yun nga, it's kind of desperate in that round, no? But at the same time, tamang stand and bang lang dito sa A-site natin, men. No problem in fighting whoever is in front of that A-site. And it seems like, interestingly enough, sayang, nakita ko yung triple sniper setup pare. Medyo na-excite ako para dito sa MATTJESS. It was Ninkyu, Yetcha, and itong si Zach having TRGs. And honestly, it could have been a really good solution para dito sa Execration. Who's always looking for that opening pick dito sa mapa natin. Especially with CBN kinda foraying around dito sa long. Oh no!
Shot! Pero nakapasok si Folex nung wala man lang pakundangan. Justin now on the position dito lang sa may door mid. Makakuha ba siya ng pangalawa and he gets the second. Ginulat na siya dito ni Zach with the quick scope. 2v1 na nga lang tayo. Zach with the clutch gene. Oh, we all know he is capable of.
Nakita.
May papamalas niya nga ba, pre? Nakitang bumagsak. Napakaingay ng talampakan. Execration returns the favor.
Grabe, an Execration. Just like that, in a snap of a finger, parang nabalik nila going into the next round. And Folex, di ko alam kung ano siya nakalagpas dito sa mid. But at the same time, parang napakadami ng beses na nakita natin yung move na yan galing kay Justin, no, to be specific. That late mid-door lurk that always works pang cut-off ng rotation kung sino man magagaling doon. And him, to be specific, para siya, pakaramdam ko siya may pinakamataas na success rate doon sa ganun na play.
Talagang sinanay siya ng Pacific Macta for the late lurk position. No? Kung hindi nga siya body system, you can definitely rely him and CBN for that specific role. Nakalampas na naman si Folex at nakakuha pa siya ng isa pa. Piso na lang siya, pre. Execration playing unfair sa loob ng Eagle Eye. CBN nakapasok, gets the headshot even with the USP and he still gets the kill. Execration, anong klaseng agimat ang meron kayo? 1v5 Vincent, nakaangat na ang puting bandera.
Grabe men, the game already felt unfair no may hawak ng HK itong si Folex pero binigyan pa siya ng best rifle in the game pare, which is the M14 EBR. Kita mo naman yung box na yun sa Albi, parang papel lang yun. Dire-diretso sa ulo ni Zach, who didn't even have a chance to breathe sa loob ng spawn, and that's a dead round indeed. Kasi, ayun nga men, it just seems like MATTJESS not really within the means dito sa mapa natin. Hindi pa natin nakikita yung kanilang energy, man. Honestly, the one round that they did win ay naging aksidente pa nga on the side dito ng ating Execration side.
Grabe, man. The conversion of rounds ng Execration, it's not really on the idea na, okay, lalabanan namin kayo. it's the idea, pupunterian talaga namin yung depensa nyo just based on execution. Napakaganda nga naman for Execration to have the mindset na it's not just going to be a gunfight, it's going to be a gunfight and the battle of the minds. No? So matches, hindi tayo sure kung ano nga bang meron sa kanila ngayon. Are they prepared? Are they mentally inside of the game? Nasa loob nga ba talaga sila ng Eagle Eye? They felt lost. Nakakuha nga sila ng round spaces of reaction talaga from Zac or even kay Ninkyu. Pagkakayanan nga talaga nila. So, ito yung isang team na meron nga talagang bitaw pagdating talaga sa pagbigay ng execution at ang matches na binigay na nga sa kanila ang pinakamalakas na side ng mapa, pero nakadepende pa rin talaga kung sinong buhay sa loob nga ng kanilang depensa. No? So, it literally means matches na tahimik talaga sila doon sa mga reactions nga nila. Medyo malungkot lang here for matches knowing na this is one of their crucial games para ma-establish pa nga nila ang kanilang pwesto papuntang playoffs. So right now, they just look absolutely lost inside of a map that they are once touted as the pioneers or even the trailblazers netong Eagle Eye.
Ayun nga, man, it is really a tragedy na wala pa nagagawa dito yung matches so far, no? Especially knowing how good their PL side could potentially look like dito sa mapa natin, and especially in Eagle Eye na yung mapa na medyo matagal na rin nating alam na medyo may kalakasan din pagdating dito sa PL. And matches is not really how would you say this? Not really taking the cake than usual para ka dito sa ating mapa. No? Obviously, the defense is gonna be quite hard, especially up against a team like itong Execration, pare. And it just seems like hindi sila connected dito sa mapa. Parang it's the same problem nung nakita natin dun sa kanilang previous na game dito or previous na loss, which is a lot of players are just moving around dito sa mga angulo natin, pare.
Now, we head back into the ball game. Pero yung dead round, naging alive round para sa Execration, no? Saan Yotib trading haymakers. NBA nakalapas na nga. Yetja not cleared. Double and triple para nga kay Yetja. Aba, nabuhay ng dugo dito ang matches. Justin on the late lurk pero napakaraming bawas na naitabo dito ni Justin. Can he still do something? Hindi naka-press. Ninkyu with the skillful play para mawala si Justin sa tower. Matches, ang bilis kagad na nakabalik sa laro.
Grabe, man. And it just seemed like matches, no, we probably know na check round lang yun galing dito sa Execration off of the very big break na nakita ka natin kanina, no? Pero Yotib nakita na si Ninkyu. Not even crossing into hotel in time. At of course na dito yung matches, Salvi, na mag-adjust into a 2-2 position. At kailangan na nila pag-isipan kung ano yung kailangan nilang i-gamble dito. Is it gonna be mid doors? May mag-push pa ng long? Is it gonna be a retake towards hotel? Kasi, yun nga, no, throughout that type of thinking, pare, dito na mag-iisip yung Execration kung paano sila mag-execute papuntang A.
Very ironic part, no, Sneaky, kasi gumagana yung late lurk si Justin kasi nakakapasok ang Execration sa LA. The one round na ang matches ng punteriya nga yung opensa ng Execration, walang nagawa doon si Justin. So let's see if it could work at least in this round once again. Gumana nga kay Yetcha kanina, kailangan niya na pagganahin ulit. Polex now, huge kill at walang nagche-check kay Zac, walang nakatingin sa kanya. Tila nakukulangan na nga ng eyeball dito ang Execration kasi hindi mo alam saan sila tutungo. Exit nga ba lane? O ayan ang top A Execration. 2 rounds na parang wala ata silang nakikita sa LA.
Yeah, and that was the one time, Salvi, no, na hindi dumaan si Justin dito sa mid. Kaya walang pumigil dito kay Zac na mag-pop off dun sa angulo na yun. Pero Ninkyu na naman na magiging biktima sa start ng round. NBA will take his head off. And Zac, obviously desperate para kumuha ng trade para sa kanyang kakampi. Pero NBA, lumayo naman, kumuha na ng TRG and he's gonna spin back.
Huge stuff, no? Na hindi na nga lang talaga sila kukuha ng LA na yun. Parang na-check na nga nila. So the limit was 2 rounds, Nikki. Kaya sila nagpamid at LB na nga. Baka sakaling maka-fake pa. Now, BR control. Para dito kay Zac. Pero hindi mo alam sa siya titingin kung hotel nga ba o BR, MVA. Naka-Arctic na nga. Kailangan mo pa huling nakita to. Baka nung araw yung Steel Wolves pa. MVA! Nalason si Zac. Doesn't know where to look. Now Vincent finally gets the MVA na get 1 HP na nga lang. Now Execration makes it a 4v3 after that mishap during the start of the round. At least, no, matches, pwede pa nga silang patunguan dito. Knowing na GR nga sila, they still have the advantage as the strong side of the map still being occupied by Yetja and Jason.
Sobrang diin ng quickscope na yun, no? I really felt the 0.5 instead of the 0.1 dun sa angulo na yun, pare. Pero Execration has to be careful ha. May Jason na nagra-randomly tapok papunta dito ng long. Yotib nang hiram ng HK at ginamit na dito kay Jason Yetza. Nahulog na nga sa may midside natin. Second mid, the only one left alive. At spotted na nga si Vincent. Baka kaalis po si Justin. Into spawn. Too slippery. Pero Vincent, teka lang. We've seen this kind before. Galing sa kanya pare. Pero aantay niya ba na mag 7 seconds dito yung bomb plan? Hopefully doesn't make a turnaround that he doesn't want to do. Pero Folex, mapapaplant ng C4. Vincent, this scene looks all too familiar. Pero alam na ni Yotib kung saan magagaling si Vincent. And Folex making it easy para sa kanya dito sa ating round. 6-3, Execration are looking good in the first half. May onting mishaps lang sa kanilang recklessness, pare.
Tila baliktad na, no, Sneaky? Parang from a good start to now, a bad start here for matches. Heading into this particular week, you know, it even reflects their games na usually maasahan mo talaga ang matches taking at least the first half or just making sure that Zach and as well as Vincent is fired up. Pero parang wala na talaga, Sneaky. I feel like napanahon na nga yun at bilang na lang ang araw dito ng matches if they just do not lock in, man. I just need a bit of seriousness para talaga sa matches na kung paano nga nila patutunguhan yung mga kalakasan ng Execration, whether it be from the entries or even just the defense alone. Both ends sana nasusolusyonan ng matches. So kung magkakaroon nga ng onting heroic play,
nakitaan natin yung pang-oras dito ni
kakasabi ko lang
Bossing.
kanina na onting seriousness ng matches. Parang boom.
The moment you said that, pare, tumawa si Vincent. In all honesty, no, I feel like it is two sides of I wouldn't say the same coin. Parang dito sa dalawang teams na to, obviously, both are very talented, but at the same time, yung approaches nila napaka-different pagdating sa mga mapa natin. Vincent, you know, he's trying to break the pressure a bit. He's trying to lighten the mood dito nga ng matches, no? Kasi ito na namang may half na naman sila where they have to play catch-up, especially in a map that they're all too familiar with. Pero benefit dito, no, Salvatore, is matches will be getting to play that PL side. Pakiramdam ko, they're a bit more comfortable in that one and might feel more connected from that position. Problema nga lang, Execration have been very good dito sa mapa natin, especially when it comes to defense. And the double sniper setup, I wouldn't be surprised kung ilalabas na maaga dito.
Doon na ka-smoke dire.
Bambat right.
Bahay, Arctic. Bomba nga lang. Ito.
May bumamba pol, dalawa pol.
Dalawa.
Nag-smoke.
Bahay pa rin.
Na.
Matalon lang.
Teka lang.
Baka nang danan.
Sa light pa.
Pwede tayo eh. Sita pa ito.
Sorry.
Kamang wala ka.
Tara.
Tayo Yoro. Ori mo.
Sige, pa si po.
Very same comms, no? Natawagan lang talaga ng call-out, suspetsahan lang talaga sa isa't isa. Feeling ko matches, clearly nangangapa pa rin talaga sila sa kanilang BL side nga ngayon. Nakita na nga ni Yotib, sumubo ka ng isa pantalon ng jump spot. Nakita na Binte, Yotib testing the waters. Gaano nga ba kabilis pumindot ng M1 tong si Yotib? But it's still a stack ng MJ kahit nag-ingay na si Yotib.
Wait, that nade from Vincent could change everything dito sa site natin, pare. Flashbang incoming. Pero hindi naman nabulag dito si Yotib. Di bulag sa katotohanan na may nagpuput siya ng A-site. Jason, first one down. Quick scope needed para sa kanya. Nakukuha niya pa nga yun. Dito kay Yetza. Zach on the bottom side. Good cover galing kay Folex. And once again, the sniper and the rifle doing it para dito sa Execration matches. Granted, na-clear na nila dito yung mid at yung mga ibang parte dito ng bunker. Pero si Zach, lest you forget that there is more than one good sniper dito sa mapa natin. Pero Folex, midside, taps, Zach missing. Folex, kailangan niya mag-back dito, man. Hindi niya pwede i-directly challenge itong si Zach. Not until another miss. He's trying to force it. And yun lang, hindi napabaril dito si Zach. I feel like Folex knew where to pre-aim and where to pre-fire, pare. 7-3 Execration breaking the hearts of matches.
Parang gusto ata kunin talaga ni Zach yung C4 na yun eh, no? Folex got the right timing na parang CEO siya ng tindahan dito ng Rolex, no? Pero, grabe nga naman. Sa Execration now, clearly, you know, having total control of the game is not that easy to do, pero up against MATTJESS, it's absolutely an insane feat, no? Feel like the influence na meron talaga si Yotib and CBN for knowing the movements of their forward teammates is helping Execration a lot, no, Sneaky? Siyempre, Yotib knows Vincent a lot. And CBN, of course, Jason and Zach. Sino pa nga ba talaga, no? Folex now. Trying to do his best, no? Siya pa ka talaga puwipik, hindi pa si Yotib. Gets the headshot now. Yotib contested dito lang sa tower. Zach now gets the kill. Both LB and mid being thwarted here by both Execration and MATTJESS. Kanya-kanyang ingay lang talaga, pero magkakatalo na lang talaga sa entry at defense, no, Sneaky? Which is very much crucial, MVA! Bakit ka naka-artik?
Because he just can. Nakatama naman siya dito sa last half natin, no? Sa pakiramdam niya, men. Wait lang, I'm kind of feeling like revenge right now, pare. Let's see if we can get this going. Yung engine niya on the sniper. MBA has been good for 1. But can he be good for 2? Scoped in talaga, pare. Wala nang quick scope. Boga na mismo yun.
Natin. Susunod na pasyente sa LA clinic natin is going to be Vincent. Na may onting ingay na nga, pre. Tama lang naman talaga, pre.
Tama lang naman.
Pinaka-efficient na paraan yun. Na hard scope nga and Justin Kaka take mo na mid kanina. Diyan ka na nga lang daw sa HM, pre. CBN now on defense as well. Di mo alam kung anong gustong gawin ng dalawang Kierdas duo nga natin dito, no, inside of matches. Vincent nakakalampas. I feel like CBN already has a clue na nagtawag na nga ni Util. There goes the flash. Half-blinded lang naman. Yetja takes down the bunker player. Pero nandito si Justin for the second contact now. Yetja now in trouble na corner. Dito matama ang USP. Pero eto nga pala ang TRG na pinapakilala ni MVA. 3 kills on the round para kay MVA. My God, Execration, what a breakthrough.
Ayun nga, men. And MATTJESS having to call the timeout here. And obviously, nakikita naman natin yung sitwasyon. MATTJESS, even on the second half, they cannot get anything started dito sa mapa natin. It has been similar sa mga nakikita natin from the prior series where they're just getting absolutely yoked in the first half, and as soon as the momentum carries on the second, wala na silang laban kahit papano. And this has been a brutal way to play itong Eagle Eye natin, no, Salvatore. Obviously, MATTJESS, the objectives are right para sa kanila dito. You have to take top A, you have to take bunker, meron magdadaan sa ilalim para kumuha ng bottom A. Problema nga lang, I mean, MVA knows this, Yotib knows this, pare. Also, itong si Folex knows exactly this as well. So, hindi sila takot na, to try and peek some of those angles where you have to jump spot, kagaya nga ng doghouse dito, even sending a player on the other side of the map to try and check kung mako-confirm ba nila na A-take na talaga to. So, there's a whole lot more options being exhausted dito na Execration. Pakiramdam ko, MATTJESS, they're not using the map to its fullest extent, pare.
Well, it's kind of odd, no, Sneaky, considering na if you take a look at Regionals 2025, Eagle Eye was the map that was used for MATTJESS para talunin ng Execration to qualify for playoffs. And same goes for defeating Pacific Macta, no? At lumipas lang ang isang taon, they're still the same players. Especially Vincent, who knows the bounds of Eagle Eye kasi Gaon Gaming, di ba? Kind of feels different, no, na mas naging maganda ang isang taon ng Execration sa pag-aral ng Eagle Eye kumpara sa matches na minemaintain nga to, no? So, if there's any sort of detail talaga na nami-miss out ng matches, it's definitely the reaction para sa BL and GR, no? It's not just one side of the map. It's actually both ends na malaking concern para dito sa team na to. Kaya nakakalungkot lang here for MATTJESS, but Execration, my God, the time has been really nice para ka sa kanila, especially sa team na makikita mo nga talaga ng buong puso na nag-ensayo. And they made it so na na-activate nila si CBN at si Yotib from being introverts na now being one of the most vocal teammates na meron nga dito sa Exe. No, akalain mo nga naman, Execration is definitely a training ground para sa mga gustong makakita ng success sa buhay. No? Like, Execration is that team right now, especially from how much gasoline they've collected dito sa ating unang 2 weeks.
Seems like yung ng Execration natin, their reputation is preceding themselves dito sa mapa natin, pare. Jason Vincent trying to go for a mid-smoke pang-block dito sa kanilang B-split potentially. Pero meron bang dadaan na LB? Yan ang tanong. CBN tapping through the smoke. Yetja already taken down. Pero gusto pala nila pumunta ng A-side. Zach coming from the backside. Pero si CBN, what a heads up from him. Si Jason na-trap na nga dito sa loob ng A-side. And Vincent na lang natitira. What can the captain do? He lines up two but doesn't get a third dito kay Fall. Execration looking for the execution dito sa Eagle Eye.
as well as the exit around the map, no? Na 10-3 na nga nila tatapusin to. Sneaky Execration just cannot do anything wrong. Purong maganda at wala nang mas exit pa sa gagawin nila kundi sa gagawin nga ngayon ni MVA bilang bakante ang LA. Kunin ko na nga na to. 3 down already. Yetcha getting a nade kill. MVA laborious fight still gets the kill. At parang eto na nga ang pako sa kabaong Execration. A dismantling of matches inside of Eagle Eye. And those smiles, pre. Mukha mang positibo yan pero nakakatakot makita sa Exe.
Grabe, with the way that the game is going, it's more like a dismembering at this point. The one side of the pair, parang nga dito sa Execration. And grabe, men. I mean, the standards have been set para dito sa Exe, men. It's Paris or nothing. And it seems like they're really taking that title very seriously, no, dito, pare. Especially considering they are now the best team in the group stage. And evident naman yan up against itong matches. Matches once again. Same old problem, Salvatore. Once again, the catalyst is not working. Nintyu's not finding his opportunities dito sa mapa. And if the attackers cannot find their opportunities, then nagka-crumble na rin yung rest of yung team. This is the one caveat na ayoko nga dito sa matches where, they are somewhat reliant dito sa kanilang attackers to kind of heat up dito sa game to make space para dito kay Yetcha and para kay Zach. And I feel like that kind of gameplay, especially when you have opponents like itong Folex, CBN, and if both of them die, meron pang MVA, pare. So, ayun nga, your options are limited para sa head-to-head na mga attackers natin, especially going up against Execration. And it kind of just seems like this kind of approach isn't gonna work up against top teams. And ayun nga, man, last chance to save it dito sa subbase. In all honesty, I still hold the full belief na kayang-kaya ito ng matches sa subbase considering pakiramdam ko this is their attempt to be on their last legs. And this is their best shot. Kasi sub-base na nga to, pare. This is the best map that they have within the entire map pool and Execration. Ayun nga, they're allowing that going into this one and possibly, yun nga, could get some, very good rounds out of it. Could learn a lot galing dito sa matches. But at the same time, yung scenario dito ng matches, pare, Execration, a learning experience. Matches, life or death, men.
Well, hindi na turista dito ang Execration sa loob nga ng subbase. If there's any map that they could pull off a 2-0, that's definitely subbase, no, Sneaky. But that is all for Eagle Eye. Grabe nga naman, pre, matches di man lang umabot sa kalingkinan ng kalahati dito para ka sa mapa nga na to. Pero malay mo, may masasabi pa dito ang ating umunting panel, that being Mochi and Bipolar. For more insights, ibabato na nga natin sa kanila. Mochi and Bipolar, give us an insight.
Ang masasabi lang namin doon, no, ang hapde. Siguro na yan dito for matches. Because, again, at first, I was like, ooh, this is looking good, no? Nakakadikit sila sa 3-3. Pero paunti-unti, after that one, wala nang sumunod.
Mochi, ay. Those few, imagine this, Mochi, first few rounds dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0, nakaka-double kill agad ang matches without Execration not getting any kills. Pero somehow, in the midst of those fights na nakakuha ng 2 kills ang players natin for matches, biglang nauubos yung bigla rin silang nauubos kasi yung other side of the map, merong presses din doon for Execration. I would love to commend dito yung macro ng Execration, no? Kasi despite them also dying in the first blood, second blood, mula dito sa matches, they're also answering back in an instant. It takes 1 second for Execration to find a bullet hole na pwede lang pitasin ang players natin for matches. Yes, may times na napipick off dito ang plays for Execration from the sheer executions nila. Pero that's a given kasi you're getting into the side as BL players, you're expected to fall down and you expect lapses to come in. Pero at least, why was there no fight mula dito sa matches at the second half? Parang nawawalan sila ng enerhiya. And what's happening? Matches, we know that they're capable of doing the impossible, di ba? Pero hindi kaya. It's so concerning.
Parang hindi kayo to. Kayo ba yan?
Hindi sila
Kayo ba
yan.
talaga yan? No? Parang hindi kayo to. No? We're so accustomed to seeing matches actually perform na kahit na sobrang gipit at mahirap yung katapat nila, ang dikit pa din.
Lalaban
kahit
dapat
noon, pumapalag pa rin talaga sila. Pero I don't think that we seen that dito sa first map natin with Execration, which nakaka-bother siya. Even just by being taga-nood lang, no? Parang mababother ako na, parang hindi ito yung just na kilala ko. So, again, I don't know if it's they're turning their priorities somewhere else or is it just a really bad game here. Pero based from what we have seen, maybe they just failed to adapt sa mga galawan dito ng Execration as the game progresses.
Yeah, you know, Mochi, I feel like progression mula din dito sa matches has been halted, no, somewhat sa pagsimula ng ating group stage because we expect everyone to improve. Yes, it did. Pero parang yung improvement ng matches nag-stop nung roster change lang. And then nothing else happened there. Parang, this is one of the best, sabi yun ni Jason. This is one of the best roster changes for matches in itself. On paper, gagana. Pero on execution, it's not there. Especially for these recent matches, no? And aasahan natin, tulad na sinabi mo na, they'll go toe-in-toe. Despite the very heavy fights na nakuha nga dito ng matches, parang expect natin na abot ng overtime. And yes, pag umabot ng map 3, we have doubts now for matches. Dun lang lalabas yung doubts. But somehow, the tiresome playstyle dito ng matches and as well as the plays na hindi natin inaasahan, umaabot na sa very first map. Imagine matches not breathing. Imagine matches na parang, yes, they're warriors, pero they're going into battle without any armor. And that's so easy to penetrate, Mochi. It's just so insane. Yes, Execration did play well. Pero look at this in a point na parang there was a time na nakita natin Zach in a 1v2. Napatay niya yung isa and he held bunker. Dapat hindi na magpipig doon si Folex. But with the confidence na, alam ng Execration, alam ni Folex that they can easily win this out by just sheer aim. That's just crazy in itself. Kasi parang nilalabanan lang dito ng Execration is parang target practice. Kasi they're just really banking on their aim to win these fights and win these engagements na binibigay ng matches. Man, I hate to say it, but matches, they've fallen off from after a stint dito sa Master Spring.
They are. As much as we don't want to say it, they are. And I feel like we can circle back dun sa sinabi ni Sneak kanina, no, na I feel like this is like a drafting error. Currently, based from what we're seeing right now, there is quite of a potential for that one kasi way back nung wala pang nadideal na emotional damage, no, yung nangyari dito 4 matches. It feels like if there is a different integration like what they have mentioned earlier, perhaps Yobs being paired with Yetcha, that could have been a bit more doable for them, ? But just because of the chemistry that they have existing. But again, Execration pa rin ang katapat din nila dito. Pero again, yes, it's Execration. Di man lang dumikit, diba? So, yeah. Parang gano'n na lang to, no? Parang, medyo naging crash out session din siya while also stating some facts sa mga nakita natin dun sa laban nila kanina. Kasi again, this isn't matches. Di talaga. Swear.
No. I mean, I get the point here for Sneaky Frog, no? I mean, he has scouted multiple talents across his years dito sa Crossfire, pero in a way, the matches this shouldn't happen for them na parang parang yung roster change ba yung pinaka-problem, drafting problem nga ba yung pinaka-problem kasi coming in from the words from the past IGL himself, sa tingin niya nga daw, this is the best the better current version for matches kasi merong chemistry. How can they say that na may chemistry nga ang players nila pero it doesn't work out kapag pag in-game na sila. I mean, sinabi niya rin naman na hindi naman mahina yung lineup nila dati for matches pero somehow this version is just better. But we don't see it happening. It's parang may disconnection na nga ba nangyari after 3 matches, after 3 series na garner dito sa group stage. We cannot say. We have to ask again matches another parang update na lang sa current situation nila, no, because there's not really a lot to go through dito sa match na to because again, di mo pwedeng isisi yan sa map dito because Eagle Eye is also a map that matches can provide can give us a lot of powers pero wala eh. Yes, they're getting double kills just like this. Yet, pride everybody here. Pero after the round, may sabot agad yung Execution para hindi makakuha ng big gap or big advantage on buong matches. Yes, it's the same playstyle dito sa GR side nila. A 2-1-2 setup, minsan 1-2-1, 1-2-2 setup, or even a 1-1-1-3. Pero why does it work? What's happening? Bakit hindi na natin nakikita yung pagtimpla dito ni Vincent na, oh, this is gonna be surprising, hindi na expect ng ating players. Is this just an execution that's fully prepared for any kind of thing? Or is it just the unpredictability na binibigay ng execution na hindi matimpla ng matches? Look at that, Mochi. When have you seen Jason get a 12.8 rating? That is insane to see. And to see na parang this is a Filipino versus a Filipino lineup, 100% pa rin nakuha dito ni Folex in terms of rating. That is just insane.
That looks painful. Yeah, honestly, here for matches. And honestly, you brought up a really good point. I don't know if it's just because Execration studied well sa tendencies ni matches dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, hence the priority pick na nakita natin from our Matt Vito. Or is it just that matches already ran out of things to do?
Too early
or is it a
right?
yeah, too early, right? Or is it a combination of both? No, baka ganon.
Oh, no.
Pero I hope not. Pero dito, sino nga ba ang ating set MVP? It is Paul. Wow,
Woo!
grabe. Ito yung katas ng, again, paggaya niya sa posing ni Buko every time na magbe-Beyblade siya, Parang asintadong ang
build.
kada isang bala na lumalabas dyan sa barel ni Paul, 100% ang kanyang rating dito, and 50% ang headshot per kill, which is honestly not bad. Solid ka, Paul.
Yeah, Paul is an amazing player here in Eagle Eye, but I feel like we should also just digress from the situation dito in matches. Let's just focus on the winners right now, because Folex is actually carrying his team to a pedestal na hindi na mahabol ng mga players natin or ng mga teams natin here on the group stage. But yeah, Eagle Eye is such an amazing feat. Isipin mo yun, kahit parang ngayon, kahit saan mo ilagay ang Execution, and that is very scary para sa lahat ng teams ngayon sa Masters.
Exactly. They look so scary right now. At naaalala ko, 'di ba, parang ang priority nila makatapat tong si Fervid, which we are honestly excited to see. Pero for now, again, focus muna tayo sa present at tatapos na ang ating unang mapa for Eagle. Ano kaya ang mangyari sa susunod? Meron pa bang masasagot ang matches dito? Matches, you're better than this. Bawi tayo. And for now, pahinga muna kami. And after this, maglalaban na ulit tayo. dyan ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na pupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Narito pa rin tayo, no? And 7:42 p.m. Tuloy pa rin ang laban for Execration and as well as matches na kung saan kanina Execration definitely made it finished, no? Totally 4 matches sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Hindi na nila hinayaan na makapag-advance forward, makadikit, which nung umpisa, oo, kaya sana, but unfortunately, it didn't end up that way. And this time, we'll be banking on the remaining prowess na meron dito for matches and if they have something else up in their sleeve dito sa ating susunod na map.
You know what, Mochi? I'll divert a little bit here from our own narrative. No, you know what, MATTJESS? You have one more chance pagdating dito sa groups, and it starts here and it ends here as well. If you don't win this sub-base map wherein you have powers, no, this is one of your favorite maps coming from Jason as well. Everyone here is Cebuano na talagang dugong sub-base na. If hindi sila gagana dito, well, it's time to just pack your bags and just go for another run in another league or in another tournament, no? Because you're not gonna win if you're not gonna stay longer here if you lose in a 2-2-0 fashion up against Execration. So, MATTJESS, it's all up to you on how will you be fighting up against Execration. But Execration, keep doing what you do because you're actually pretty insane now. Being one of the top dogs pagdating sa Execration. Pagdating dito sa ating Masters Summer. But yeah, sub-base ang ating maging mapa. What else can we say?
Have to agree with you on that bit, no? Para dito sa Execration, ang lala ninyo. Pero I feel like preparado na ang lahat dito bipolar and for now, no, manonood na lang muna tayo. Ibigay na natin ito kay Sneaky Frog and as well as kay Salvatore.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar, as we now head into sub-base. Akalain mo ano mo, Sneaky, napapanahon na nga yung talagang saturation ng mga Cebuano team sa loob ng sub-base, pero itong Execration, iniiwanang open, ano? Na parang chine-challenge ka talaga nila lahat ng mga Cebuano teams na sige, piliin niyo yung sub-base ng kami ang kalaban ng magkaalaman talaga. I feel like MATTJESS is one of their best maps that they could ever dish out para makita pa natin ang set number 3. Any thoughts, Sneaky, para masuportahan yun?
Well, ayun nga, no, Execration kinda plugged that hole ng, Cebados being very good pagdating nga dito sa sub-base. They just so happen to have 2 dito sa labanan natin, pare. So I would think na, they would, 3. Pala 3, pare. God damn, I forgot ZYK is already out of the picture dito, pare. Matt is not from there, pare. I'm telling you right now.
Technically, taga-Bacolod siya, pre, di ba? Technically, mga nagsasabase din yung mga
I'm cutting the bit from there, pare. Those are 2 different places. Pero yun nga, Execration, obviously, with plenty of experience pagdating sa mapa na to, pare. And hindi naman tago, let's just say, kagaya nga ng ginagawa na dito ng Virtus Pro, no, na yung sub-base pin, parang pine-preserve nila. This is a pocket pick na masasabi natin. Execration, they're like, okay, bukas dito yung sub-base, we can definitely play it. And if mapipick yung mapa na to, we do have plenty of experience on it. Pero, this is where that bit of delusion comes in dito, Salvatore. Yun nga, the MATTJESS magic at the very tail end. Ito na talaga yun, men. Backs against the ropes. You're getting punched in the face time and time again, pare. But now, it is time to punch back pagdating nga dito sa sub-base. One of the few things na they actually do really well dito sa mapa na to, which is actually yung kanilang BL side. Napakaganda ng kanilang kalat sa mapa na to, which makes it very difficult para sa mga teams kagaya ng Execration who, granted, they do play standard siguro 60% of the time, pero may mga pushes rin na nangyayari dito. They can also be caught off guard if they can kinda, disrupt the read early para ka dito kay MVA. Pero it is gonna be a very difficult task, no, pare, kasi I wouldn't say it is similar na sa nakita natin from the side of Stallions where, MATTJESS was trying every single angle, trying every single execute dito, pare, and it's not really working. Para naman dito sa Execration, no, I feel like if they can kinda catch those early moves na ginagawa nga dito ni Ninkyu at ni Jason, then the exact same thing might happen dito sa ating map number 2.
Honestly, man, no, you gotta admire the ambitiousness ng Execration, them picking the side of Blacklist to start itong sub-base. Na baka pwede pa nga maging gasolina, no, Sneaky, from what you said about MVA and Justin, definitely, no, pero I feel like it's a much more major concern na talagang confident na pinili ng Execration ang matches, and that sends a sign for matches na okay, ibibigay na namin sa inyo bilang quote-unquote partida na makukuha nyo ang mas pabor na side talaga ng mapa. And if this is not a welcoming party para kay Zach at as well as kay Ninkyu para mag-lock in, I don't know anymore those Nikki, kasi baka makalaboso nga sila dito at baka mahuli nga sila nang di nila inaasahan. And definitely wala nang mas alam pa sa loob ng subbase kundi mismo si Zach and as well as si Ninkyu. Ninkyu especially under the Ubik Maniac Regiment din yan, and Zach favorite map ng SPK way back in the day. So definitely if there's a time para makapag-lock in ang matches in the GR side, this is the best time para ma-shutdown man lang yung mga late lurks si Justin, try and duel CBN, and CBN versus Ninkyu will be feeding generations nga naman talaga pagdating sa ating headshots, no? So Ninkyu, ikaw nga talaga ang alay para sa matches na ma-shutdown itong si CBN nga to. But let's take a listen dito sa ating comps.
Hindi, arana. Flash mo. Aray, Marco.
Nagtalaban nga ako, Clyde. Yeah. Kakaano na agad ako.
Well, mag-isa na lang si YouTube. What can you do about that?
Ano naman, YouTube, nagbubus ka ng account. Alam mo yung pakaramdam ng 1v5? Well,
damn.
After that, huge information overload sa loob ng comps. Akalain mo nga naman nakapasok sa subbase. Isa na nga lang si Yoti. Vincent nakakalampas. Spray down. 2, 3. Vincent inubos ang tao sa loob ng MR. At MATTJESS mabilis ang 2 puntos.
Oh wait, this is gonna happen for the 3rd time no pare, but this is like the 2nd time that full MR push is thwarted para dito sa MATTJESS, and they're gonna do it again pare. What is the definition of insanity, which is taking MR for the 3rd time dito sa mapa natin? Zach, Vincent getting absolutely naded, and nasa entrance pa lang silang dito ng LR. Vincent down to 1 HP, gets tagged up by his foot. Prietza looking MVA, nakita na si Ninkyu na gustong pumasok kaling ng passage papasok dito ng ating MR. Yetcha stuck in a very bad position, pero with an EBR pare, he can do a hell of a lot of damage pag maganda yung timing na dito.
Absolutely. Yetcha just, make sure na valuable talaga yung 44 HP na yan. Kailangan makapag-ingay nga si Zach ng info dito kay Yetcha to force that push, pero it's CBN. Hindi siya nagpapakagat na sasama nga siya sa entry. Unless, etong round na yun, pwedeng makansela yung ideyang yun. So, Yetcha, di mo kailangan lumabas dyan. Dyan ka lang, bossing. Hayaan mong maging crossfire to para kay Zach at Jason on both CR and missile. Baka sakali lang naman talagang maging full mana entry na nga to. Jason now trying to delay as much as he can, pero isa nga lang makukuha niya. Yotib now with the kill. Si Yetcha, imbes na makapag-lurk, sasama na nga siya. Yetcha now palabas ka ng shatter. CBN gets the kill through the smoke. Grabe nga naman, kahit nalilito, nakakakita pa rin ang Execration sa likod ng mga harang. 1 and 2, finally Execration on the board.
The moment that they wanna fight dito sa MR pare, finally nagka-onting space ang ating mapa dito. And it seems like MR would be the place of war para dito sa MATTJESS. And I can't really blame them, no? This is kind of like their version of taking woods every single time dito sa mapa natin, as it is just continuous denial ng ating locker room, no? At kung papasok ka dito sa passage and if you want to go B via that way, you still have to clear LR at the end of it, no? Considering masyado madaming angles na, yung maibibigay mo kung maibigay mo nga dito yung LR. I'm expecting, galing nga dito sa ating Execration to start taking itong LR natin and kind of just staying there to kind of keep the pressure para sa mga B players natin, and we're gonna see that type of pressure all over the map nga. And itong matches, of course, medyo expected na yung kanilang galawan, especially when it comes to this JR side. Yun nga, papasok sila ng MR, they're gonna try to fight for it, and they're gonna look at advantage. They're gonna look for an advantage from there, pare.
Hopefully, there is going to be a sudden change here for MATTJESS to be able to read the map perfectly, kasi nga you cannot really afford a bit of like what just happened para dito kay Vincent, no? And even so kay Yetcha na walang kamuwang-muwang or wala talaga silang ka-info-info kung paano kasi talaga sila namamatay. Nagugulat na lang sila na Execration just getting a huge amount of space na kahit nga 1v1 yung finiforce dito ng Execration from an aspect of getting second mid, sa pagkuha nga ng site, ibang usapan na nga yun kasi talagang binombard si Jason ng 3 members dito, no? So, it's that kind of focal point na pwede naman talagang itap siguro ng matches, pero hindi lang talaga natin nakikita yung pagiging common na occurrence for MJ. Si Vincent got a triple kill nga kanina, but let's see if he can do it once again. Deja vu, Sneaky Frog, MR ay isang mundo para dito kay Vincent at nakikibayad lang ang Execration.
Execration trying to play damage control dito sa mapa natin. Folex will be getting into good headshot galing kay Yetza habang tumatalon gamit ang kanyang USP. And Yotib is still stuck within his own spawn. Kailangan na pang umikot galing dito ng gate. It is a two-man swing. He can go into triangle for the sake of safety. Pero meron siyang USP sa kanyang kamay. Quick scope, dito tama, repeak. Pero Jason nakatutok na nga ang kanyang crosshair na nasa corner. And another point para dito sa matches. Right? Once again, just off of their aggression dito sa MR and X parang willing silang makipagsuntukan dun pare. Pero MJ, kinda seems like the matches magic is now starting to activate dito sa sariling home map nila pare.
Definitely, felt talaga ng Execration yung siguro yung pagiging late lang. Feeling ko Sneaky kasi meron silang spawn na pang A-rush sana. Pero alam mo yun, just the mere fact na gusto nga talaga nilang ipilit pa rin itong MR nga na to. And I might be wrong, pero kasi did not happen on one occasion. Talagang inuulit ng Exe at masyado na kang mabilis to for the lagging of anyone here for MATTJESS, but they are prepared. Saan ang galing si MV as he gets the kill? Vincent and Yetcha trying to do their best. Right now, they made it a 1v2 CB and once again, in a situation na all too familiar, hindi to bago. Nagpakita na nga sila sa crosshair at parang ganun pa rin ata yung magiging resulta. Sneaky Vincent, health advantage, piso si CBN. Here comes the swing. Vincent nilalaro pa rin ang missile pero hindi siya nakatingin ng DR. Pero si CBN, di mo pa rin sure. Timing. Ang kaibigan dito ni Vincent, C4 literally nasa vision lang ni El Capitan. CBN trying to play kung sakaling lumabas nga si Vincent dito nga sa shutter pero hindi niya kailangan gawin yun kasi kitang-kita niya yung C4 dun sa loob ng LR. Pero CBN, grabe naman yung pagka-Spider-Man, kitang pa at si Vincent tumatawa at humahalakak sa mga nakikita niya. Execration. Aba, napa-DR bigla.
Ayun nga, daming DR na nangyayari. Ano oras na ba pare? 7:54?
Alas 7:54.
Nako pare, ito yung mga oras na pumapalo ng internet ang certain area na nasa Cavite pare. So I feel like Execration is definitely feeling it. Unfortunate, ayun nga, this has been funnily enough no Salvatore, this has actually been a recurring issue for like 3 years dito sa Execration to be specific. So ayun nga, just as it is what it is, you live in PH, you have bad internet. Yun nga, no? That's par for the course para dito sa Execration. Pero MATTJESS, no? So far dito sa mapa natin, yun nga, is actually really looking good. Multiple times na nakuha ka nila dito yung MR at it seems like hindi masolusyonan dito ng Execration yung certain move na yan pare. And I feel like akalain nila siguro they can kinda dodge the initial flashes dito sa MR pero hindi nila nakikita kasi na may bounce flash na nanggagaling pa sa right side and goes right into the face dito ni Justin na nakayuko. So it feels like no matter where you dodge dito sa MR, mabubulag ka talaga. And Execration needs to find a way na i-counter yun pare. Pero yung problema nga lang, the only way of countering MR is entering itong MR and kinda meeting them at the gate. And itong matches, they're making sure yung sitwasyon sa start ng round ay mas favorable para sa kanila dito.
Or just not do it at all, no? Parang kanina pa natin kino-contest. There's no need to rush MR. Bilang BL, pwede mo kunin ng MR control mula sa truck o kaya sa B-wall mismo with just the best lineups of smoke dun sa passage. Baka sakaling may lumabas knowing na MATTJESS plays their GR very hyper-aggressively from the plays na ginagawa pa lang ni Ninkyu at nila Zach from getting those kills intact at lalong-lalo na nga rin si Vincent. Kalabanin na lang talaga natin sa ibang aspeto ang matches. Probably i-rush no? Kasi kanina pa nila iniistakan tong B-site na to with a bit of huge defense. Definitely, no? At parang nasa canvassing stage pa ata ang Execration. At parang nagwawaldas pa nga sila ng budget na okay, ipakita natin sa MR na meron tayong pera. Naubos. Wala man lang silang na-cash out at hindi nga sila pumaldo. Execration. This has been like the most questionable sub-bases we've seen from them. Pero baka dahil hindi pa natin nakikita yung GR nga nila, is Execration trying to put chip on the head of MATTJESS para ito ang kanilang condition heading into the second half. Hindi natin alam, but MATTJESS has been playing this sub-base very smartly. Sa lahat ng ginagawa ng Execration, nababasa talaga nila.
Yun nga men, yung condition na nangyari kanina. They actually threw a lot of nades. Papunta din ng MR, pero si Justin nadaan ng second mid. Vincent's already down. Ninkyu has to be careful about his spot specifically. Yetsa mahuhulog. Zach will be getting Justin as well. So wala nang second mid push na nangyayari para sa Execration. It's all face-up fights. CBN, gusto hanapin dito si Ninkyu. Drops down with the USP. Ninkyu turning around in time. And MATTJESS, as soon as nahulog yung second mid player, there is no other place to concentrate para sa kanila dito other than the B site. And MJ with a huge lead to start things off.
Take a look, no? It would have been round 1 and round 2 of a replay para sa Execration, pero tamang batong utils na lang ang magagawa nila dito, Sneaky. Kasi nga, MJ, do not want any of the smokes being thwarted towards their direction para makuha nga ang control na to. They just really want for Execration to take the space and let MATTJESS do their magic. Ninkyu nakakalampas. Folex now technically on the anti-lurk position, pero si Yotib nagulat na nga lang na i-spray down na nga siya. Folex now on the trade.
CBN possibly can get itong si Yetsa pare, pero Ninkyu already out of the picture. That's a great start para dito sa Execration. CBN taking care of Yetsa na masyadong malalim dito sa may buhos, pero di napansin si Vincent na nasa gilid. Napakagandang tago galing dito kay El Capitan. And MATTJESS, all of a sudden, napunta lang tayo dito sa sub-base at biglang meron na silang 5-point lead sa simula. Execration nowhere to be found sa kanilang BL side.
What did I say, man? Sub-base is the best chance here for us to see set number 3 at baka yun na nga makikita natin for MATTJESS, but we need that consistency to be proven right. Habang nagsiseremonyas na ang MATTJESS, seeing the smiles of their first half labors, kailangan ngiti pa rin na makikita natin sa kanila as we head into the second half. Yes, MATTJESS playing their best GR, but I don't think Execration is playing the optimal of BL, no? Nakapagtaka na, the contrast is, first day ng Master Spring, gantong-ganto lang din naman yun. Like Execration is having, you know, like the openness para laruin tong sub-base, but we're seeing some bit of a fall-off sa kanilang mga direksyon. Especially on how they think towards the mid-round. MVA now entering. Kasama na nga dito si, I believe it was CBN. Yeah, Zach now getting the kill, and I am afraid, Sneaky, magiging 8-1 ata to pag hindi nag-lock in ang Exe.
Ayun nga, it seems like MATTJESS, yun nga, hindi umalis yung magic dito sa sub-base para it's still the exact same MJ na nakikita natin all throughout these years. Very good defense on the B side, pero A side naman ang kailangan nila salaan dito. Vincent with the peek, and NBA instantly annihilates him. Pero meron na rin nakababa na Justin na nasa loob ng Vince. They actually had players looking at Vince earlier, pero the moment na nawala siya doon pare, doon dumaan itong si Justin. And now he's taking care of CR.
7 seconds left to work, pero di na atake na kailangan ng oras dito na Exe para maging kaibigan nga nila to. They just need to find the kills. 2-man entry sa may luwag, and Ninkyu will be getting the kill now. Justin, maganda ang depensa, pero makakalampas si Yetja. Teka lang naman, Justin now medyo nalito, but there it is, finally the one round na sinubukan ng Execration pumunta ng luwag ng mabilisan. Doon pa talaga sila nakakuha ng magandang post plan.
Yun nga, no, Uno A site was wide open dito pare. It just kind of seems like yun nga, B was kind of our target this entire time, but you can't really blame itong Execration. No? They're also trying the one side of the map approach para sobrang ma-condition naman ng kanilang mga kalaban dito. But if it's anyone that was conditioned in the first half, pare, pakaramdam ko Execration. The amount of nades na na-spend nila just to get initial MR control is giving that early advantage papunta ka dito sa MATTJESS because of all the presence na nagawa nga nila dun sa parte na mapa na yun. Yun nga, Execration having to expend additional resources just to do additional clears dito sa second mid and dito sa passage in order just to get any semblance of map control dito pare. MATTJESS doing a great job of the in and out game dito sa mapa natin. Sometimes may mangyayari na push galing dito sa passage or sa MR, pero paminsan-minsan mag-withhold itong information itong MATTJESS natin.
7-2 and MATTJESS. It's the last time you saw them play sub-base like this. It's way back in the day na kalaban pa nga nila ang original UM roster, or even just the gameplays from their matches up against Acceptance, or even someone like Motomake, no? Pero man, up against Execration, who has been very consistent throughout the year, sa loob nga ng sub-base, wherein dumidikit sila up against Stallions, pre. That's the thing. Grabe nga naman talaga. By God, man, Execration, I don't know what happened, pero baka nga talaga, Sneaky. Inaantay lang nila, hindi nila na-ROI na maayos yung first half, kaya dito sila sa GR babawi. Kung sa BL sila nasira, dito na sa GR nila ayusin, man. So now, huge question mark still for Execration because we did not see like very impressive offense para sa Exe. What more pa kaya pag nag-hold sila ng site?
Execration, their turn on defense this time dito Salvatore. MATTJESS now the ones on offense. Usually, we do like to see MATTJESS on this side of the map kasi dami sila nagagawa sa sitwasyon kagaya ng ganito. Pero Polex, playing distraction. Yetza almost got dito sa luwag pero mako-confirm naman at least dito ni Polex na walang paparating dito sa side ng mapa niya. Problema nga lang, Ninkyu also wanting to crawl pero si Justin masyadong aware na may dadaan dito ng vents. Si Vincent gusto pang pumasok at sumala kasama dito si Ninkyu. Not the best decisions being made dito ng MATTJESS. Yetza barely any distraction dito sa CR side natin. Justin not spotting kung sino man na nasa sikip. Zach has to get this shot dito kay Yotib. But MVA will make it very difficult. Nades are flying. Na-stuck na sa CR ang MATTJESS natin. Folex trying to go for a full peek. Missile will give him a great deal of cover para makakuha ng headshots dito sa mapa natin. Pero Jason tempted na gusto na pumasok ng site. Flash kay Folex. Not gonna be fully blinded by it as he sits inside of the site. Headshot is needed para sa kanya pare. And a headshot he'll get. MVA will be down. And getting Zach and Yotib will be getting that last one. Grabe naman yun. Folex, a hold of a lifetime. Di siya masyadong nag-overextend dun pare. And it will be the third para sa Exe.
Might be na groundbreaking here for Execration para simulan nga ang dapat nagawa nga nila on the first half. MJ, parang hindi talaga maiwan-iwan ni Vincent yung pag-push ng Vince CBN. Sinong nagsumbong kay Ninkyu? Hindi ko alam paano mo naisip na may magkocross ng truck. And he finds 2 kills instantaneously as quick as 30 seconds into the round. At sana man lang naging split push yun for MJ pero mapipilitan nga silang gawin na lang to ng 3 na lang sila. Not really much to look at here for MATTJESS as they just really want much more smokes inside of second mid. Pero tingnan natin, no? Malay mo naman, Execration might be in the... What is even happening in Execration? Alas 8:04? Di ko alam. I don't know. Sila gumagalaw. Computer? Ano po nangyayari nga po sa atin? Collective frozen. Pero yun, gumagalaw na sila. Okay? They're now back.
NBA!
Okay na ba?
Oy, NBA. Yun lang! We got the message! Nakuha namin ng message, pare. And I think, is that, who's winning? Execration? There it is! They got the 4th point and we see Bootcamp, Nibbles, Royalty, and everything. Para teka lang, piling ko magde-dead round muna tayo dito. Para kailangan natin mag-reset malala. And here we go. Yun na nga, we are gonna take a dead round.
7-4!
7-4. Indeed, pare. Nanalo sila dun, pare. Parang feeling ko our side nang nag-disconnect dito. I feel like the all too familiar, no, 302_5 Salvatore ay nag-appear sa ating screens. Alam mo naman, Salvi, 8:05 PM na madami nang gumagamit ng internet dito sa Pilipinas, pare. So the bandwidth is getting thin. But the match is just getting better, no, pare. The storyline para sa Execration, papunta na second half natin. The comeback is real para sa kanila. Pero MATTJESS, 3 strikes and you're out, pare.
Sabi men, and even so ang ating mga observer hindi rin nakatakas dun sa ating malupit na message na pinahiwatig nga po sa atin. Sa mga hindi po nakakalam, yun nga po ang pag nakita nyo po ang 8405, yun po ang network routing issue. Kumbaga, sabihin hindi po nararoute na maayos ang inyong internet sa mga optimal na servers na meron ng CrossFIRE. Kaya kahit anong ISP pa yan, ganyan nga naman na talaga ang kakalabasan nga nito. Pero as said by our dear tournament director, no, counted po ang ating round since naging active nga po ang naging movement ng 2 players and there was already a recorded kill mula nga po kay CBN. So kahit nga po ganun ang nangyari, kahit nga po medyo naging dihado ang Execration experiencing those disconnections, mapabawi naman nila after, no, kasi nga MVA apparently got kills and then forced a 7-4. Pero yun guys, dead round nga tayo, no. Kahit nga po dead po ang ating round boy, pa rin naman po ang ating mga kaluluwa as we are now witnessing a tide turner para sa side ng Execration after scoring 2 rounds consecutively laban nga sa matches na hindi pa natin alam kung ano nga ba ang kanilang kalidad heading into the second half. So yun guys, so stick around, wag muna po tayong aalis. Ito ay nabutasan lang naman tayo dito ng ating biyahe, pero rest assured makakabalik naman tayo ng payapa maya-maya.
Yeah, just need to fix on the tire and we'll be back on the journey, no, dito sa ating sub-base, in all honesty. Pero yun nga, both of these teams obviously playing to their maximum, no, and kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina dito sa Alvi, we kind of expected this. Galing dito sa MATTJESS kasi yun nga, no, every single time they touch upon this map, for some reason talaga they become, let's say, top 3 to top 2 material dito pare. But at the same time, we still haven't seen, you know, the best of the best galing sa mga ibang players natin. Definitely, we could see more galing dito kay Zach, especially knowing how good he could be pagdating dito sa mapa ng sub-base. And ayun nga, no, I feel like overall, MATTJESS, if they stay connected nga dito sa kanilang second half ng ating mapa, pwede pa mangyari ang comeback. And yun nga, and MATTJESS obviously could look really good dito sa mapa ng ating sub-base, especially on the BL side. Doon nakita na natin to dati. If Ninkyu and Jason can get their due openings, whether or not it is luwag, whether or not it is second mid, whether or not it is itong B-site natin, that can definitely work para dito sa MJ. Problema nga lang, Execration, as soon as the half turn, lahat ng setups nila, perfect na perfect dito para. They even read yung double vents na ginawa dito ni Ninkyu at Vincent.
Good reads, Execration. Buti na nga lang na nandito pa nga sila sa loob ng laro, no? And you gotta commend Execration stability. Despite the rough first half, the vision was still there for them to be able to read the map na parang kaya nga nilang basahin itong cursive writing na malaruan dito, no, ng matches, because you can never really be too sure kung double vents, stating in the mid wall, maglalurk ng passage, rush I do not know mindset dito para sa side ng MATTJESS. But let's see, might be a change of pace heading into itong round number 12, pero sana na nga maayos na nga po ng both parties ang kanilang mga connection para tayo mataguyod na nga natin ang ating final match for today, kasi kanina pa naiinip ang mga tao makita talaga, no, magiging resulta na itong sub-base nga na to, na makakabawi nga bang Execration from being down 5 rounds laban nga sa MATTJESS, na gustong makita dito ang Angkara, baka sakaling makasungkit nga sila ng 2-1 dito, no? So yun guys, maraming salamat pala dyan sa ating munting viewers dyan, and especially sa ating mga taga-supporters dyan ng mga paborito nga nilang teams. Maraming salamat. Rest assured na pagbalik nga natin, tuloy-tuloy na po ang ating mga laban. At hindi lang naman ito yung laban na makikita nyo sa mga sa CFS Master Summer, no? May mga laban pa ang Virtus Pro, Stallions, ang Vervid, no? Kaya abangan nyo lang. Kung di ka pa naka-follow, i-follow mo na nga ang page CrossFIRE Philippines. Kung di ka pa naka-subscribe, mag-subscribe ka na sa CFPH na YouTube channel, no? Para updated ka sa lahat ng mga nangyayari tungkol sa CrossFIRE Philippines. Pero yun, no, sneaky, dead round na nga tayo, hoping na makabalik nga. Pero do you see any chances here for Execration to make a breakthrough, o baka nakawin na ng MATTJESS itong mapa na to for us to see Angkara?
Yeah, really entirely depends upon ano mangyayari dito sa next round natin, no? I feel like 4-7 still definitely feels a bit defeating para dito sa side ng Execration, but the 5-7, man, that's only, you know, 2 more points away. Dalawang napakagandang basa basically para dito sa Exe, especially knowing that their GR side has been operating really well so far, no? Definitely possible to pare. And we have seen matches crumble before, no, dito sa ating mga second halves natin, and hopefully di nga natin makikita yun. Pero that is kind of the goal para dito sa Execration, no? Kind of sow that frustration dito nga sa side ng MATTJESS and try and see if they can, you know, erase yung momentum na nakuha nga nila dito sa first half natin. Siguro sabihin na rin natin to, no, Salvatore, if you are a Masters player or an Impact player that yun nga, no, wants to play in the 144 Hertz Cafe pare, and it just so happens na yun nga, you can't afford it, no, yun nga, make sure PM mo na lang ako sa page or PM mo na lang si Salvi. I think we'll sort it out para sa inyo. Kasi, ayun nga, we're trying to see the players play at their maximum, no? And yun nga, for that maximum to happen, dapat, yun nga, 240, you know, you can still have the A4 Tech mouse if you want to, pare. Preference na lang yan. Pero, ayun nga, no, we do want the players playing at their maximum. So, yun nga, if you are that player, no, this is only exclusive to the Masters and yung mga Impact players natin. Make sure PM na lang yung mga pages namin ni Salvatore, and yeah, we're gonna sort that out for sure.
Pero make sure talaga nagagamitin nyo.
Make sure nagagamitin nyo.
Kung di nyo gagamitin nyo. Wala na sa amin yan kung di nyo gagamitin sa maayos yan. Ang masasabi ko lang, nagmabubuting puso kami dito ni Sneaky para talaga ma-ensure na makikita namin yung magandang crossfire talaga. Hindi namin to ginagawa para sa amin, ginagawa din namin to para sa inyo because potential is right there tulad nga na pinapakita nga ni Ningyu. No? So hopefully Ningyu sapat na yan na pera para talaga may taguyod mo yung Swiss pati na nga rin ang regionals group stage hanggang sa playoffs mismo. No? Kasi sobra pa kaya kung tutusin. Pero kung sakto lang, wag ka mag-hesitate ni Ningyu. No? Kasi kung tulad ka lang din talaga ni Ningyu, pre, hopefully talaga masolusyonan na agad dito ng ating mga players to be able for them to tap the potential kasi wala nang mas malupit pa na market kundi ang Cebu mismo, no? Kasi diyan lang naman lumaki sila KLB, CBN, YoTib, A7J, Dracifer, and especially wala nang iba, no? Ang nag-iisa na player that being KLP, no? Actually si KLP na lumaki din dyan sa lugar nga na yan. So syempre malaki na utang na loob din kasi binigyan nyo kami ng ilang taon na purong puno ng malulupit na crossfire, no? So ito na nga lang yung paraan namin para makabalik nga para sa inyo. And yun na nga guys, no? So inaantay na lang talaga natin na makabalik itong dalawang teams na to sa kanilang pinaglalaroan. And balita ko kasi nagkaroon nga ng spike ng internet ang dalawang teams nga na to. So yun, 'di ba? So, malupit nga siguro no na meron ka nga pang budget ng shop pero sana hindi po kasama doon ang malupit na spike ng internet kasi pinakamalakas na kalaban Team Stallions para sa akin hindi kasi iba talaga si ISP.
Iba talaga si ISP pare. It happens every single time. Actually parang na-experience ko nga kanina kasi parang tumigil yung screen ko And then nag-reload ako pare. And then I went back into it. So I feel like it's the entire country. Siguro yung kung sino man yung nagpapatakbo ng national router natin pare ay enough ng 10 seconds ay at inon ulit para gumana siguro. Maybe his his TikTok's not loading. We might not know. Pero yun nga men, ayun nga, it's just par for the course once again para sa bansa natin to really have that kind of issues. But at the same time, maybe this prolonged pause no ay pwede maging cause for maybe something aggressive papasok ng ating in-game pare. Alam naman natin tong Execration, they're also full of surprises so hindi na lang ako magugulat kung may push na mangyayari dito sa Woods or push na mangyayari dito sa Passage or push na mangyayari dito sa MR. Pero yung advice ko sa kanila pare, wag nyo nang gawin yan men. I feel like MATTJESS they want that Execration to show up dun sa mga ganun na rounds kasi that's kind of their thing, diba? The stand and bang dito sa mga Woods, dito sa mga MR side natin. As long as the fights are continuing, that is where MATTJESS is at home dito pare. Pero Execration, once again, we need to see that smart Execration na nakita natin nung isang araw where they were just countering every single move na nakita natin galing sa kanilang kalaban. And if they can do exactly that, if they can cancel whatever momentum nakuha dito ng MATTJESS in that second half, and a win is definitely in effect para sa kanila. Pero MATTJESS, once again, na 3 puntos na lang pare.
Langin ng bangin, no? Siguro, no? For both Execration and as well as MATTJESS as they now trying to lift up the weights, especially na magiging mabigat na nga talaga itong second half na to. We're now nearing to our decider round actually, no? Kung makakalamang nga ba dito ang MATTJESS and extending their lead will be very very much good para nga sa team na to. And for Execration, jumping up dito no sa ating ladder will definitely benefit them in terms of momentum na. So hindi natin sure actually, no? We're now looking at a blank canvas na ngayon, Sneaky, at blankong cheque din ang makikita natin sa pagawaldas dito ng MATTJESS and as well as Execration. What could be the play? It's still a huge question mark pero siguro hindi na nakakagulat ang isang malupitang A-rush for a MATTJESS. Pero men, 2 rounds na yung nakalipas, hindi pa rin nila ginagawa. They're still canvassing kung okay nga ba ang passage towards ito nga LR na route. Baka sakaling masandwich ka nila yung mga members sa loob nga ng B-site. And maraming salamat sa pag-intay kaibigan at dahil dyan, babalik na nga tayo sa loob ng sub-base na parang walang nangyari kasi MR na naman at napakalalim na kagad ni Vincent.
I think na-discover niya pare, okay, walang fight na nangyayari dito sa MR. It is gonna be free temporarily, no? Kaso, how free will it get going into yung later rounds natin? MJ recognizing na merong onting gap na nangyari dito sa MR. So it kind of seems like, the option para kumuha ng LR control and backing off is definitely there para dito sa MATTJESS. And knowing itong si Vincent, that kind of strategy is definitely within his back pocket. Pero, MJ naman on the hold this time. Very well aware Execration could possibly going for some aggressive control dito sa Woods.
Lalim na kagad ni Folex, no? It's not really a position for him to be on a trade. Wala naman si Justin, wala rin si CBN. So, alay buhay para sa impormasyon? Ganyan ba talaga kabayani dito si Folex? Nililiteral ang pagiging hero play dito? LR na nga, napusuan ng matches. Siyempre, obvious naman na may DR dito. Palagi naman kahit anong team pa yan. Kaya kailangan ng pag-ingatan ng pansin dito ng matches. Ang basta-bastang pasok pero good decision for them to be able to smoke CBN. Masyado kang ambisyoso pre. Nasa loob na nga ng soda. Jason now spraying it down. Getting the kill. Beautiful entry here for Matches. Pero mas maganda nga ba ang kanilang pangalawang pagpasok. NBA hindi na clear. Justin now on shutter position. Puro piso pero napatay din. Sa naliligaw na Zach. Folex now. Can he play the time perfectly? Lalo't spread out na ka sila. Headshot syempre. Si Vincent pa ang nahuli. But at the same time, Folex is still 1 HP. Anong diskarte dito ni Folex?
Yun nga. No longer headshots are the name of the game dito, Salvatore. It is gonna be about whether or not that USP hits. But he goes back to the HK Zach. Piece na lang dito pare. HE no longer available in his back pocket. Instead, will be going via the MR side. Zach still very wary na pwede pa may lumabas.
Uy, lumabas.
Dito sa ating site, pero ang ganda ng ikot dito ni Yetcha playing the bait game. Zach spotted dito sa DR possibly, and Folex will be making a bit of noise para ma-throw out kung sino man ang sniper na nasa loob ng DR. Defuse is needed. 4 more seconds. Zach's shoulder spotted pero wala ng oras para makuha ng defuse. Really good patient zone galing kay Yetcha and really good positioning para sa matches.
Thank you. Really reeling in that round. Nakakala talaga ng karamihan na Execration will be getting away scot-free. Folex now taking a page out of the Matches playbook sa ginagawa ni Vincent kanina. Trying na baka sakali lang din bumalik sa Matches ang karma. Kakapush nga nila ng MR. Yun din naman ang ginawa dito ni Folex. Now Matches playing as passive as they can be. Baka sakaling magiwahiwalay dito ang mga members ng Matches to force the 1v1s. Take a look. MR. Full control. Established din ng Crossfire. Literally, Execration can do anything at this point. Di na nga nila kailangan gumalaw pa. Pero kitang-kita rin naman talaga sa window kung saan na sila magro-rotate. Ninkyu nagparamdam, gets the headshot. CBN. And now, Ninkyu is the next target. 4v1 na lang. Zach natitira. Paangat na nga nangangatan. NBA with the spray. And as soon as Folex found a diamond in the rough sa loob nga ng MR pre. Tagtawag na siya agad siya ng kakampi.
Yun nga. Going on the MR side once again. CBN. Bawas na bawas pero nakaupo na dito gamit ang kanyang USP. Nasa lababo lang. Hindi pa siya nakikita. Ninkyu spotting him finally. Oh my goodness me, Ninkyu. Almost getting melted by the USP. Buti na lang di sumala yung pan-12 na bala pare. And CBN will be falling. Wala nang MR control itong Execration. However, it does have a slight clue kung ilan yung tao na nasa loob dito. And Justin now a bit worried. Dito sa second mid, pakaramdam niya. Dito manggagaling yung second prong ng attack natin from the side of MJ.
Clearly, Execration overlooking the fact ito nga subbase na to is still a map na paborito nga talaga ng Matches after hyper-focusing themselves on Ankara, Eagle Eye, and Compound. Baka nagiging ambisyoso na nga sila sa mga decision nga nila, no? Especially from what CBN did doon sa loob nga na MR. 4v5 still winnable in the end of Execration at isang magiging malakas na hiyaw ang kanilang depensa nga dito, no? Which I do feel like Matches can make it happen. They can abuse itong man advantage na meron nga sila. Ninkyu way back Impact Summer 2025 played second fiddle sa pag-aarte kasama si Rels.
Good shot.
Now Ninkyu is down. Di nga napagana. Quick 4v4.
Yun nga, pop flash na naman galing dito kay Justin. He's been using that particular lineup no for the past few rounds para ma-confirm niya kung meron man tao dito sa second mid. Pero Justin, nagkamali ng angulo pare. Masyadong diretso ang kanyang baril. Pero Folex, big responsibility para sa kanya. Jason will be getting MVA. Zach will be falling as well. Pero Folex, you need another headshot. But yet, a bit too fast with the EBR. At naubusan na ng tao ang ating Execration. And with only one more point left, MATTJESS could possibly close this out and start a very long journey for a comeback dito pare.
4 rounds. Execration. 4
Sending it.
chances para makita ang 9-9 na scoreline. Yetjay hindi nagpaparamdam. This is going to be beautiful if it works. Yotip tumagal. Naisumbong na nga. Yetjay still alive. Folex crucial misses. Heto na nga, Matches, ang panimula para sa bagong panahon. For Matches to be able to push it through sa loob nga ng Ankara. Pero sa base, dito na muna kanila tatapusin by the post. Lahat Yetja, double! Needs to go for the USP pero wala na kayong bala. Pero boy pa rin siya. Buti na nga lang nandoon si Kapitan. Matches forces set number 3.
Grabe, Matches on their best map finally. Backs against the ropes para sa kanila dito and they finally see a semblance of victory up against itong Execration. It was a very, very tough, opening dito sa mapa natin, especially knowing how map number 1 went. Pero Execration, sila naman yung nag-crumble dito sa second half natin, pare. They just can't seem to contain yung offense dito na Matches. And yun nga, it just seems like sub-base to be specific, pare, nagmamatch talaga dito sa laruan ng MJ where they were just hitting every single pressure point ng mapa natin at ramdam yun dito na Execration. It was very unfortunate para sa Exe, considering that they were actually getting a lot of rounds dito sa kanilang defense. Pero ayun nga, once na nag-fail na yung kanilang mga MR pushes dito, pare, and once Matches are kinda, getting a swing of things or getting a bit of a rhythm kung ano man pinagagawa nga nila dito sa mapa, ayun nga, it seems like Matches, they were just looking for the jugular at this point by the time na nakarating na tayo na second half.
Execration, di lang nadapa sa sarili nga nilang decision dito, leaving open sub-base na baka nagawa na namin yung impact, nagawa na namin nung Master Spring, pero it was definitely a Matches that had communication issues nung nandun pa ka talaga si Aldrin, but right now they are as whole as they are. Kasi nga, Matches now fully activated inside of sub-base is something that Execration should have respected, no? Napaaga na lang sana dito ang Ankara, or just they should have just spanned it out, no? Para sa Execration. Akalain mo nga naman talaga yung confidence talaga yung umiral doon instead of like the logical thinking, and you cannot really be sure when the decision is right, kasi nga Cebuano inside of sub-base, man, that is indeed a death wish na kahit hindi mo pa nga talaga nagsisimula ang laban, no? Pero set number 1, very very nice for Execration. Set number 2, mas malupit pa talaga sa Matches, no? Alay mo nga naman, 10-5, what a huge contrast from what we saw from Matches inside of Eagle Eye. Buti na nga lang meron pa talagang sub-base dito sa ating map pool.
Ayun nga, no, sub-base, it is a saving grace para sa mga ibang teams natin, especially the more aggressive ones, no, pagdating nga dito sa ating liga. And we hope to see more galing nga dito sa Matches, especially knowing what they're capable of dito sa ating mapa. And of course, with our next map being if I'm not mistaken, ano nga ulit sabi? Ankara. Ooh, yun nga, that's gonna be pakiramdam ko golden round. Yung naririnig ko ba dito, Salvi?
Gantong-ganto lang din yun talaga, Sneaky. No? Last year ng regionals, ito yung sitwasyon na kailangan ipanalo talaga ng Matches para makita nga nila ang playoffs. Pero that is it for set number 2, sub-base. Can we see a reverse sweep, or will Execration ruin a dream once again dito sa tournament na to? Nagawa na nga nila ng 2 beses. Baka sakaling third time is the charm indeed. Let us now send it into the panel para sa karagdagang impormasyon para nga sa laban nga na to. Mochi and Bipolar! Kayo naman.
Kitang-kita naman sa mga ngiti namin. Yes! Finally nabuhay na sila! Pero yun na nga, Bipolar, it seems like Execration did the grave mistake of opening itong ating sub-base. Kasi akalain mo nga naman, no, talagang napaalala paata kay MATTJESS kung ano yung original na kompositura nila at kung paano talaga sila dapat naglalaro the moment na binigay ito sa kanila.
Ayun ang Mochi, binigyan natin sila ng challenge and they accepted it with full arms or with open arms, no? Talagang in a sub-base pa nga na, yes, they have one chance and they proved themselves na parang, uy, Matches kami, bakit kami matatalo sa sub-base mismo? Binigay nyo sa amin, eto, pinakita namin na parang mali yung decision nyo. Execration faltering dito sa BL side na isipin mo yung multiple B-side things. Yung kumagat sila for some reason, parang may masarap ata, hindi ko alam kung ano pero Execration really did just fall off dito sa ating first BL side. Tapos nung nasa GRC City, yes, there were a lot of times na parang, ang ganda ng holds. There's faster actions mula dito sa Execration. Pero once A-side naman ang pinuntahan dito ng ating Matches, well, You saw it. You saw it clearly. Parang dire-diretso lang sila and they got easy post-plant situations for matches. This pushes mula sa MR. Tulad nga sinabi ni Salve pati ni Sneaky Frog, you shouldn't need to do this. Di mo kailangan labanan to. Give it away because you can retake this any time of the day kasi you have the rest of the map to play with. Center mid, woods, outer, forklift, it's my passage. A lot of things can be worked out. Pero syempre, mindset dito ng Execration, malakas kami umim. Nandiyan si Justin, nandiyan si Folex, nandiyan si CBF, and we can get easy head taps, pero you're always at a disadvantage kapag nasa BL side ka. And looking at it, no, great shots, though, great awareness, especially from Justin, expecting na dalawa dito manggagaling sa bench, but still, nag-full trip pa din yun kasi natalo pa rin sila in these next few rounds. MATTJESS, you are one hell of a fighter, and I love to see it na umaabot pa tayo sa map number 3, Ankara, but sa base, it's still in the hands of this bonus. Parang di pa to kailangan gamitin ng mga extension.
Oo, no? Lalo na rin yung pag-online ni Janito, no? Biro mo, simula pa lang, nasa 6 kills na, tas isang death lang yung nakuha niya, no? Pero ngayon, tignan mo naman ang kanilang estado. Right now, Jason taking that 89% na ating rating, nahiya pang i-round out mo na yan ng 90, no? And in contrast, no, Execration, first time ko makitang nahirapan si Yotib. 5-12 ang kanyang KD dito, no? And it seems like they already found out siguro yung kanilang sagot dito, no? What if disable na lang natin si Yotib as much as possible dito sa mapa ng sub-base natin, and it did so well for them. To the point that Execration is already quite lost, no? Parang the entire time ang pakiramdam parang naghahabol sila, no?
Yes.
Sa gawain dito ng MATTJESS, and it appears, no, na talagang ang magiging MVP natin dito is no other than Jason. Kung gaano siya kahirap kanina, ganon kataas yung pagbawi niya ngayon.
Yeah, nasa comfort zone sila, Mochi. Sabi nga dito ni Jason, diba, sub-base is where we will always win. Or at least, ito yung pinaka-comfort nila. No? So, it's just fitting na Jason will have a pretty good time dito sa ating mapa. And they read it carefully. No? Na, uy, okay lang. Sige, mag-push lang kayo. We have better aim and we have better situation. We have better positions every time. Kasi kayo mismo yung talaga nag-ahabol. Tulad nga sabi, Mochi, parang may ginugusto dito Execration pero they cannot get that easily, especially that this is sub-base. So, you know what? Let's see. It's map number 3 now. It's all up to our players kung sino nga ba mananalo.
Yes, and dito na talaga magkakaalaman, no? Will MATTJESS finally break the lose streak that they have right now? Or will Execration be the one suffering in return? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya pagdating sa ating decider map. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it to double. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
At tayo ay naririto muli dito sa laban na tuloy pa rin, no? Parang tuloy pa rin ang awit ng buhay, no? Regardless sa kung ano ang nangyari dito sa parehong teams natin. May it be the history of losing or winning, it doesn't matter because what matters is the present. We're in matches finally reclaim that win sa mapa ng surveys natin with a 1-1 right now. At paano naman kaya ngayon na nasa Angkara na tayo, Bipolar?
You know what, Mochi, it all ends up sa ating last map, no? And you love to see it na MATTJESS finally biting and, you know what, fighting up against Execration, no? The number one right now in terms of just, you know, sheer surprisesness. Pero yun yung gusto ko makita dito mula sa Execration. Can they be surprising in both sides? Kasi they're very much predictable. They have a lot of games na it's the same kind of setups, it's the same kind of pushes na ginagawa na sa VR pati GR and matches. They have a lot to think about here. But syempre, all they need to do is shut down the key players pagdating dito sa Execration.
That is true. At tingnan na nga natin sino ang mag-shutdown at sino ang masya-shutdown. Kaya naman ibigay na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Nicky Frog and Salvatore. Take it away.
Maraming salamat once again, no, sa ating panel dyan. And my God, who would have expected those, Nikki, from the recent performances nitong Execration na to? Tayo'y aabot sa set number 3 up against a team na wala pang naipapanalo sa araw nga na to, no? Yan, MATTJESS, definitely a strong team, pero iba talaga kasi nakikita natin sa kanila when it comes to their gameplay alone. And Angkara is the map, and there's nothing deadly sa Angkara, no, within these two teams talaga na maglalaro sa loob ng mapang yan.
And yun nga, no, we've already seen both of these teams kind of flourish pagdating sa mapa ng Angkara. I feel like both flourish in very different ways. Execration, obvious naman yung kanilang mga game plans papasok dito ng Angkara has been very, very solid, especially yung kanilang A defense with Follex and itong si CBN kind of playing almost a bit too close to each other dito, pare. And ayun nga, it kind of creates this kind of vacuum na nangyayari nga dito sa A site na every single time na gusto mong pumasok doon, you will have to go up against two best riflers on the team, which is not really easy. At meron pang rotation galing kay Justin, no, playing etong spawn side natin. So, ayun nga, decisions have to be made para dito sa matches. Maybe they are going to be playing for picks to start things off dito sa mapa natin to try and see if they can draw out yung mga players nga dito ng Execration. But Execration is also known to kind of dice roll yung kanilang ibang mga rounds, no, and try and see if they can gain map control for themselves. Kaya ng 3-man or 4-man second mid na makikita natin potentially dito sa mapa natin. Pero paano naman sa matches, no? Hopefully, their loose, play for picky kind of style is definitely hopefully it works pagdating nga dito sa mapa ng Angkara, no? Kasi pag malaki yung space na kaya nila makuha with these individual players, like taking this CA side, taking this HM side, and maybe possibly taking itong second mid side natin, you know, anything can happen nga para dito sa matches. Pero yung problema nga lang, what if hindi nila mapanalo yung mga opening paano hindi nila mapanalo yung mga opening fights na yun, pare? That is where they get stuck, eh. Pag namatay si Nintyu, pag namatay si Yetcha, pag namatay itong si Jason to start off dito sa round, they kinda just sit and stand kung nasan man sila doon. And it's the fact na may mga ibang rounds sila na nakukuha doon sa mga ganun na sitwasyon, no, Salvi, pero it's more like the overextensions on the side of Execration, or Execration not hitting their shots. It's not really about positioning para dito sa matches. So matches, yun nga, no, you need to count your lucky stars if you want to win a few fights dito sa mapa na to, kasi dapat talaga every fight na iti-take mo dito, pare, at least would be guaranteed for a trade.
Hopefully, no, Sneaky, honestly, masolusyonan kagad to ng matches, considering na they do have a very valuable player, that being Nintyu. Pero kasi it becomes a question mark na, eh. Para sa mga iba nilang kakampi, paano tayo magbabounce off dito? Paano tayo magbabounce back rather pag nawala na nga yung isa nating attacker? Or what more pa kaya pag si Zac na mismo yung nawala? That's one layer of anti-lurk down, and that's one dueling partner na pwede mo sanang itapat kay Yotib or even kay MVA when the scenario is being given, no? So, matches, you do do have a map na pwede. No, tulad na lang din ng sub-base, there's a lot of possibilities here. Kung paano nga kayo mag-rush, it could happen para ka sa loob ng A-site. Or, better yet, talagang laruin nyo yung pinakamagandang default na ginagamit yung up against your opponents way back, a Master Spring, and even as far as Regionals 2025. Kasi kakailanganin nyo nga talaga. The greatest experienced player definitely talaga sa paghigop talaga ng Ankara is definitely Zach, and as well as si Jason from their run in Regionals 2025. If they can just use that every bit of motivation, Sneaky, na they're on their way for their 5th loss at hindi yun maganda para sa kanilang column, they have to squeeze every ounce of it right now. Kasi nga, one crucial mistake, makikita to ng Execration and they will use that up against you talaga. And trust me when I say this, Matches, hindi nyo gugustuhin na i-expose kayo ng Execration sa mga pagkakamali nyo kasi magmumukha kayong loko-loko sa sarili nyo nga mapa, and better yet talaga makukuha na ito ng Execration tulad kung paano nga nangyari sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. And very ironic, no, Sneaky, syempre wala namang pinagkaibang Eagle Eye ng Ankara, very same map geography, ano, and sinasabi ko lang talaga sa Matches, lock in as early as first half because it will not be friendly the moment na makita ng Execration yung isang magandang play tapos hindi nyo pa mabasa after that.
Ayun nga, no, and fortunately para sa Execration, they will be starting on VL side dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like there's a lot of points to counter para dito sa matches, no, para nila maaagapan yung initial long A take na gagawin nga dito na X's in order to gain access dito sa CA. How will we contain itong si CBN trying to go for hotel picks left, right, and center, pare, at paano nila pipigilan ang mid control dito na Execration? There's a lot of questions in the air and can be a solution for this one man dito, pare, named Zach. A name na we barely mentioned all throughout yung series na to, actually, Salvatore, and that is a worrying sign para nga dito sa side ng matches kasi considering na yun nga, Ninkyu, Jason, Jet, they're the space creators, pare, si Zach dito yung taga-finish ng mga rounds natin, and we haven't seen too many good finishes galing sa kanya. Granted, there has been some occasional USP clutches, pero we are not seeing the exact same sharp Zach na nakikita natin galing sa mga ibang games. So hopefully we do see him in a map like Ankara kasi kailangan ng katapat dito ni Yotib. Man, if Yotib just gets free reign across the map dito, pare, that is basically game over. Kasi pag uminit na tong si Yotib, ayun nga, no, the high mid peak, papuntang Arco, yung floor A at itong hotel, magiging very uncomfortable para sa mga early peaks dito na matches, pare.
Kung maalala mo pa talaga, nagka-second na game si Yotib sa mapa na to, specifically up against Virtus Pro, pre. And I just do not want for Matches to experience the same fate na dinanas dito ng Virtus Pro because I can assure you, no, hindi pa ka makakamuban dito ng kagad-kagad si 0-2 because he said it himself. They looked lost from the maps that they played on that day. And ngayon, Matches, you have been handed a second chance to live, no? Na hindi nyo pa talaga makikita ang liwanag ng buwan dito, no? So, kailangan talaga, Matches, as early as right now, give Yotib a taste of his own medicine, no? Zach, we know the capability, we know the potential, pwede mong i-duel. So, BL simula, labanan mo kaagad sa floor A. BL lang simula, labanan mo kaagad sa HM. Paramdam mo kaagad, Zach, that you are the best aggressive sniper inside of this lobby and not your opponent talaga. At least on that end, there's already a guaranteed 4v5. Maybe 50-50, pero I just know that Matches is capable na laruin nga yung trade game ng maayos, no, Sneaky. So, Matches, with the cohesiveness na meron nga sila, Vincent calling, Ninkyu aggression, Jason being the attacker that he originally is, Zach being Zach, no? So parang nakikita ko talaga from those mentioned players, kakayanin naman talaga nila. Yetcha is there for the adjustment basically, no? Kasi nakikita mo kanina inside of Eagle Eye, he can lurk and he can also entry, pero kaya niya rin naman talaga dito mag-Arctic. So everything is possible para dito kay Yetcha. He just needs to do it efficiently. So yun din siguro yung caveat na ginagawa mo karamihan dito, hindi mo ma-distinguish kung ano nga ba talaga ang role mo. Yun ang pinaka nagiging issue talaga ng Matches if they cannot find their identity as early as the first half. Then, same fate talaga ng Eagle Eye ang makikita nga natin. Execration, not really much of a concern for them considering na palagi naman sila na nakikita sa mapa nga na to. And telling it once again would be like listening to a broken record player, no, Sneaky. So, Execration, they have that kind of strength na hindi na natin kailangan talaga i-describe pa para sa mga manonood kasi you would too. Ikaw rin na nanonood ngayon, alam mo din talaga ang kalakasan ng Execration sa mapa na to. Yeah, Matches, better yet, good luck talaga para sa kanila kasi this is not coming from a hatred, no? Parang kakailanganin talaga ng Matches.
I mean, yeah, despite what the predictions suggest, no, we still are fully behind dito sa matches storyline. No? Kasi alam mo naman, Salvi, once again, hindi kami bias sa mga teams, bias kami kung sino ang may pinakamagandang istorya papasok ng ating playoffs. And it just so happens that MATTJESS has one of the best stories possible, no? Papasok ng ating playoffs, obviously being down 0-4 and having done this time and time again dito sa ating liga, being down so much in the start of the season and then making a resounding comeback papuntang playoffs. And the fact na dinagdagan mo pa yan ng QRD players natin from that miracle run from last time, malay mo, diba? That magic is still possibly kinda there para sa kanila, pare, but it needs to turn up very early dito sa ating game. Kasi Execration, pag binigyan mo nga sila ng early game momentum dito, pare, mahirap na yung tanggalin galing sa kanila. And that is where they're gonna start to roll forward dito sa mapa natin.
Ball rolling, no, para sa side ng MATTJESS as we now wait for Angkara. Pero bago nga yun, binabati ko nga pala ang ating mga viewers dyan. Maraming salamat. Pasensya na nga po sa pag-aantay at maraming salamat sa pag-iintindi ko bakit nga po tayo medyo natatagalan, na once again nakakaranas nga po ng onting spike lang naman. Onti lang naman, guys. Mga gantong katiting lang naman na spike na na-experience ng ating mga players na nakaka-apekto nga po sa kanilang kalidad sa paglalaro. Pero rest assured naman, guys, na pag naayos naman na to, babalik naman na tayo kagad sa ating regular programming at may kita mo na nga ang kagandahan ng laban ng Execration at ng MATTJESS. Stingy, parang ironically, no, out of all the matches na nakita nga natin, no, Virtus Pro and Team Stallions, despite 3 maps, inabot talaga ang Team Stallions, so it was definitely labored for the side of Execration, and all those matches were definitely close to. Pero tayo, the moment na umabot talaga tayo sa loob ng sub-base, kita mo nga naman talaga ang naging agwat nitong dalawang teams ito for MATTJESS and as well as Execration. So clearly a message being sent dito ng MATTJESS, and same goes here for every other Cebuano team, na hindi mo talaga pwedeng i-open, no, ang mapa nga na yan. So kaya pa tayo nakakita ng ating set number 3. So huge threat here looming para sa Execration, no, na parang, no, baka lang naman sneaky, no, this might just be the season where Execration will be scoring 9-0. There is the potential right there. And hot take, do you think, or will Fervid break the streak, or baka MATTJESS simulan nga nila ang paninira dito ng streak?
I have a feeling, pare, that MATTJESS definitely can be capable, no, pagdating sa ating next map. But just like what I said, no, it really is entirely dependent upon itong first 4 or so rounds natin. Kasi yun nga, MATTJESS, that's kind of where they draw their strength, though, most of the time. But I feel like yun nga yung makakapigil dito sa team kagaya nga ng Execration that can kinda stop them from rolling. And you kind of pointed at the right team, pare. You're still wanting to see how they would do up against dito sa ating Fervid na team. And I feel like that is gonna be coming medyo matagal-tagal pa, pare, in all honesty. Kasi masyadong maganda yung laban na yan, men, para ilagay natin yan first, similar dito sa ating STS and VP at the very tail end ng ating week number 4. And ironically, no, Salvi, nasa week number 4 din ang labanan na yun, yung Execration versus Fervid on July 4. So anabangan ko yung labanan na yan, pare, especially knowing, hey, we got boys on both sides of the server dito, pare, and alam naman natin yung capabilities nila dun, men.
Kinabukasan ng July 4, no, sneaky, it is once again to close it out para sa isang malupit na panapo sa ating group stage, Virtus Pro versus Team Stallions. Na grabe, guys, ilang tulog na lang, June 20, ilang tulog na lang, July 5 na. Akalain mo nga naman, kakasimula pa lang natin ng Master Summer, magpe-playoffs na nga tayo after 4 weeks, no. So dahil nga sa'yo, dahil sa pasuporta mo, meron nga talaga tayong pinapanood na liga nga ngayon, and especially marami din tayo inaabangan na mga kwento, no, from a perspective na hindi tayo sa laro mismo nanonood, doon tayo sa kwento talaga na nakikita nga natin. MATTJESS has been having an amazing run so far, pero sana talaga magpapagpatuloy pa nga to, no. Iba yung nakita nyo sa prediction, pero intindihin nyo na nga lang bakit pa namin binubuhat ang bangko ng MATTJESS. Siguro kung 2-0, baka hindi na nga, baka tinanggal na namin yung bangkong yun, pero clearly there is potential para makita pa nga natin daylight para sa MATTJESS, kasi nga fourth loss does not give you, no, the hopelessness na di na kayo makaka-playoffs. Fourth loss is the motivation needed para nga sa MATTJESS na mag-lock in at makita pa nga talaga ang araw ng playoffs. Execration getting their loss para sa mga matches na nakita nga nila against Virtus Pro and Stallions will be so funny and definitely ironic nga naman, to say the least. Kasi out of all the teams that defeated Execration, it would be MATTJESS who is struggling rather and doubting themselves kung meron mga talaga silang pwesto sa liga nga na to. So sneaky, ang daming nagagawang kwento sa mga 10 teams na meron dito sa Master Summer, na taon-taon na lang talaga nagiging best Filipino crossfire, pare, talaga.
Yeah, and you know, you could say basically that every single time na papasok tayo dito sa ating season. And speaking of pasok, pare, feeling ko papasok na tayo finally in the map of Ankara. And I think maririnig natin yung comms in a bit, and hopefully everybody is calm as they can. Okay, walang comms, never mind.
Walang comms kasi
Got it.
napaka-hyper-tahimik naman talaga. Hindi na kailangan ng comms pa.
Land start.
At parang buong lobby naging zak no? Tahimik lang talaga.
Everybody suddenly turns into Yotib, pare. Oh my God, never
nice
mind.
nade!
Hindi na tahimik, pare. Triple nade. Papunta sa Execration, pero hindi sila apektado sa pagsabog dito, pare, kasi sasabog na sila dito sa A site. Flashbang, Folex, can he spot the roommate player? Mukhang oo, and that will be Yetza down as well. CBN and Folex. That's a frontline, pare.
Now, 1 kill down. Heading into the next transition of fights para sa Execration. Ninkyu, victim of the spray down. Execration, kita mo yung oras na natitira? Sneaky, ganun kabilis para si Exe na makuha ang post plant from both boxes and as well as side. MJ, men, please fight for your life.
They can still, in all honesty, dito sa Alvi. And I feel like masyado yata mabilis yung pag-pull ng trigger dito sa kanilang A-Tech. And I have a feeling na meron ding players na nasa kabilang side ng mapa natin that kinda did see, okay, walang tao sa mid, walang tao dito, or walang presence dito sa hotel, no? So most likely, they've kinda, you know, they kinda triangulated kung nasan yung location dito ng matches natin. Ayun lang. Seems like Execration, despite everything, pare, you could have all the best setups pagdating na A-site, but what is gonna happen, min, pagpapasok na si Folex at si CBN?
Ano nga ba? Is it matches na utilizing the flash? Wall banging their way to a kill? Or just being skillful? Hopefully being skillful. Tulad ng ginawa nila dito kay MVA. Yetja now on the kill. Folex is now down. That's one half of the Headshot brothers. Yetja, amazing defense. CBN hindi makagalaw sa vents. Very confusing. Para nga sa Execration, paano ka nangyari yun? Pero ibig sabihin lang, matches may sagot na nga. Yotib natitira na nga lang sa boxes. Wala nang dahilan para lumabas. Pero syempre, medyo matigasin ang ulo dito ni Yetja, baiting himself. Vincent now, EA, Yotib, binabaril sa kahit anumang parte ng katawan, sa likod, sa harapan, sa kaliwat kanan. Finally, retaliation for MATTJESS.
Yun nga, and bit of an accident sa nangyari dito sa A-site natin. No? Jason, di ko na-expect na he would actually be hitting that 180 shot. As soon as he dodged the flash, binaril niya agad kung sino man na nasa EA, and meron pa siyang player na nasa kanyang kanan na pwede mag-cover ng vents para sa kanya. And MATTJESS with a whole lot more assertive of an A defense, no? Nagagawa nila yung mga ganun na paraan, and at the same time, the rotations were on point on the side of MATTJESS. And pakiramdam ko, men, dito na natin makikita na magkakalat itong Execration. The fact na masyado madaming pathways pang rotation itong MATTJESS para sa kanilang GR is a bit too uncomfortable.
Thank you. Magkakasalubungan, Folex, kahit di sila magkamag-anak dito, no? Amazing start here. Pero Ninkyu, mapapalitan nga din kagad as MVA and Yotib. Nabawi na nga dito ang buhay ni Folex at nabigyan na nga ng hustisya. Zach, Jason, Yetja, alive. 3 Krakens here for MATTJESS. Definitely on the aspect of defense. Baka sakali lang naman talaga na Execration can bounce off of any sort of momentum na binigay dito ni MVA and as well as Justin. CBN, siya pa rin naman talaga. Laruin pa rin ng maayos dito, no, ang kanyang lurk role. Pero actually, he's opening up space para sa mga kakampi niya. It's a B hit for Exe.
We CBN finding that his hotel side is a bit clear here. Zach potentially could be a highlight play para sa kanya. Pero Justin nakarating na ng bato. Zach, if he shoots a single shot, he will get turned around upon. Mamalayan na ba na meron na siya katabi dito? Mukhang quick scope na lang ang sagot niya para dito kay Justin. Headshot naman ang sagot ni CBN. But Yetja still stuck inside of the smoke. And Jason mamamatay na lang rin na nasa loob ng usok na walang makikitang miyembro dito ng Execration. And Execration, ayun nga men, yung separation na sinasabi ko dito sa Salvatore, they're gonna start na magkakalat dito sa mapa natin. And obviously MATTJESS trying to take some power positions dito sa mapa like itong CA are possibly now getting caught.
Man, Yetja, what is this? What is this play? Teka lang, MATTJESS wants to fulfill itong LA nga na to. Teka lang, no? Execration, medyo nagkaroon ng stalemate sa loob nga ng boxes at parang malaking epekto nga to para sa kanilang aggression. Yet, just sinalo ng buong puso ang bomba. Hindi dapat hinayakap yan. Vincent now trying his best. Punong-puno pa ng buhay pero si NBA wala na. 1v2. Once again, CBN. My God, CBN, can you do it? Low HPs definitely para dito kay CBN.
Man, of all the 1 versus 2s, you have to be in, no? As MATTJESS, CBN had to be the last player, the man who has been tapping away at your health bars for the past few times. Zach, napakaganda ng kanyang spot niya dito sa yellow. Pero Vincent, ikot ang kailangan dito. Tapping away, pero CBN? Uy, not noticing na si Zach nakarating na nga all the way to his back entrance of CA. Pero tignan mo naman si CBN, ibang kanyang galawan. He's not gonna go straight into B. Instead, he's gonna go for the full check dito sa Militaire. Pero narinig yata dito ni Zach. Zach, a quick scope would be a big solution. Pero nag-rifle siya dun, men. Ayun lang. Wrong decision para dito kay Zach. And that's the third para sa Exe.
Beautiful. Once again, CBN. Grabe, men. Down. Fourth quarter ang galawan dito ni CBN habang hindi pa talaga tumatagal ang laro. But he's playing. No, parang oras na kasi para bayaran ang upa sa BC, no? Bago yun, shoutout nga pala kay hindi pati na nga rin kay Ate Lai. Papashoutout nga pala sa Gaon. Maraming salamat sa panonood. Grabe nga naman. Amazing. Para sa side ng Execration to be able to snowball into that round from CBN. Getting the clutch and hopefully there is going to be momentum. Pero Ning, yung nakakuha nga na isang malupitan lason dito. CBN, alay talaga ang buhay para sa informasyon pero napakasaklap naman ng sinapit dito ni CBN. MVA, babawian nga ba kagad? But this is enemy territory. Walang kinakatakutan si El Capitan with an entry pero Jason napalitan din kagad.
Creativity can go in the way dito men ng Execration, not gonna lie. 3 players left but still, tignan mo yung separation ng mga matches players natin. Mid could be wide open. Very sensitive ang angle dito ni Yetza pare. Pag tama ang pick ni Folex, if he doesn't peek into the deep side of the vent first and he checks for this left side, pwede pa yun yung connect dito ni Folex. But a good trade galing kay Justin. 2 versus 3 sounds a lot more possible than a 3 versus 4. And especially knowing yung sniper men is still in play para dito sa Execration. Yotib, the man who has been clutching multiple times, the most clutch sniper in the league, but some might say he needs to take down 2.
3-man stack, men. Yun ang naisip nila. They can stack A as much as they can kasi nga they want the retake to be as efficient as they can. Maraming tao. Mayroon pa dito no sa matches but Yotib, he is going to play RS which is very dangerous pre. Bakit? Yung Arctic pa yung pinapalaro mo dito, he is in a position on a very tight angle pero baka laban niya na nga lang agad, nabintian lang si Zach but there's 2 boys getting sprayed down. Headshot ang nakuha but that is a bad position for Zach to be in. Justin now 59 HP. Can he get the post plant that he can? Jason nabulag ng onte but he's wasting precious time. Naiswigan na nga na yun lang. Naglabas ng panaksak sa duelo ng barilan. Justin. Grabe naman. Malaking pagkakamali. MATTJESS securing after the mistake of Exe.
Sumobra yung kanyang tapok dun, Salvatore. The double-edged sword talaga ng paglalagay ng point 1 sa WA as at D dito sa ating keyboard. Sometimes the input is a bit too much and you slide your entire body out dito sa high mid. And at the same time, look at these spines. Galing kay Ninkyu. All over the place dito sa mapa natin. And this is what we have to see, no? Kung dito sa side ng matches, Ninkyu just kinda roaming around the map, just getting as much space as he can kahit na nasa GR side sila Parek because that is enabling yung kanyang confidence dito sa side ng MJ. And buti na lang na andun si Jason pare. Good save. Pero, Execration, different game plan this time pare. Wala ng default. CA into TB. Never mind, we're just going straight into mid, into TB. Possibly for a B opening.
There's even a lurk for CBN kung binabantayan lang din naman dito yung market, no? Parang parating na nga siya bilang late entry kasi pangungunahan kaagad Tony Folex and NBA, 2 of the shot callers. Pero sila magbibigay ng space. Can they get the kills? Vincent now, spray. Getting the headshot now. Zach hindi pa rin mahuli-huli. Pero eto na si Zach. Bulaga kayo. Execration. What a defense. MATTJESS shredding everybody from Exe. Tie game 3-3.
Grabe, kawawang-kawawa naman ng Execration doon, pati yung kahon na nasa site. The wall bangs were just in full effect, and especially knowing na naka-EBR sila dito, pare, masakit na masakit talaga yan. And Execration, despite the pace that they're playing at, MATTJESS, they're also matching their speed dito sa mapa natin. They have no problem with teams playing fast against them. Vincent,
timing!
Gusto nila siyang i-push dito sa high mid, pero nakaalis pa nga siya just in time. High mid control, nasa kamay na kayo ng Execration, pero Vincent, mapapatay dito si NBA. Justin will be getting Zach though. Huge kill on the sniper. CBN from the behind, full spray galing kay Ninkyu, no longer on the HK. He wants to spray down with the EBR. 2 versus 4. Hindi pa tapos ang MATTJESS. They're just finding Execration members all over.
Yeah, Justin needs a lock in pre, pero isa lang ang makukuha niya is all he's good for. MJ crawling all the way back from the deficit that they had, and MATTJESS apparently calling a timeout. I say it's pretty good para tawagin ng MATTJESS yung timeout na yun. They got the W, walang mawawalang momentum, baka ikaganda pa nga knowing that they can now draw up another play.
Yun nga, man. Stellar numbers galing dito kay Vincent at kay Ninkyu, no? So far, 7-5 in this game, and also an 8-kill performance, no? Para nga dito kay Ninkyu so far. And yun nga, no? I feel like this small resurgence na nakuha dito na MATTJESS on the sub-base map was definitely felt dito sa mapa na to. You can see a whole lot more confidence dito sa team nila. A lot less hesitation from the side of MATTJESS na pakiramdam ko na dun sa map number 1, hindi sila ganun ka-confident sa kanilang moves, no? Parang unsure pa sila kung gagana ba yung kanilang strategy o hindi. But I feel like that fear was kind of removed dito sa ating map number 2, and kind of confirming that, okay, gumagana yung laruan namin dito sa sub-base, why shouldn't it work pagdating sa mapa ng Ankara? And obviously, this first half was the full evidence of it, pare. And the fact na nagagaling pa to on the GR side, granted, mas prefer ko ng onte yung mga set-up-y kind of GR sides para dito sa MATTJESS, pero hindi kasi yun yung style ng MATTJESS dito, man. They have to play this way in order for a win to be approached dito sa mapa na to. And if you play conventional kasi up against Execration, they've basically seen the entire playbook and back, pare. So, ayun nga, playing slightly curveball-y dito sa mapa natin, nagbe-benefit pa nga ito yung MATTJESS, pare.
Ang benefit nun actually, no, na Execration looking kind of bit lost actually, no, parang hindi na nga sila nakapag-scale dun sa mga entries na ginawa nga nila, considering na a lot of teams would really benefit sa idea na okay, we got the first 2 entries, let's just do it the same time over and over again but with different sort of approaches siguro, no. Unting adjustment lang at baka mapaganda pa para sa side ng Execration, and they would have gotten at least 4 or 5 rounds bago makascore ang kanilang kalaban. But no, Execration stopped in the middle of the trail, the rail tracks dito, no, na apparently, no, they just really stopped moving around the map, na parang nagiging blindness na lang yung mga pasok nga nila from overzealous picks from MVA and Justin, not getting the anti-lurker position. Very nice. So MATTJESS, they are not backing down without a fight, and I can see that spirit nga naman talaga, because they have this sort of approach na there's nothing to lose. Pag nakuha namin yung kill na to, at least piso ka, no. The players of MATTJESS is capable of clutching it up. Nandun naman si Vincent, nandun si Zach, and I just know na pag napalambot nilang Execration from their entries, the post plant will just absolutely be easy, and the retake, grabe man, MATTJESS is able to secure those rounds perfectly. So it's a matter of time talaga na naiintindihan ng MATTJESS na nakita nga nila ang kalakasan nga nila. It's definitely the dueling right now.
Yeah, pakiramdam ko, I feel like the adjustment here para dito sa Execration would definitely be siguro a lot more fakes or maybe a more aggressive lurk. And dito sa CBN, I feel like yung attention ng MATTJESS is the one that is gonna get targeted dito sa post-timeout natin, in all honesty. And I want to see a lot more, kagaya nga ng sinabi ko kanina, mas kalat na plays. I feel like Execration probably grouping too early dito sa mapa natin para kumuha ng site, not knowing kung kung kalat ba dito yung MATTJESS. Maybe someone is going for a second mid push, maybe someone is going for an HM push. Ayun nga, no, it's straight up game plan agad ang nakikita natin, and I feel like we need to see a bit more variety, especially pagdating sa start round dito ng Execration, or maybe try and see if we can get a flashbang going, or maybe semblance of map control papunta ng Hotel and or CA, just to try and see kung kaya mong i-pressure dito, no, ang ating MATTJESS team from their usual na rhythm nga dito, pare. Kasi so far nakikita pa lang natin dito sa Execration is execute, na-executean sila dito, magsasalo, they try to go for a retake, but it's not really the exact same thing na nakita natin from the last time. So Execration, yun nga, we need to see more aggressive lurks and more fake sana, no, dito sa mapa natin. Kasi pakiramdam ko, the way you beat itong matches is you kind of divide their attention in between the sides, or yun nga, if-force mo silang mag all or nothing sa isang side ng mapa with all the nades that you have.
I mean, like, kind of feels hard, no? Na marami nga tayo nga pinapoint out here for both matches and Execration, but it kind of feels like it's way up in the air kung makakuha nga ba to ng matches or even ng Execration, kasi baka maging mas iba pa yung approach nga nila. Way deeper than we expect, honestly, no, Sneaks? Kasi we can definitely give the deepest of playbooks, pero parang iba pa rin ang iisipin dito ng Execration. After timeout call, very very common to para sa mga teams, rush LA. That's basically it. Kung makukuha mo yung HM control, mas maganda. Pero syempre, kakailanganin mo talaga yung isang karagdagang kalakasan na yun, which is your 5th member, that being CBN, na either late lurk or talagang sumama ka na nga lang. Yun ba yung pinakamagandang resulta na pwede mo makuha? Or even dito para sa side ng matches, kalabanin nyo kaagad, floor A pa nga lang. Pero man, matches not changing any single bit. Sila pa rin naman talaga maghahawak ng kanya-kanya mga poste dito, no? That feels like Execration is facing Turbid once again during Swiss, na hindi mo talaga makita yung success nila sa pagkuha lang ng ideya sa kung nasan yung kalaban, eh, no? There still needs to be the appropriate skill to make those duels aggressive as they can be, to either 1, destroy the tempo, or 2, makuha mo yung panalong yun at hindi na lang makakilos kaagad ang matches on just making sure na hindi nila magagawa yung tamang desisyon.
The right decisions have to be made, no? Para sa dalawang side ng mapa natin, pare, matches have to be right about their positions. And para naman sa Execration, yun nga, mas kalat sana yung gusto kong makita sa kanila dito sa Alvi. And try and draw out any of the players na medyo mag-overextend dito sa mapa natin. And as you can see, no, MATTJESS is spending a whole lot of early nades to try and feign na mas forward yung kanilang presence more than anything. And that is actually gonna make Execration think, okay, kailangan natin mag-flash dito sa side ng mapa just to get a semblance of control. Pero hindi mamamalayan dito ng Execration na nagsasayang sila ng nades, pare. And I feel like that's the objective of the MATTJESS, to kinda make the execute a lot weaker para sa Exe. Just have to watch out for these flanks though, pare.
Alam mo din yun na nga lang, eh, no? Kailangan labanan siguro, but despite it being, you know, a map that is designed, oh my god, Justin gusto mag-line up but still gets the kill. Link, you hesitant. Parang di siya nakapag-react ng mabilisan nga doon, no? As I was saying, inaantay na lang dapat ng MATTJESS na makalakap ng space dito. Execration, and Zach is doing so with his shots from the TRG. Spray down mula sa USP. Zach, that was so quick. Napakabilis nun. A breakthrough for MATTJESS. A curve in the line. 5-3 MATTJESS. Ang kara, para talaga sa kanila to.
Man, yun pa naman, hindi mo may expect pagkalabas mo ng timeout, pare. Zach just popping off with the sniper on the site itself. Tamang turnaround play lang. Grabe naman yun. And the rest of the team are literally just supporting him all throughout, pare. Making sure na secure yung kanyang second mid, and he can just pop off kung sino man ang dadaan dito sa may rampa natin. And Zach, grabe man, we missed him, man. You're finally back dito sa series natin.
You're as beautiful as the day we lost you, pre. Unang 2 linggo di namin mawari. Nasaan ka nga ba, Zach? Kanina si Ajax hinahanap, ngayon si Zach na. Buti na nga lang, he's already 4 kills in his name. Pero syempre hindi magpapatilag dito. Execration sa kanilang pagbawi, no? Huge blow. Nawala na nga si Vincent ngayon. Could be easier for him to make a call, pero you know, any sort of a man advantage is already welcoming here for Execration.
Vincent already out of the picture, no? He can just fully concentrate dito sa kanyang calling dito. Jason, pasayaw-sayaw dito ng bench, but he does confirm na may nakatayo na Justin na nakatayo lang dito sa may yellow natin. Has to be careful about this CA side, though sa boxes lang nakatambay ang ating player na si Linkyu. Can turn around just in time, pero nakapasok na halos lahat ng players ng Execration sa loob ng fence at hindi man lang nakakita ng isa itong si Linkyu, so he has to make a big play from the behind of EA. Folex trying to go in, but he turns around and getting Linkyu, pero si Yetza nakarating na ng exit. But he will not enter the site. He just stays there. Zach na lang natitira and having to produce another one.
Miracle work para ka kay Zach. 4 yan, pre. Hindi lang basta-basta players yan, pre. Sing bigat ng mundo, yung 4 na yan. It's really hard for Zach to even understand what situation he's in. Tignan mo nga naman, pre. Napaka-punishing nga naman talaga na position sa exit. Firing squad, kuno. Ito pala ang pakiramdam na yon. Sneaky Zach now trapped. Hindi pa rin siya makapasok, but he's literally playing with their food right now. All surrenders para sa side ng Arctic player ng MATTJESS. Grabe men, 4-5 secured off a half here para sa laban ng MATTJESS and ng Execration. Man, well played for both of these teams. It's only a matter of time for MATTJESS na maintindihan nga nila na we are going to gun out dito sa ating kandado na meron nga tayo. No? Man, we are not aiming for that 5th loss.
Ayun nga, no? I feel like the effort is still definitely there para nga dito sa MATTJESS, but at the same time, feeling ko Execration is not gonna be the type of team to allow a loss like this, no? Especially knowing na nagagan sila for a spotless record papasok ng ating second half. And yun nga, it has been quite an interesting bout between yung dalawang teams natin. Obviously, we saw the resurgence dito ni Zach. We saw Ninkyo also trying his best to really take the chances back to his team, no? And even Jason having a few moments dito sa mapa natin, and Vincent as well. Would love to give compliments para sa kanya, pare. Pero ayun nga, on the side switch though, I am a bit worried para nga dito sa MATTJESS considering na sila na nga ang or sila na nga yung making offense ngayon dito sa mapa natin, and the fact that Execration, they had some really good sets, they had some really good sides, especially pagdating sa GR sa mapa na to. I expect some really good defenses galing sa kanila. Once again, the secondary sniper could come out dito sa mapa na to. It's either gonna be CBN or si MPA who's gonna be handling it, and I have a gut feeling na ayun nga, no, that could definitely be used. Kasi alam naman nila na kung ma-pick off itong si Ninkyo, ma-pick off itong si Jason, biglang titigil yan MATTJESS. And if they can get that 5v4 early, then that is the key to winning para sa kanila, pare.
Definitely, no? Just the mere fact, no? Just the one idea na pwedeng itap talaga dito, no, na MATTJESS is win those gunfights, man. Like, it would be really hard for you guys to understand na, okay, pakomplikahin na lang natin, rush tayo, split, hindi natin maintindihan. Just make sure na every fight is a position for you to win, whether it will be from util na naglalurk, nagre-read mula kay Vincent. Hindi tayo makakasiguro kung paano talaga madidiskartehan yun ng matches because Execration, makulit nga talaga sila maglaro ng Crossfire, no? And you can definitely attest to that ng Sneaky and how they won games up against STS and as well as Virtus Pro. So MATTJESS will be playing 50-50 or just at this point, no, hindi mo nga alam kung anong parte ng barya yung makukuha mo dito for MATTJESS to understand. At least, no, no first half na recover naman nila actually, no? Malakas nga yung naging bawi nga nila, but second half will be very different, no, for this team alone. But no, hopefully the confidence will be amounting here for MATTJESS, and Execration will be having a half na pwede natin makita si Yotib na kuminang ulit, or if not, probably MVA or CBN, because right now they are getting those plays pero not enough to actually secure a very convincing round, if nagets mo man ako, Sneaky. Pero kasi you can be there but not be in the position to win it all para sa mga kakampi mo.
Ayun nga, pare, especially on the second half, no, you're kind of using entirely different skill sets para dito sa Execration. You're kind of turning into pushing into, you know, more anchoring kind of side para sa kanila, pare. And all honesty, no, Folex has done a good job of anchoring itong A side natin time and time again. Especially, I think fully confident siya no, na kahit mamatay siya dito sa loob ng side, Justin will be there for the backup just in time. No pun intended, pare. Pero I am looking forward to what this Yotib GR side can look like, no, up against itong matches. Kasi for so far, we have seen, I think, the only super aggressive team na run into niya dito sa ating mapa, which is gonna be Team Stallions, and I feel like MATTJESS really produces that kind of more random timings, no, pwede nga natin sabihin dito sa mapa. So I wonder how Yotib is gonna handle something like that, especially knowing na, you know, the former teammates are on the other side. I feel like he has a rough idea na baka si Vincent mag-send siya ng isang player at a minute and 40 just to try and kind of mess with him dito sa B side at biglang lalabas sila sa A. So yun nga, no, that still could be of effect para nga dito sa MJ, and I really hope to see some really smart sets as well galing dito sa MJ, no? Kasi yun yung kagandahan ng kanilang macro, no? Despite you know, almost seeing nothing pagdating sa ibang mapa natin, you know, you still see some sets from time to time, second mid pushes, really good splits papunta nga dito ng HM para makuha nila itong B site. Once again, yun nga, no, they've done a really good job of taking TB as well, as long as itong si Zach is capable of getting this opening kill, especially on TBN or HM. Yun nga, no, anything can happen dito sa PL side, but at the same time, that is where yun nga, no, lumalabas na dito yung napaka-thick na playbook ng Execration. Pag talo sila sa mid, talo sila sa TB, they're probably gonna place the player somewhere else and try and see if they can make some solutions from there, pare.
No? Teka, Matches can really do something about this sa second half na ikakapabor nga nila or just, just be confusing. Si Matches, you do have the lead right now. Of course, di man kayo nanalo bilang isang team na ine-expect nga namin during GR that would at least get 6 rounds, no? 5 is already good. Marami na kayo nakuha momentum swing doon and we saw the potential that Zach can carry. Ito nga kanyang responsibilidad. Grabe nga naman, Execration struggling on a side that we do heavily respect them for, no? Pero ngayon, Matches, testing grounds. Kung ano nga ba natutunan natin sa first half, baka pwede nating i-apply LA stack here for Matches. Trying to threaten, palambutin lang muna din sila Justin at sila Folex. Vent stack, actually, wala nang lurk-lurk. Pasok na lang, basta-basta, sneaky.
Yun nga. Wala nang lurk-lurk pare. Diretso na natin. One flashbang galing kay Vincent. Teka lang pare, wait lang. Repo.
Pwesto muna.
Okay, fix the position pare. Triangle defense. Ito namin. Papasok na nga dito ang triangle offense. Mabuta ng ating A-side. Jason with the USP. Napakabilis na rat dito ni Polex. Pero si MBA, may metal box si MBA. Palipat-ipat din sa side. Even gets the third dito kay Jason. And it is gonna be Vincent getting a double kill in return pare. But still, Yotib and CBN, naandito na sila men. They are greeting Matches at the gates.
Uti naman, pre. Uti naman, NBA, no? Nandoon ka para isalba yung mga kakampi mo. I don't think it was good enough here for MVA na makuha nga yung space na yun for his teammates. Pero nagulat na lang siya na Vincent was able to push. And I don't really feel like na the passiveness of Yotib and CBN did not garner any momentum at kalakasan dito ng Execration na pagpatuloy yung pagkuha nga na exit. Yeah. 2v2. 32 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the plant. Very hard site to retake. Itong A site nga na to. Will CBN be in the right place at the right time bago makapasok si Yotib sa loob nga ng exit? Yun. Naismokan na nga. Kaso nakita na nga si Vincent. Buti na nga lang meron siyang TRG. Yotib malalampasan dito. Yung overextension ng smoke. Here comes Yotib. Nasignalan na nga na si Vincent ay piso na nga kayo nalalabas na USP. CBN winning his own fight. There goes the retake. Kanya-kanya. KK Bito sneaky. And Execration ties it.
There it is. Execration. I wouldn't say looking entirely different dito sa mapa no pare, but it's still displaying that exact same patience na nakita ka natin kanina. Honestly, maganda na yung clear na nagawa nga dito na Matches. Vincent's gotten the third player on top A. But at the same time, MVA man just allowing to pop off dito sa A site natin. Getting that 3K, creating enough delay para kay Yotib at kay CBN na makalipat na agad dito sa mapa natin. And it's a poke off at the start of the round. Second mid. Onting damage na kay MVA and NQ receiving it as well. Still, slower approach para dito sa Matches. 1-3-1. Kind of a default.
Okay, so bunch of noises sa vents. Masyado malayo dito ang Matches para marinig ngayon. 5-5. Still, both teams healthy pa rin yung mga sniper players kanila. I feel like sneaky, no? Nakapagtaka na we do put Zach and Yotib as the aggressive snipers, no? Kumpara mo naman kila Hek at kila let's say Lance on like ano different map. Pero men, kailan mo ba nakita naglaban si Yotib at si Zach for early control? They're literally using these two pieces para ipang entry o kaya maging position para sa trade talaga eh.
Oh, CBN. Yeah, that's a headache para dito kay Jason pare. He's gonna have to wake up with an Advil in the next round pare. That's gonna be a headache para dito sa MJ. Yung sinasabi ko, diba, Salvatore, they only need one pick. And pwede na sila magmalala dito para Matches. Kinda seems to have their hands tied behind their back, no? Parang hindi rin sila sure kung mag-execute dito sa hotel. They're doubtful na, man, G pa ba to? There's already multiple players on here. Meron pang MVA na nakatayo lang dito. CPN as well. Just on the jump peak. Seeing both hotel and itong TV natin. Ninkyu is now spotted. CBN aware of both of the pushes happening at the same time. Tignan natin ang adjustment dito ng Execration.
Rampa. Unti-unti na nga ngayon na MJ, no? B-Slope still there. CBN siya pa rin ang tao dito. Di mo pa rin makikita. MVA now losing his own position. And CBN, one-man defense. Nasa na mga kakampi ko? Baka hindi na nga kailangan. Justin nakarating na. Ito na ang pulis pang kalawakan. Tapos na ang kaguluhan, tsaka lang dumating si Justin. And 6-5, Execration breaks free. They now have the lead of the game.
Yeah, apakasakit ng ganun na type ng loss, pare. But at the same time, if you cannot insta-give CBN sa loob ng batteries, pare, you're gonna see golden headshots 3 times dito sa ating kill feed. And you can kind of see Yotib also now starting to be a bit more confident via this bench side. Trying to peek into itong yellow natin but only gets damage at the start of the round. Still, key information na may nakatambay na matches players dito sa may long A natin. That means there will be no pushes going on. And here comes the artillery, pare, pero walang matatamaan. It's the wrong target. Well, there it is. 6 damage though, man. Wala eh. Parang kinagat ng lamok.
Sakit masyado para kay Yotib, no? Baka talaga sumasalo dito, no? And,
there we go.
Felix, huge amounts of respect ang kailangan dito, no? Na Execration na tatatlo ang pinapadala nga nila sa A when in fact na B is wide open, pre. Execration is a team that, you know, does have the retake strength for them. Pero in this game wherein Matches has been doing amazing job sa kanilang mga entries. I'm not sure about that. Grabe nga naman yun. How did Yotib lose to Ninkyu? And now Ninkyu spraying it down. Triple for Ninkyu para makapasok ng B site. Folex na lang. And what just happened? Execration. Parang nanonood na lang tayo ng TV. Di na tayo tumitingin sa poste natin.
Sax is gonna end it. Nako po. Matches neck and neck dito sa laruan natin, pare. Execration. You can feel the sweat starting to form on the palms of Execration. Not expecting this kind of matches dito sa labanan natin, pare. But at the same time, they're getting what they want in this map. Zach is also starting to hit his shots. Grabe naman yun, Matches. I feel like that is kind of the key, no? In trying to bait out yung mga Execration players natin into taking these bad fights. Maybe keep some of the players of Execration busy. Of course, the comms are gonna get a bit desperate, no? Trade mo ko dito, pare. Trade mo ko dito. But in that process kasi, hindi mo alam. May 3 pa lang Matches players na nasa kabilang side ng ng padre.
What is this setup? Execration. Paano pa nakalampas ng hukay si MVA?
This old Macta setup, pare. Dito naglalaro si Revenge.
Okay. Nararamdaman niya pa rin. Parang katabay niya pa rin. Si Revenge. Grabe, no? Daming natututunan nga talaga. Pag nasa poder ng isang Christian Amores, friend. Even so, meron pa siyang insurance dito kay CBN na nasa TV. Pero lahat ng yun para lang mag-excite ang matches, Niggy.
Good luck, Paul. Good luck, Paul.
Kaya mo na yan, Paul.
Kaya mo na yan, sabi dito ng Execration. Pero, wala bang nagsi-CA? I think they're still very wary about kung meron man tao dito sa bypass. Pero Polex, mag-isa ka lang dito sa top A. Pare, good luck na lang sa buhay mo. And he will get sprayed down. He gets away in time. Hindi nakataka si Folex. And the sole defender of the A side gets absolutely rinsed out of it. Pero ang problema, makaka-plant ba dito yung matches? Mukhang oo, pero wala silang control. Galing dito sa EA. And here comes the big camera on the top side of the A side. Ninkyu getting absolutely damaged. Pero tignan mo naman si NBA just poking and prodding on the side. 3 versus 4 situation. Ninkyu, bawas na nga. Pero papapakit ulit dito yung matches papuntang top A. Pero meron din tao na magagaling sa likod. Pangalan niya, Yotib! Yotib getting one! Vincent finally getting the trade in return. Nagkakagulo na nga tayo dito sa A. Long headshot ka na CBN! What is happening here, Salvatore? Roommate's dead! Top A's dead! And that is a defuse para sa Execration. Nagkakagulo na tayo dito sa top A. Where's the timeout?
May crossfire sa EA. May crossfire sa top A. Paano natalo yung matches dun? Saan napalot ng mundo si Yotib? Nakakuha ng isang kill. His first kill of the second half. At akalain mo nga naman yung pinaka-impact kill na makikita natin mula kay Yotib. Oh my God, Folex. Wala kang ginawang pan-delay pero parang na-delay ata yung matches kakaisip na okay, nasa na yung mga ibang kakampi na. Nasaan yung mga ibang kakampi mo? What in the world just happened? Execration. I cannot understand the thing. Basta nahuli si Yetja, nahuli si Vincent, nawala yung crossfire ni Jason. Ayun. GG's na.
I just know na Paul is screaming the hell in his mic. Lahat ng report
Pasok na!
Pasok na pre sa floor sa LA, sa top A. Honestly, having a UAV like that on the team, especially kung patay yung isa, sobrang mabilis ka talaga mag-type sa RN. That's a resource that is not expendable, pare. Let's just say. Shout out to yung mga nagre-report dito sa RM on positions, but also shout out to mga nagre-report ng ating hackers. But back to the ball game. Yotib on high mid. Nasa tower natin, pare. Very good position for a sniper. He can defend both back and front dito ng B site. MVA on a passive angle. Batteries yung lalaroin na dito, pare.
Funny part is, hindi siya tumatalon. It's literally the thin part of TV lang yung nakikita niya dito, and I'm not sure if he's quick enough to react. Actually, tinatalonan yun eh, no? And he saw it! MVA now getting the flash done. May crossfire na magaganap, pero ang tanong, sino una nilang i-clear? MVA now wide peeking, playing on his contact. CBN only good for one. Pero asa na nga bang follow-up ni MVA? Pero nagtatawag na kasi ng kakampi mula sa Ares now. MVA, where's the spray? There goes the headshot. Reload sa 12 bullets. Malaking pagkakamali para kay MVA. 2v1 Zach with the flick of his life. Grabe nga naman yung pagtungo ni Zach. And now Folex. Palabas pa lang ng hotel. Kita ata yung gun barrel dito, Sneaky. I'm not sure. 15 now turned into 38. Tumatakbo na ang oras pero si Folex nakayuko pa rin. Sa lupa ang tingin. Makakaangat nga ba siya? Clutch incoming. Zach nakita. Buwaba si Vincent. He did not get the spray adjustment. 7-7. MATTJESS bumabawi. Walang makitang malaking lamang, Sneaky.
Grabe, Execration really trying their best to end things. Lahat na ng sitwasyon din nabigyan na sa kanila dito. And even Polex getting a favorable timing on the backside. Pero isa lang kasi nakuha ni CBN dito sa hotel, pare. Pakiramdam ko if he got more than 2 or even just 2 in that situation, pare, posible pa sana yun. But Justin didn't get too much. But that is the shot that ended it, pare. Zach with a flick on the tower player. Zach versus Yotib, pare. It seems like both Cebuano snipers are fully online.
Sabi naman, pre, CBN. The man can clutch, but the man struggling to gain multi-kills on a position he is given to do so. Grabe, man, Execration. Are they pressured? Are they crumbling? May mga dumadaga na ba sa puso nila? Di ko rin natin mawari. Di ko rin maintindihan. Why are we even inside of Ankara in the first place when Execration, we put them in the highest of ceilings as a team who defeated VP and STS? They are overlooking the fact na hindi lang 3 ang slots dito. Aloob nga ng Masters, no, they've overlooked. Teka lang, CBN might just hit gold mine dito, getting the double, finally living up to his role. Pero nabawi din kagad to ni Zach. Piso na ka siya, and Zach apparently gets a double kill. Di ko alam paano, but he will be able to get that. Now, grabe nga naman, presence-wise, Zach has been that fragger for MATTJESS. Pero si Yotib, kailan natin makikita?
That's the thing, man. Yotib, kahit 2-4 kasi, pwede ito maging X-factor para sa kanyang team. I feel like the scoreline doesn't really matter para kay Yotib. He just needs the right situation and the right spot. Problema nga lang, Zach is also starting to fire up dito sa mapa natin, and it seems like he's just as clutch when it comes to these situations. RS ang position ng kanilang sniper in NQ. Be making his presence known sa B-side. That could be a mistake. Yetja dropping the C4. Pero si Zach nang galing sa likod. The USP doing damage. Pero MVA catching him on the cross, NQ. It's all up to you, buddy. It has to be 100 hertz and a clutch, pare. MVA tagged up and the spray down! Para kay NQ partida. 100 hertz lang yan, pare.
Hindi hadlang ang monitor at keyboard. Ninkyu with 1 spray and a dream. MATTJESS, the maximum loss is 4. Diyan na lang makakandado yan, pre. They're hoping for a win. Execration. Holy moly, Zach. Hindi ko alam paano after Yotib getting those kills. wala pa rin napalang Execration when it comes to momentum. The complete utter disrespect na pikan si Ninkyu habang di pa nakatanim. Oh my God.
Grabe, man.
MATTJESS
The prophecy is the prophecy, Salvi. I'm telling
Meron
you,
talaga, pre.
kahit rank 1
Meron
ka talaga,
talaga.
pare, kahit rank 1 ka dito sa Liga, men, the MATTJESS guaranteed playoffs every single season. Gustong-gusto talaga. Even God is on their side at this point with all the time that they're getting, pare. With a minute and 30 left on the clock, Execration definitely stunned. Rocking back and forth sa loob ng ring, pare. MATTJESS looking for the kill shot in these next 2 rounds.
8 kills for MVA, man. Kumpara mo sa 8 kills ni Zach, MATTJESS has been winning. And MVA, I feel like he can only be good for 2. Pero yung bawi talaga ng MATTJESS, yung may mas pinakamalakas na hiyaw. Man, 56 seconds. MATTJESS faking out. Nagparinig lang ng util, pati nga rin ng paa. Pero di pa rin naman to sapat kasi nandun pa rin naman yung mga tao na kinakailangan ng Execration. Follex still, hinahanap pa rin natin sa second half. Pero EM entry, napakahilaw pero kinakain niya ng buhay ng MATTJESS. 2 players down. Here comes NBA for the 9th kill of the game. Yetja makakapagtanim. 3v5 retake.
Oh, but here comes the push. CBN, nakita na nga si Yetja with the headshot. 2 versus 3. Flash is gonna stop them temporarily dito sa exit. HE as well to the back of CBN. Down to half HP. Yotib has to hit the 2 nuttiest shots of his life while CBN has to hit the nuttiest headshot that he can. 20 seconds there. Patience from the side of Execration. Trying to use time para maaning yung mga players. Never mind, naaning na MJ pero sila na mismo nag-push. 9 and 7. MATTJESS a point left to take the series up against the best of group stage.
Execration, how is this even happening? Paano tayo napunta sa isang malupit na laruan sa Eagle Eye tapos sa Angkara di man kayo makapagbitaw ng kahit anuman sa loob ng Angkara? Ang mapa na tinantosan nyo, ang Virtus Pro. Ang mapa na pinanawalan nyo ang lahat na meron kayong biyaheng pupuntahan pagsapit ng Agosto. MATTJESS, 1 round away from breaking 2 streaks na meron dito sa laban na to. The win streak of Execration and the lose streak of their very own. 5 versus 5 as early as now, Sneaky. Wala pa ring pick-off. Yotib usually makes it happen. Right now, Zach. Grabe. Sa 5 bala na meron ng TRG, lahat ng yan may pangalan ng Execration na naka-engraba. Grabe, men. Yotib now needs to lock in. I don't know. Di na kailangan maghanap pa ng oras kasi ito na yung pinakamagandang oras na yun. Now, MATTJESS is waiting for that precious time para mabakante nga yung isip nila for that entry.
Yun nga, MATTJESS. Look at this, man. B setup para sa kanila dito. Pero pakiramdam ko, magpipivot sila papuntang exit, pare. A B split could be incoming. No way where the C4 is. Pumasok sila sa loob ng RS. Good wallbang galing dito kay Justin. He gets 2. Jason's down. Hindi makapasok ang MATTJESS dito. So A-site na lang. Zach getting 2 as well. What is happening? Sa loob ng RS, naubos bigay yung Execration. Justin still alive. On the exit side. Zach inubos na yung Execration. And Yetja will get the last one. MATTJESS. Destiny. Prophecy. Playoffs. Potentially.
Pwede pa! Habang may buhay pa, Sticky, habang may puso ng isang Cebuano, MATTJESS can do anything! The impossible turned possible in just a nick of one series, Nicky! Grabe, man. I'm telling you, week number 2 MATTJESS when they have the brightest of minds. I just know pag tumatawa talaga si Vincent, pre, may mangyayaring masama talaga sa kalaban. My God, Execration. Akala ata kasi nila 2 teams lang yung meron eh. 2 lang ata yung naninirahan sa utak nila rent-free. Tapos merong MATTJESS na darating. Na akala natin Forbid ang makakapanira ng streak na to. And one of the believers is pointing at your screen right now. nagsasabi na kailan ba nagduda tong lalaking to sa matches, and hallelujah, praying to the gods, matches finally once again living true to the prophecy.
I just know na Dandom is celebrating off-screen, no? Dito sa tabi mo, pare. And I feel like, you know, this is such a momentous win para dito sa matches. And at the same time, Ben, gumagano ako kasi nandun ka nun eh. Nandun ka nun, Salvatore, winandingan ko si Paul. Sinabi ko sa kanya, men, alam ko nanalo na kayo sa VP at dito sa Stallions. But you also have to watch out for matches. Alam ko 0-4 sila ngayon, pare, pero napaka-dangerous ng team na yan. Paalala lang. Pinaalala ko sa kanya, men, the playoff prophecy dito ng matches. Kahit 0-4 sila, they will be able to pull a win out of nowhere, pare. At ito yung nangyayari dito, the matches magic. Kinumbine pa dito, men, ng Caritas magic dito, pare. And matches, absolute cinema. Grabe talaga, pare. Everybody coming alive at the right time. And kagaya na sinabi namin dito ni Salvatore, welcome back, Zach. Where have you been, pare? Namimiss ka na namin dito, man. And it seems like him showing up dito sa second half natin, especially in the later rounds, man. That RS push as well, man. Paano niya nagawa yun?
No,
man, I'm just so happy that Zach is back, pare.
Welcome back, pre. Namiss ka talaga namin sobra-sobra. Parang ilang linggo ka naming hinahanap. Pero, syempre, i-embrace ka pa rin namin bilang prodigal son, bilang tagapagdurog ng mga teams para ma-ego check man lang sila. Execration clearly seeing too much of daylight. Nakalimutan nila merong paring parating na bagyo, that being matches. Congratulations, matches. My God, I don't know the words to say kasi ginulat nyo kami. Pero men, sana hindi ito ang panapos. Sana meron pa. May VP at Stallions. Meron pang atras kayo na bahala, matches, mag-drawing ng sarili nyong prophecy. But that is it for the series. Grabe, matches, pinaniwala nyo ang lahat. Ibabato na natin sa panel para mas maging buo pa ang eksenang to. Mochi and Bipolar, anong masasabi nyo sa kaguluhan to?
Bipolar, take it away. Charot! Sobrang galing, guys!
Amazing, Mochi.
Deserve nila mapalakpakan, promise. Amazing, splendid, magnificent. Ayan, lahat na ng mga flowery words. Ilapag na natin, ibato na natin dyan. Kasi, grabe, no? Hindi lang sa bias tayo, pero after seeing matches lose consecutive times, dude, tapos bawi sila ng gantong paraan, grabe, no? Parang hanggang ngayon, ida-digest natin siya. Baka nga matapos tong broadcast na to, no? Dinadigest pa rin natin siya because it's just that crazy, no, Bipolar. And despite yung mga kinukook up dito ni Execration and as well as their preparations on the GR side, it appears na mas iba yung level ng preparasyon at tinain dito ng matches, which is just insane.
You know what, Mochi? Grabe, no? We gave them a challenge pagdating dito sa subbase. Biglang parang nag-online. May parang flick of the wrist, flick of the switch na nangyari dun, no? Parang it was a jump start basically para dito sa matches to continue on forward pagdating dito sa ating Ankara. Kasi nakita natin yun, it was like 8 rounds in. Nakita natin 5-3 almost yung scoreline natin dito. At nasa sa kamay ng matches yung buong mapa ng Ankara. And that breaking point, akala natin, it was a tie game. Pero after round number 13, for that big retake ng Execration, sabi ng matches, wait lang. Parang may nakita tayo dito na pwede natin ito i-spam ng A, guluhin natin yung plays natin dito ng B, and let's just get into it na parang i-cement natin na 7 points lang ng onti dito yung plays natin mula sa Execration. Gamitin natin si Zach to its full potential, gamitin natin si Yetcha ng dire-diretso para makakuha ng continuous round wins. Isipin mo yun, Zach. Just got double kills na, hindi lang double kills all around. It was like in mere desperation and it was all impact big Mochi. Grabe dito yung performance ni Zach to a point na may kita natin dito na they were scrambling all across the map na Execration trying to go for retakes, trying to go for like big set plays. Yes, nakakagawa ng milagro si NBA pati si CBN. Pero parang naiipit yung mismong puso dito na Execration kasi hindi nila makontrol si Zach. That is just so insane to see. Ankara is not for Execration. Subbase is not for Execration. It is for matches because the magic is back.
Tapos parang ito yung, dahil kong gusto sabihin, pero wait lang, isa-isayin natin na ito na yung point wherein masasabi mo na ito yung butas din ng Execration. Pag wala si Yotib, hirap ang madla, dude.
Yes,
Halata
Mochi.
naman dito sa mapa ng Ankara. And hear how matches played right now dito sa laban natin ngayon. This is how they should be playing every single time. They had it in them all along, dude. Diba? And it's so nice na nakikita natin to. Oh my gosh, no, Polar. Pero tingnan mo naman, despite on the losing side, CBN, 100% rating. Wala talagang kopas itong si Cloyd, no? Grabe, I'm pretty sure proud na proud si Candy sa kanya. Pero, again, no, Paul? Paul, ano nangyayari, Paul? Dito sa mapa natin, no? 0.4 ang kanyang rating dito, bipolar, which is very surprising. Pero on the end of matches, though, dude, talagang lahat, no, mayroong inambag tinulong dito. At kahit yung kay Jason, ganyan, alam natin kung gaano katindi yung naging suporta niya. Pero ano nga bang nangyari dito? Zach! Welcome back, Zach! Andito na siya uli. 1.90.
Diyos ko po. Feeling ko, hindi to never nawala si Zach. He just activated fully. Nilabas niya yung totoong potential niya dito. Kung baka nag-super saiyan dito si Zach sa buong mapa na Ankara. Isipin mo yun. They were at the brink of extinction dun sa map number 1, tapos bigla siyang dumire-diretso hanggang dito sa Ankara. To a point na minsan siya na mismo nag-open ng mga sites. Kasi siya mismo yung gumagawa dito ng place sa Vince, siya gumagawa ng place dito sa may B, and as you can see it, 1.90 sa KD, at rating of 88.2, might as well gamitin mo na rin dito yung rating ni MVA, no? Kasi yung 100% rating na yun, Zach deserves that fully. Kasi if we just put in the clutch potential and as well as the impact in the opening of the rounds, Zach has that fully in his name. Grabe dito si Zach.
Grabe talaga, no? Oh my gosh, what just happened, no? Parang kanina lang, no, na nakikita na, wala, nawawala na ng pag-asa, just ganito ganyan, blah, blah, blah. Tapos prediction natin, 2-0 Execration. Tapos ngayon, ginanto tayo ni MATTJESS. Ang saya, no? Ang sarap sa mata. Sobrang fulfilling na nakikita natin na yung mga teams natin talagang pinuprove tayo na mali tayo as no? Kasi talagang dito na napapakita na they have something more to offer. Pero sino nga ba talaga yung nagbigay ng lahat-lahat? Si Vincent lang naman talaga! Grabe! 1.23 for our KD and an average of 73.87% para sa ating rating. And bipolar, yung laruan tsaka galaw niya dito sa Ankara, umabot sa point na nababaliw na yung ibang mga miyembro ng Execration kasi hindi nila alam kung saan nanggagaling to. Kasi he's everywhere.
Ito na naman yung pagtimpla ni Vincent na parang hindi mo mai-expect yung players natin for matches entirely. He's controlling the game, he's making the shot calls na even MATTJESS knows how to play, and that's the chemistry that they've been talking about ever since. So just to see it in full form, Eagle Eye was such a great map for them a little bit. Pero pagdating dito ng subbase, Ankara nga, nako po, nagising na si Vincent, yung MATTJESS natin. Talagang nag-war chance na because they are here to cement themselves para dumire-diretso na yung mga win streaks nila possibly. Kasi after lose streak, anong susunod dyan? Win streak naman para sa MATTJESS.
Grabe, no? What if hindi na magtataka? Kasi biro mo, no, Bipolar, kahit na dito lang sa mga highlights natin dito, yung mga spray down, tsaka yung Vincent, accuracy, hyper-awareness ni Vincent, no? Na kung saan naglalagay itong mga miyembro natin from Execration, nagulat na talaga sa Execration na dumaan na siya. No, nawala na sila dito. And I am so glad na nakita natin uli ang MATTJESS playing in their tip-top shape form. And, dude, hands down. Game of the year. Charot! Game of the year again, no? Ang lala.
Siguro match of the week. Yun yung pwede natin masabi muna ngayon, no? Because that is just pretty insane. Isipin mo last matchup of the day, ganito pa pinakita natin. They took down the top dogs and they knew what they were doing. Yun lang talaga yung ginawa dito.
Yeah, insane. Grabe, no? Parang kakailanganin kong matulala muna, no? Para ma-absorb ko ano yung mga nangyari dito. Kasi honestly, okay naman yung mga naging setups natin dito for Execration. I think it's just boils down sa mga kung gaano katindi yung pagbubrute force na merong halong calculation na meron dito for MATTJESS, no? And it is very, very refreshing that we're starting to see them mix up a lot of new things at the start of the round, no? Yung mga setup nila dito at kung paano sila kumikilos and how they're actually been able to navigate throughout the entire series against Execration. And with that, parang tama lang na interview natin ang ating match MVP dito sa ating desk right now, no? Welcome na natin si Zach dito. Congratulations, Zach! Welcome back dito, no? And deserve ang ating match MVP. Kumusta ka naman?
Okay naman kami. Masaya.
Yan!
Happy to know.
I mean, granted na, feeling ko naman talagang sasaya ka after multiple losses, nakita na ulit natin si Zach sa interview kasi that just means that they have been locked on. Zach, meron lang kaming konting katanungan. Congratulations first on your match and MVP na rin sa ating last set, no? Anong nangyari doon? Dahil ba binigay sa inyo? Gusto parang mabilis ang run-through lang, no? Parang nabuhayan ba kayo kasi nabigay sa inyo yung sub-base tapos nung Ankara parang alam niyo na yung mangyayari? What happened there dun sa last 2 maps natin?
Yan kami dahil binigay yung sub-base. Lahos na. Bukso na.
Okay. Tama naman, no? I mean, coming into Ankara as well, no, Mochi and Zach, parang nakita natin you activated like a demon. Parang isang demonyo na talagang papatin mo lahat ng plays dito sa Execration. Parang kabisado mo na yung playstyle dito ng Execration when they're on the GR side. Nakita namin, puro double kill ka. Isipin mo yun, nauuna ka pa sa Vince, pumapatay doon. Parang alam mo na ba yung pwestuhan dito ng Execration dun sa mapang yun?
Instinct lang. Teamwork.
Mochi, pikain mo na yan si Zach.
Sige, Zach, ang aking katanungan naman dito, no, tingin nyo, ano yung naging driving force nyo na ipanalo itong seryeng ito specifically? Is it just because of the map dito na nakita nyo may advantage kayo o tingin nyo na meron talaga kayong angat against Execration? At kung alam nyo na meron kayong angat against Execration, ano yung nakita nyong butas?
Wala naman. Wala kami nakita ng butas.
Nilaro lang talaga.
Nilaro lang namin. Ginawa lang ng base namin.
Okay.
Siguro last question, no? Mochi, bago natin ipa-shoutout si Zach. Zach, may nangyari dito, round number 13 sa Ankara. Biglang, ito sa 3v3. Tapos, bigla kayong naipit sa loob ng A-site. Biglang nakapag-clutch up pa si CBN pati si Yotib. I think you remember that. Pero after that, parang dire-diretso niya, hindi niya napapuntos ng todo sa 7 points dito ng Execration. What happened there? Gusto ko malaman, paano niya na-break yung parang, natalo kami sa round to, pero kaya pa rin namin bumawi para ma-close out dito bago mag-overtime. Ano yung plano, basically?
Nakalimutan ko na.
Ayun.
Sa dami nang nangyari, nalimutan niya na.
Basta masaya. Basta masaya. Ano, Zach? Ayan, okay.
Enjoy lang.
Pero, very nice, no? Nakita namin kayo ulit dito, Zach, no? Siguro, ito na lang. Yung mga niluto nating mga setup dito, puro si Vincent ba ang nag-call nun? Or meron ding contribution yung mga teammates natin na iba?
Kaming lahat po.
Lahat talaga. I see. It's not just Vincent, no? It's not the Vincent thing. I see. Very nice to know. And I guess, yun na yun, no? Zach, congratulations. Once again, it's glad to see you back dito, no? As our Set 3 MVP. I think it's time. Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong batiin.
Shoutout kay ㍍Match, mga kaibigan ko dyan, mga teammates ko. Yeah. Yan lang po.
Anyone else?
Meron ba? Ayun, okay. Yun na daw, Mochi.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Zach. And I'm pretty sure, no, masarap ang tulog nyo mamaya, no, dahil sa pagkapanalong ito. And congratulations. Looking forward sa mga susunod nyong mga laban.
Thank you, Zach. Congratulations, brother.
Okay na tayo, bipolar.
Okay na. My goodness. What a shambles. No? Kahit dito tayo sa pala, nagkakagulo tayo kasi that was an intense matchup. Isipin mo yun. This is the first ever win ng ating matches pagdating dito sa group stage, and you can already feel the pressure na parang, uy, they're back in town. Parang dire-diretso nga sila dito. And tama, no, Mochi? Parang once they got the crucial players na ginagamit dito ng Execration, they really did just win every round there. Grabe talaga dito matches.
Minsan kailangan mo lang talaga huntingin kung sino yung glue that holds them together, no? Ika nga kanina. Pero I guess it's just right na makita natin ano nga ba ang updated standings natin, no? After lahat ng mga nangyari na naman today, wherein it appears na merong mga bumaba dito. Comeback Friends is actually number 1 right now. Acceptance on 3rd, Fervid in 2nd, and seems like Execration is put down until our 6th at ㍍MATTJESS. Paunti-unting bumabangon with their ranking now placed sa ikawalo.
Again, kung maiisip nyo, bakit nga ba dyan nandyan yung Comeback Friends? Bakit nga ba dyan yung Acceptance pati Fervid sa number 1, 2, 3 spot natin? Well, they had the most matchups kasi, especially for Comeback Friends and Acceptance, no? Pero, I want to put your eyes upon that number 8 spot, MATTJESS. They won their first win dito with 4 losses. At tignan nyo yan, yung araw na yan, feeling ko aangat lang na nga, angat yan, Mochi, as the days goes by. Kasi MATTJESS is in full form now, but let's see kung kaya nga ba nila ma-hold tong spot na to really get into that number 4 or possibly even number 3 spot, no? So, itong standings natin talagang nagkukok up na as the days goes by.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised, no? Pagka they rise up further dito sa ating rankings. Pero bukas, nako po, parang makakaranas si veteran ng ni-rebirth na MATTJESS dito, no, sa ating group stage right now. We're also gonna have TARINGBABI versus Virtus.Pro, and this one is also gonna be quite of a banger match. Team Stallions versus Fervid Esports para sa ating day ender. And I feel like as same as today, bipolar, nako po, jam-packed action na naman ito for sure.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be one hell of a series, no? Tomorrow you have veteran matches, TARINGBABI versus Stallions and Fervid. Feeling ko ito pa nga yung inaantay natin mga matchups, no? Especially itong pinaka-last natin, because Fervid, we touted them to be one of the best pagdating ngayon, and they want to at least get a little bit of like revenge, no? Wala dito sa STS, and funnily enough, ipaglalaro din si Revenge, ibang timpla yung malalaro dito ng Fervid, so it's gonna be exciting tomorrow.
I am sure as well. And dude, ako sa inyo, no? Abangan ninyo yung mga laban natin bukas because none of these teams are... Hindi mo dapat sila i-underestimate kasi every single one of them always have something new to offer, no? Sometimes they just need that little push, that little nudge, that little change, no? And that is also the beauty na nakikita din natin ngayon sa kung gaano ka-competitive yung mga teams natin dito in the league so far. Pero bago tayo magpaalam dito, Bipolar, any last parang closing remarks galing sa iyo bago matapos ang ating broadcast?
Siguro it's just a reminder to everyone na still dire-diretso pa rin ang storya na ang buong Filipino CrossFire and even Roseno are still in improvement. If matches that lose here, baka masira yung narrative na yun. But they won, and that's a pretty good side, Mochi, na talagang bakbakan yung tutuloy natin mga weeks.
Yes, and I guess it's just about time for us to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Gusto naming pasalamatan ang Smilegate sa pagbibigay sa atin ng ganitong mga platforms, no? Wala tayong matches, wala tayong Execration, STS, Virtus.Pro, Team Acceptance, lahat-lahat na, no? Wala yung mga yan kung wala sila. So maraming salamat, Smilegate, Boss Alex, Boss Mark, thank you so much. Maraming salamat sa ating prod, no? Thank you so much, no? As just ensuring that all of the things happening here sa ating broadcast is top quality, all going round smooth, no? Massive shoutout kay Miss Le and everyone na nandiyan on site right now. And I feel like it's also just right na pasalamatan kita, no? Bipolar, Sneaky Frog, Salvatore, Dadum, Ramon. Unfortunately, wala si Dadum dito ngayon. So, hindi niya nakita. Hindi niya nakita na yung kung
Busy.
paano nanalo. Yung match is busy kasi ngayon no? Lumarga ata sa ibang lugar. At maraming salamat sa ating mga teams na nagbubuhos ng oras, pawis, effort, dugo, utak, puso, lahat-lahat na, no? Maraming salamat sa inyo. And of course, sa ating community na nandito simula umpisa hanggang ngayon at sa mga susunod pang mga buwan at mga taon. Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta dito sa ating Crossfire scene. And with that, always remember to keep the fire burning. At bukas, magkikita-kita tayo muli for a new set of Crossfire games. And for now, goodbye and good night na muna. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.